Yo, yo. It's time. How is everyone? It's Big 20 Day. Big 20 Day. There's still people filling into the to the sheet. The sheet. There's oh, Smart Alec, the right side of your headphones. I am always right. So that is what it is. But I am here right now with looking for Giants, and we're gonna chill for a little bit. Giants, you want to say hi? We're ready. We're ready for clips. Yeah, Mappy Man knows. We're here. We're here for the clips. We're here for the clips. A total clips of Big 20 Heart. Yep. Oh, maybe Giants doesn't want you all to hear her, so. The only Apollo commentary. Heck yeah. We're testing. I mean, that's part of the reason of the pre-show, so we can pretend we're doing a pre-show, but in reality, we're actually testing audio stuff. So, Giants scream and see if what they say.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me now. Hopefully you can. But good luck, racers. Hopefully you can actually hear this message, but yay!
I was about to say, Giants, say something really mean about Aaron, and then we can see if they can hear you.
I would never say anything mean about
It's
Aaron.
okay. I will say something really mean about Aaron, and everyone. I know everyone can hear me, so. But we're here. We got less than 25 minutes till the start of the show here. Dude, Retro, that's actually kind of sick. We got some good games here. We got some stats to go through. It looks like there's like 20. How many people are in the room so far? Isn't there a way where you can see the number, or am I just gonna like count? 27. Look at that. There's 27 in the room right now. It's a big race day, but dude, everyone loves me, dude. Everyone loves me. So I don't know. It's been 5 weeks of practice and racing. We got games from math all the way to Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden, however you say it. I think I've always been a Ninja Gaiden kind of dude. So, I think we just want to go through like some games, maybe some scary parts, see who's racing. Giants, though, do you have of any of the games here? What's the one you're most interested? Chat, I want to hear it too. Which is the one you're most interested in seeing? So today,
man, we've got some good ones. I'm gonna say I am a fan of the Donkey Kong Jr. math. But hey, I'm looking forward to the epic jams of Battle Kid. I think that's gonna be fun to watch. I'm also I'm kind of interested in some of these other games like Final Fantasy 3 and also like Baseball Stars, where people have been, playing and practicing some manips. So I want to, I think it'll be some exciting times to see if folks are able to pull those off. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I think me personally, I'm gonna ask chat a little bit too. Chat, press 1 if you're really excited to see Super Pitfall, or type 2 if you're really excited to see Super Pitfall. I think those are the only 2 options. So I really think those are the only 2 options. You can't see me let create, but I am a 4-year-old doing 6-7. So I am a 4-year-old. Lawnmower, I can do lawnmower too. Okay. But we're getting close to 20 minutes. We have a bit of a clip show like normal. I want to make sure we don't lose some time here. So I'm actually going to take down this game list real quick, and we're going to take a look at the best times people have had. So this is, as everyone knows, people love the time tracker. Sometimes the time tracker is more fun than the actual race. And so what you see here are our games and everyone's who has the gold time in our time tracker for all these games. So you see some crazy thing like that's a really good math time by Packy. That's not surprising. You look at ZG popping off with the sub 5 Paperboy. What else are we looking? Oh, Merrick Lake came in. It was like Star Wars. This is my game, dude. This is my game. Spoiler alert: we have some celebrity commentators today, and not only that, we have a special segment in the second half where we have someone. I think the first time they've ever commentated for some Big 20 action. We'll be excited for that, but I'm not going to spoil it. I'll let you guys see who it is. Yeah, celebrities and Zark. What? Trying to take a look at it. Honestly, one of my favorite games coming out of this was Palamedes 2, because I never really played it before. And there's a bit of a world record. Talk about world records. World records in this Big 20 5-week time period. We've had 4. 3.5. I'm going to count one of them because they're close enough. Donkey Kong Jr. math, Aaron, I'm taking credit for that. And when I say I mean we. We're taking credit for that because it happened during the practice period, I'm pretty sure. So that's one. Super Pitfall, 30th Anniversary Edition. got a world record. It was crushed, and not only that, the OG one was also beaten by someone. By someone. Other world records, Baseball Stars 2. Soraya was able to turn the game into a hit parade, into a hit by pitch parade with some manips. And then Palamedes 2 had like 5 world records. What was really funny is when the game was put into the competition, there was one person had a time on the board, and that dude must have woke up one morning and been like, what is going on? Because I keep having to beat all these nerds in Palamedes. But that person kept coming back, so. That's true. Darkwing Duck did crush it. Darkwing Duck was the best baseball player this whole time anyway. Darkwing Duck is just mad that we didn't do custom team, which actually maybe we should have made a custom team and then posted it as a ROM to everyone with all the winners of the Big 20, and they had all the different stats. That would have been kind of cool.
See, you guys need to unleash me. I can do some little hacks that you might like.
Yeah,
we could have done that.
Oh man. Okay, and then let's see. I'm gonna pull this down too. I want to take a look at some of the full times. So this is gonna be a close race. I know sometimes we always say that, we're like, oh, it's gonna be a close race, and then in the back of our heads we're like, actually no, it's not gonna be a close race. I think it's gonna be a close race this time because you take a look at some of the full runs here. This is just like best times, and then like everyone's full runs have been pretty darn close, around like the 3:30ish mark. A bunch of people. Chester killed a dragon. You're right. Chester killed a dragon. That's true. So we had five world records. 5 world records. Lack Attack is at the top here, but like there are what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sub 3 minute best like PB times here, and then like there's just here I think there's 29. So this is 29 racers that have done all the games. That's not even count. Like, there's gonna be more racers. So, who is Greenland? I'm pretty sure that's JKL. It's gonna be packed. It's a stacked race. I'm looking at the race room right now. We have 29 entrants. 5 p.m. is gonna be packed. Let's go. All day. We have Zarnax is playing today. Brother Kyle is playing. So we're gonna be going for a while. Because they are fun. They're coming in pretty fresh to some of these games, so that's gonna be really fun. Just hit 30. We hit 30. Let's go. But okay. I can breathe now. I think we could take a look at chat. Who do you want? Who are we rooting for? Whoever types the most names in here, their name is the most. Maybe that's who I root for. You know. Because there's some people on this list that are cool, you know. There's some people on this list that maybe are less cool, like Lack Attack. Who the heck is that? Everyone's a good one. That's a cop out though. Everyone's a cop out. Yeah, we have some Arcus, we have some Gray Skull, we have some Firebroth. Hey, Firebroth won the last Big 20 race technically. Yeah. Because it was the best of Nest live, 10x2 Omega Coma and Firebroth, Team Omega Broth, or Fire Coma, Team Omega Broth won IRL. So Firebroth's has some momentum coming into this. So, but I guess we're about to hit the 15-minute mark. We're going to be getting your commentators in just a few minutes. But as always, we have our clip show. And I don't know, is everyone ready? It's always one of the best parts. It's just seeing everyone's clips. Spooky, funny, interesting, exciting over the past 5 weeks. So I'm going to turn down the music. I'm going to hide the... Nope, that is the opposite of hiding things. I'm showing more things. I'm going to hide the game list. And... we're gonna watch the clip show. Giants, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. There's the door. We need to be very careful, though. I cannot...
I've never had that happen. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I forced that, by the way.
Jump, there's a Froge. Jump in the water, die to the spooter. I didn't die to the spooter.
What? What the? What the heck just happened? What? What? Where am I? What's gonna happen now? Oh, okay. Okay.
I can do more. Look, this is new.
But yeah, I do not like... What? I do not understand this. Wait, he isn't showing what I need. He decided to not show me what I needed.
Oh, I got the beginning music. What? I can't use my Nimpo. Look at that. Anyone ever seen that before?
Contact, please. What? Excuse me? That was not a bunt.
Get off my screen. What? He's back? Hello? Wait, what? What? What happened with that? He's back. And then the game ended again. I don't I don't understand that.
What? What is this? I'm out of darts.
For that one and go. That was a little bit too tight. If this happened on race day, this is a forfeit.
Okay. I'm gonna pinch hit.
No chance. Not even gonna move.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, how many people are actually going for this jump? me try it without the big jump. We'll just do lots of little ones here. Oh, okay. Just don't do the big jump.
To restart the game, otherwise I'd just be like, reset. What? Did we soft lock baseball somehow? We soft lock baseball somehow.
Ooh, they're switching pitchers. This might help me, actually. Because this pitcher likes to curve the ball. Didn't matter, though. Look at that. No! No! At the last second, it went foul. Are you kidding?
What does select do? Oh, there's a guy! Never mind. Nope. Definitely soft locked. Where's the ball? Wait. It's like soft lock. That was my other guy. I can't. I think I soft locked it. Look, I can't. Now he's stuck there. Oh, he's got the ball. Throw it! I can't do anything. Go score. Run to home, computer guy. This is nice. I like this. I'm gonna keep this going instead of resetting because like for research purposes. I can't. Nothing does anything. I'm pressing any button. Nothing happens.
Oh! No! Go! Oh God!
Streamer almost dies.
Are you? Oh, come on, man. Really?
Oh, he scored again?
What?
Something just doesn't seem right. Yeah, there's... well, him following me. What? What was that?
La grande... Wow! Devil, clip ça, mon ami. Clip ça. J'ai glissé pendant 3 jours. Puis j'ai fait bonsoir. Elle est partie, elle est encore des airs. C'est le jeu. Je me suis.
What the fuck? Why is that? Why was that Kelly like slightly inside the floor? Can someone click that? That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, this game could go sideways like real quick if you're not careful. Oh! Just like that, dude.
You freaking jerk! Come on, man. What a freaking cheap shot. I thought you were gone. You're kidding. Okay, we're done. I need to practice this game, though. What? I killed you! How are you back? Huh?
I mean... How did I win?
Hey, I'm gonna blow myself up just for fun. There we go. Oh no, I hit the door. That's what I get for messing around, man. I hit the door. I thought I was gonna block the door, but no, it doesn't work that way. That's what I get, man. Oh, what the? What? Yo, what was that?
Everything okay? No, it's not okay. I want to play a different game.
All right, welcome in everybody to the 22nd edition of the Big 20. This is Zarkonis, your co-commentary today. I was told behind the scenes that everybody didn't want Apollo to be doing lead commentary today, so we decided to boot him off, and he'll instead be playing a very integral role behind the scenes. So sorry, Apollo, but thanks for the pre-show. With me today is one of the great speedrunning legends of all time, and he's going to be here all day keeping us entertained and providing the incredible insight that we know he has. With me is Mr. Ness Cardinality. Welcome in, Ness Card.
You humble me as always. Pleasure.
Absolutely, absolutely. So definitely a very, very exciting Big 20 this time around. You know, there's been numerous times I and others have said, you know, once the games are selected, it can be a process to get there, but once it's selected and it settles in and it develops an identity and you see people poking at it in different ways, you know, it really comes together and tends to feel really good. And this one, to me, NEScard, feels really, really exciting.
That is one of the most exciting things about the 5 weeks leading up to Big 20. People discovering all sorts of things. You saw just from the clip show, we saw all kinds of, you know, glitches and unexpected deaths, soft locks that you would just never expect to see. And on the flip side, you know, people discover new tech all the time. It leads to new world records every time. And you never know what's going to happen on race day. It's going to be an exciting day for sure.
Yeah, it truly is amazing. And, you know, as always, there might be little glitches here and there audio wise and things like that. Let us know how our balance is in chat. We are humble and we are willing to adjust. We wanted to make it the best experience possible. So if any of us are a little too high or the music's too high or too low, just let us know, because we want you to enjoy this over the 5 or 6 or 7 hours that it's going to take for us to get a lot of our folks through this race. So thank you in advance for that. Yeah, it's been a really, really interesting one. And like I was saying, related to these games, NEScard, one of the things that I like about this one and how it's come together is that some of these games, like, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, the favorite to win this or favorite to podium or you know, might be just trying to get across the finish line. There's games like we saw with Baseball Stars 2 and you know, Battle Kid and Gauntlet 2, where things can absolutely go sideways, or the RNG may just not act in your favor, and it can make the favorite to win this lose 10, 15 minutes in any of these games.
This is something I've been thinking about a lot. I think this is a particular Big 20 with more RNG than average, and I think the way players have come to approach it should be different. It's all like a lot of games are about mitigating RNG rather than necessarily getting the strongest personal best you can and hoping that that's what's going to happen on race day. I've heard people talking about expected average times on Baseball Stars 2, you know, certainly much longer than the world record. Same thing with Gauntlet 2. A new world record was set under 3 minutes, but the average time is probably going to be over 10 minutes, somewhere around there. And even from the get-go, Donkey Kong Jr. math, you know, you have to learn a bit about handling the mathematics of the situation, but in the end, the game gives you what numbers it will give you, and you have to cope with whatever you're given.
Exactly. And as a matter of fact, we're already underway. I think it was said that we have 34 runners in the race room. There may be some people doing it blind and not tagged into the room, but nonetheless, we are underway already. And NEScard, our first game, Donkey Kong Jr. Math, you know this game well. I've had a little experience with it as well. And we're not talking about calculate A here, where it's simple numbers. We're talking calculate B. There's pluses, there's minuses. You have to actually do quite a bit of mathing to get this to work.
Yeah, the big challenge is to figure out how to add something to your multiplication to make your result even out more, so that you don't have to do too many operations. Like if you have 100 to 750, if you multiply by 7, you're at 700. You gotta go plus 9, plus 9, plus 9 a bunch of times. Whereas if you go, you know, plus 5 or so first and then multiply, your result is going to be much closer, and you might only have to do one additional subtraction or addition to get there, and that's what players are going to be looking for.
Absolutely. And so we have 6 players on the screen at a time. We're going to be rotating through. I believe it's every 10 minutes. So we'll get a good look at all of our runners that are live today. And then as we get later into the run and we start to see some of our people, teasing out into the top, we may likely keep them on the screen and try to rotate the bottom through. So we'll see as we progress. But right now we got our first grouping here, and Packy, getting some great math and executing well, is already on his way into Super Pitfall. You can see a lot of our other runners here are making their way through. Tecolote and Hero apparently having some trouble, and it's very easy to have trouble, especially if you do the math in the wrong way. Put a plus where it should be a minus, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Packy actually got the best time in Donkey Kong Jr. Math in practice, and finished second, I believe, in the last Big 20, a huge jump up. Anything could happen with him today, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he does overall.
Yeah, we have some favorites when you look at, just in terms of the statistics and total times that people got for sums of best in the tracker. Lack Attack was in the top, Packy was second, and JKL, aka Greenland, in our time tracker here, rounds out the top 3. So we have a few favorites, but Reeve, Sci-Town, Firebroth, and others all put in incredible showings. Like we said, none of it matters if Baseball Stars or Gauntlet or those games go sideways, or you miss a save point in Battle Kid and you die, and now next thing you know, you're going back 5 minutes. Like, there's a lot of things that can happen that will shake this up.
Man, on that note, I am so excited for Battle Kid 2. We've got a couple more people entering Super Pitfall now, as Hero and Tecolote aim to... Oh, it looks like Tecolote might be frozen. Not sure what happened. Okay, he's moving again. That's good.
Yeah, several players already into Super Pitfall. So this is Super Pitfall 30th Anniversary Edition, which is a ROM hack of the original Super Pitfall. The person that did the ROM hack put in some quality of life measures, which, as you know, is pretty essential to making a more, exciting experience to Super Pitfall, though there's many goofy things that can happen. It kind of takes some of the goofiness away. There's no RNG wall that you have to clip into, so it's really more just pure execution, but things can easily go sideways in this game.
Yeah, you see a lot of players resetting already just to get what they're looking for. This is one of those games where it's short, so an early reset isn't that big a deal. You want to aim for precision. Before we move on, I just want to mention we've got a lot of people behind the scenes doing tracking, and the stats you're seeing on the right, they're not automatic. That's people tracking them live and making them look automatic. So a big thank you to all the trackers who are helping out today.
Yeah, absolutely amazing work, and great call out, Nescard. I mean, each of our trackers behind the scenes are tracking 7 to 8 people and watching closely, and sometimes their splits may not be super clear, and so they have to go back and look and try to find when they split. Like, it's serious work, so kudos to everybody behind the scenes. So with Super Pitfall 30th Anniversary Edition, I would say it's probably about 75% the same conceptually of a route as Super Pitfall. So, like, you still have to do the balloon ride. You still have to save the girl at the end, you still have to follow roughly the same path to get there. But there are numerous different things. Like, instead of a invisible warp to jump into, there's a doorway. Things like that. So it's definitely it's a bit more clear of what you're expected to do, and it's a fun experience.
Yeah, I was particularly impressed by the way the world. First of all, this ignited a lot of interest in the original game, and the world record got lowered by somewhere around 10 seconds back and forth by a few people. It was really something to watch because there's so much tech you have to go through. There's a wall you have to clip through, which nobody has mastered doing yet. It's a lot of resetting, a lot of trials. Very interesting to watch.
Yeah, that wall has ended many a grinds. I know it ended mine, and even when I go back, when I'm like, maybe I can do Pitfall, I did actually go back and shave 5 seconds off my time. It's a kind of in the middle of the pack kind of run, but it was like you hit the wall 10 times in a row, and you're like, do I still want to do this grind?
Yeah, that's one thing that always impresses me about people who grind short games where they're looking for milliseconds of improvement. I'm seeing a lot of clips I didn't even know about before, people clipping all over the place in this game. It is, I don't want to say necessarily glitchy game, but this version is actually an improvement over the original.
Yep. Now we see Grayskull going up in the balloon right now. This is It looks like he's going to go with a fairly more traditional route of going all the way up to the top. The problem with this is, just like Super Pitfall, you have the spider at the top, and it's actually a little more sensitive here. There are multiple different ways. Actually, it looks like he's cutting right before where he would have to face the spider, so that was a pretty slick move. But you can actually go into the wall relatively early in the balloon flight. Looks like Firebroth is taking... People are probably mainly taking the most conservative route they can execute easily is probably what they're doing. But there's probably like 6 or 7 routes that you can do on the balloon climb. You'll notice where Let Create is right now in Super Pitfall, the original. You have to then do the ladder glitch, which is another place where when you only have 3 seconds to save it to get a PB, you'll find that you fall 16 times. There's no ladder glitch this time.
Yeah, it's true. I do also want to hop in real quick and talk about the balloon that you were just talking about too. Quick shout out to the Rayquaza, because Rayquaza is kind of the one that found the new balloon, which now we're seeing a lot of different racers use, and it actually ended up applying to the OG Pitfall too. So there's a reason why, one of the reasons why the record got broken, and Rayquaza is one of them. So
yeah, Rayquaza is a great speedrunner. Brings a lot to the speedrunning community. You often see him alongside White Hat breaking games and setting really aggressive times. So, all right, Let Create is going up. He's gonna get the girl, and instead of dying, he's gonna do a reset here. You'll notice there's quite a bit of resetting that's taking place. That is largely by design, unless someone died where they didn't want to. Then they're resetting, but they're gonna continuing at their last checkpoint, which is pretty good for a marathon. So Let Create taking the game over that is expected, and then he basically just has to go right and then go left, and he's going to end up where Packy is right now. Packy is closing out of Super Pitfall 30th Anniversary Edition, and cruising right along. Now, Lack Attack, actually, according to our tracker list, is in first place. We'll probably see him on the next screen, I'm assuming, but he's actually already into Batman Returns as well. Packy's in, Let Create is going in, Grayskull is working on Super Pitfall still. Firebroth is just about wrapping up Super Pitfall, it appears.
Now, Batman Returns is a really fun... It's very similar to Turtles 2, which was super popular, in that you have a super move that you can do that costs you health. And one thing I discovered when I was practicing for this was that there's a really delicate balance between speed from... Obviously, if you're going for the world record, you want to use as many supers as possible all the time. You can't deplete your health to 0, but if you bring it down to 1 and take a single hit, it becomes very dangerous, because taking a death can send you back to the start of a level. So there's a lot of balance in this event between beating enemies as fast as possible and conserving your health where necessary.
Absolutely. So we just got a change in our screen. We now have Arcus, JK Loser, Smart Alec, Songbirder, Link 7777, and Verts 505 on the screen. Look at JKL. JKL is already out of Batman Returns.
No, I think he accidentally chose the wrong.
Okay. Game. I was gonna say that is impressive.
He's just trying to scare everyone.
Oh, well
That's
done.
some meta tech right there.
Yeah. I was like, what? He's flying. Alright, so JKL has pulled up Batman Returns. So yeah, like Nescard was saying, that special attack is what JKL is doing right now on the screen, where you whip your cape, and it does tremendous damage to all the enemies you hit. You can hit multiple enemies at the same time. Like the one he's got right now is going to take a few of those hits, but between a slide and that special attack combo, tends to take them down. But, like Nescard said, you get down to 1 hit point. You can do it all the times that you want, but then you get punched once, and guess what? You're back at the beginning of the stage.
So yeah, it's a really scary game to take aggressively. I'm sure a lot of people worked to find balance and safety that way. There are a few health pickups on the way. I got the impression that some of them were a little bit random, but hopefully the items that people get will mitigate a bit of danger for them.
Yeah, in the second stage where there's the things you can shoot your Batarang up into, I didn't even realize until late after people were blowing by the times that I set in that you could pick up health that way. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's why people are going to the Catwoman with so much health and I'm not.
Yeah, I had a similar experience for sure.
We got a few people wrapping up Super Pitfall. Arcus is on the tail end of it at this point, which is great. He's just got a couple more things he has to do, which is basically hold right, then hold left. So there's no risk barring a freezing screen. And Smart Alec as well. He's to the car. He's rescued the girl. He's got his end screen. He's on his way into a game that he really likes, which is Batman Returns. I mean, I would say Smart Alec is probably the biggest inspiration for this being in our Big 20 this time around.
Well, that's cool. And it is a highlight. I think it's one of the best games in the event for sure. Like certainly one of the most fun to play. It's just that awesome Konami style everyone seems to enjoy so much.
Yeah, I try to go back and do the full games because, you know, like you, Nescard, I want to get a lot of the games under my belt over time. This one, Batman Returns, I know it gets a bit more difficult later on, so I'm curious to kind of see how that'll play out in the future.
I was definitely impressed by your practice runs. I actually thought you were going to be in the event, but the idea of preparation for commentary, that was a really good idea.
Oh yeah, that's been so much fun since the team had me asked me to join. Was you know, kind of immersing myself in the games and seeing what I can do and seeing if I can keep up with people, and just through that you just learn so much about the games and can hopefully present it in a way that people that didn't play them understands what's going on.
The whole first half of this Big 20 is packed with a lot of fun games, but I'm going to try and stay in the present and not talk about future games just yet. We'll get there soon.
Yeah, we have one that you know extremely well coming up very soon. This one's almost like an homage here and there, like DK Junior Math is like the Aaron 2U2 plus romance. Not that those were the direct reasons why, but you know, Batman Returns, Smart Alec, Dig Dug, you, Nescard. You know, there's a lot of like different. It's not that it was intended that way, but it certainly plays out that it's like we have people that are still very involved. That, you know, when you think of these games, you kind of think of them.
For sure. I'm sure by now everyone has noticed the theme of this Big 20. Every game, all 20 games, are some sort of a sequel to an NES game.
Wait, what are you talking about, Nescard? That didn't happen.
Wait, what am I wrong? Wait, what?
We didn't plan that at all. We chose these games just purely out of coincidence.
Most amazing coincidence in NES history.
Oh man, yeah. So we got a number of people on the second stage of Batman Returns, and like we said, like I was saying earlier, you see that cat on JKL's screen. He's going to be able to shoot up and knocked out some health there. There's health, but there's also a special weapon at some point that can really make Catwoman a lot easier to fight.
You see Smart Alec being very careful against this first boss, and I definitely understand why. He can take huge chunks of health off if you're not careful.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I never really totally figured out Catwoman either, but I noticed people going in with like 8 Batarangs and or the bat gun thing, and then of course the special attack. Not the special attack. There's a special weapon, and just destroy her. And I'm like, man, I wish I figured that out.
Yeah, you know, I always look to, among other sources, the world record runs to see if there's any information. And I remember looking at the Catwoman fight and thinking, wow, it looks like there's a little bit of RNG involved here.
Yeah, so Link is on the climb toward the end of Super Pitfall. Songbird are making their way through Super Pitfall on their way into the fireballs section. And the rest of our runners on the screen are moving smoothly through our Batman Returns here. And it looks like everybody right now is fairly safe when it comes to Batman Returns. You can see at the bottom right of their screen that says box, and there's a white box there. And that's basically just the second set of health. So nobody's at any risk of getting a game over here at this point, especially Smart Alex. Smart Alex in a very good place, but of course, like we said, he knows this game very well and has probably mapped it out 100 times.
Yeah. So JKL is this time for real on the way to King Kong 2, which is a really fun little homebrew. I shouldn't say homebrew.
Whoa,
It's
whoa,
actually
Famicom
My mistake.
release.
So yeah, in this game, this is a really fun little game. I say little because it's short if you know how to skip the final bosses and everything, but it's a really fun little challenge. Players have to collect there's rock capacity and rock strength items all in preparation for the final boss, and most of them don't really take you too far out of your way. So I think on a day like today we're going to see a lot of pickups from racers, but if you watch the world record you'll see a lot of items being skipped just for little second gains here and there, and it's a little bit of give and take. How much risk do you want to take on race day?
Yep, our very own Apollo Smug is the world record holder of this game, so he, alongside many others that helped map it out, set a pretty darn high bar, but also gave us the blueprint of how to effectively get through this. Like you said, if you were to watch Apollo's run, you're basically going to see skipping some really key things that make it easier. If you watch some of the more mid-tier runs, you get the blueprint, and it's, like you said, get 40 rocks, get the yellow potions, which speed you up so you're not walking too slow. And if you really want to, there's ways that you can get your health increased. Having 100 health can be pretty scary toward the end. You might have to do a little farming, but if you can find health increases, I was seeing Arcus during his early running of it, getting up to 200 health, and that makes it way, way easier. But you're going out of your way to do that.
Yeah, the speed potions are pretty much all on the route. They're pretty much all on your way. So people are going to, for the most part, be picking up all the speed potions. And that's actually really useful for one room in particular where you can just dash through. There are 2 fire sticks rotating around. And you can basically just go straight through as long as you're jumping at the right moments if you have the speed potions. So we see JKL going down into this little passageway to pick up an extra item. And again, it's not that far out of the way, so I'm just not at all surprised to see people picking up these extra items, because you want to mitigate danger on a game like... It's another game where if you take a death, it's going to put you right back to the front of this section, and that would just be terrible.
We got Smart Alec is now into King Kong. We have Vert's now into King Kong. Songbirder is looking like they might be restarting Super Pitfall. So tough kind of situation for Songbirder. They are back at the very beginning of Super Pitfall, so a little bit of a setback, but they'll keep working through it, and that's part of the journey of Big 20. Is it's not going to typically be a linear path. When you're running these games to learn them, it's very easy to press the reset button and just start that effort again. But when you're in the marathon, you're in it, and there's no turning back. Resetting is just going to add more time, but that's the way it is, and a lot of people are going to have to deal with that on one game or another.
Yeah, Big 20 teaches you a lot about things that are counterintuitive for a speedrunner, about running on race day, where all that matters is the best that happens rather than the best that you can do over many, many attempts.
That's a great way to put it. It looks like JKL has eliminated all of the statues, and he gets a nice little, as he was resetting there, the game glitched out, but that doesn't matter. He was in there, so that is it for that. Smart Alec is JKL is on his way into Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Oh, no, sorry. Dig Dug 2. Now I'm going ahead.
Let's not forget Dig Dug 2.
Yeah. And like I was kind of hinting at earlier, Nescard, you know this game very well.
Yeah, and we're joined by Lack Attack as well, who is already on stage 2. Looks like he's still heading the pack right now. In this game, the goal is to drill all the enemies in each level. There are 16 levels that our players are going to be going through in this particular event. You can also, if there's a drill point, one of those circular things, you can drill a section of the island off. If you divide an island into 2, the smaller section will be destroyed, and any enemies that are on it will be destroyed with it. So that's a way to shortcut in certain levels. We see Reeve here as well. in level 2, taking out those little sections to take out 3 of the 4 enemies. And the other thing you can do when you're drilling enemies, you need to hit them 4 times to make them explode to defeat them. But if you just hold the B button, it takes a little bit longer, where your drill item sort of extends and stays attached to them. But if you're approaching them, it will disconnect, and you can rapid fire and get all 4 hits really, really rapidly. And that's the primary tech for this game, really.
Well, that's funny because I didn't even know you could just hold it, and then Lack Attack literally just did that as you were saying that. So that was a great moment to call that out.
Lack Attack already on round 6. This is a pretty quick one. I imagine Lack will go right and drill that small section on the right, and now back to the left to take out the other 2 enemies. The most enemies that can appear in a stage is 10, and we're going to see a couple 10 enemy levels towards the end. I think 15 is the hardest in this particular section.
Yeah, and I will say, if you are one to go back and do the complete game afterward, there are a few stages where there's 10 enemies and there's a very small strip of island, and good luck, you better know the route.
Yeah, Zark has already done a full run of this game.
Yeah,
already on the leaderboard.
It was fun, I will say. That's one of the things I love about this is it introduces us to games that we may not have even known existed. Setting aside having an interest in playing, and for Dig Dug, where it's a partial goal, you do 16 stages. So you're like, you know what? I mean, if the other 60 stages or whatever 56 are like this, then I think I could do a full run. And so that's at least something that I get exposed to, and I'm sure others feel the same.
Yeah, this game is kind in that way. You do get infinite continues. If you have to continue, you have to level select when it's over, but our runners can do that here as well. Hypothetically, if something were to go terribly wrong, you can actually continue from the level you died on. Just have to select the level, which takes a few seconds.
Yeah, you have to be very careful if you're, really annoyed by what happened, that you don't accidentally choose level 1 when you're doing continue.
Yes, don't rapid fire.
And DH Storm makes a good point in the chat. We didn't say this out loud, but Nescard, you are the world record holder of this game, and you put in some solid routing to really make this game look. I don't want to say easy, because either way it's not, but you certainly kind of did.
It was a tough run. Two people actually beat my 9-year-old time over the past 3 months, and so I wanted to come back and finally get a deathless run, which is not easy for a game this long with a lot of small stages and fast-moving enemies. But yeah, this was a fun journey to come back to for sure, and really appropriate timing now that it's in Big 20.
Absolutely. So for those that are just listening in, we have changed the 6 that we have on the screen now, as Nescard alluded to earlier, with Lack Attack on the screen, our current leader. We have Lack Attack, Reeve, and Psytown all in Dig Dug 2. We have At-Sea on King Kong 2, and we have Hambone Rodriguez and AK Potatoes both on Batman Returns. So a lot of people really keeping the ball rolling and flying through these games, which is great.
You gotta love the early tension if you're watching how close things are between players. And it's hard to see everyone all at once. Tracker's doing a good job again of showing times in real time. But yeah, a lot of players really close by. A lot of leads are gonna change hands. A lot of RNG to contend with.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that stretch. And the other thing that's really great is, so for example, I ran through a lot of the games early, the time tracker, and using the tech that was known, the routes that were known at that time, and then I got involved in other things, and then I look back and, times that looked good are suddenly middle of the pack because the collective has found way more effective ways of doing certain things. Like we'll see, particularly with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I mean, that time got pushed down really fast.
Oh yeah, the game where no one really knew how it would turn out when the goal was introduced. That's always fun. We see Lack on level 15 here, by the way, managing to find a relatively safe spot and take out all the enemies on the right side. No problem for Lack. Cruising ahead. Now Reeve, we see, entering level 15 as well.
Yeah, Reeve is one of those runners that really could put a push into this and perhaps take it, especially this time with the RNG that we and you know, sometimes just luck that's going to be required to do some of these games fast.
Yeah, Reeve recently finished in 3rd in the Big 20 that ended with Battle of Olympus, a really strong showing there, and definitely a strong contender for today as well.
Right, so Packy is already in. They're actually both Packy and Lack Attack are both into romance at 26:52. So we have a dead tie right now. JKL's not too far behind. We're just waiting to see him wrap up on King Kong and get into, or actually, sorry, wrap up Dig Dug and see what his time is at. But a good, strong, close podium as of right now. So Hambone and AK Potatoes both working through King Kong, and looks like they're both going on the typical expected route. And At Sea is on stage 6 of Dig Dug, working through. This game can get really fast, Dig Dug, too, when you know certain stages. Like I think it's stage 10 where you simply go to the left and you cut the island and it knocks all 10 of the opponents into the water very quickly. I didn't know that right away and did a slower run and then watched and noticed you could do that, and that sped up my time a bit.
Yeah, I actually saw a lot of people doing that initially. Dig Dug 2 is one of those games that is, you know, set up for arcade style play where, you know, there's one way to play it where for, you know, speedrunner style where you get through it more quickly, and there's another way where people try to maximize points, and that's where island drilling comes into play. The game is sort of set up in a way where you might cost yourself a lot of time technically by going for extra points and trying to drill all the enemies together in a confined area as much as possible.
All right, so our top 5, we do want to make sure we give a little love to romance, but a little love to romance. How about that? Anyway, we want to make sure that we talk a little bit about that, but I do want to note our top 5 are all into romance of the Three Kingdoms 2. Packy and Lack Attack at 26:52, Reeve at 27:20, JKL only 3 seconds behind that with a 27:23, and Grayskull rounding out the top 5 with a 28:15, all within what I would call the Big 2022 margin of error.
Margin of error, I like that. A lot of familiar names, a lot of people who you would expect to finish in the top 10 typically, and today, with RNG games involved, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows how it's going to turn out?
So, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The world record for this is something like 3 hours and 14 minutes. We decided to boil that down to fight 1 battle and behead 1 ruler, which has now gotten sub 3 minutes. So, this is one of those games, NEScard, where you don't play this 3 minutes and go, you know what, I've seen a lot of the game, I think I'm gonna go for the full game now. But it's still, for what we did, it's an exciting little like task that you take on from the bigger picture of the game.
Yeah, the Big 20 organizers have gotten really good at selecting a really diverse set of games for genres across the NES, and this particular one has been underused in the past, and so there's a lot of potential for games of this style. And you really, I mean, as I say, I don't think anyone really knew how this goal was going to turn out when it was introduced. Like, we weren't really sure how long it was going to take or anything. And for players to be hitting it around 3 minutes is really cool.
Yeah, it is amazing. Yeah, and officially, Aaron2U2, who is a tracker today, helping hold down the fort and give us accurate time tracking, is our world record holder of this in the NES version. 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 28 seconds. So if anybody after Big 20 wants to go after this game, there's a free podium, but it's going to take a lot of work, but I'm sure Aaron would be there to help you.
Yeah, Aaron actually has the world record on a lot of this style of game. I actually thought Aaron would be playing in the Big 20 today, but we see him there in chat. Welcome, Aaron.
Lack Attack, beheading the ruler, making his way out of Romance. But basically what we're doing in Romance of the Three Kingdoms here is picking a leader and his armies. You're training up these armies and making sure that they have weapons, and then you're going and you're attacking someone that can't escape. So they have not that their area is landlocked, but that they have no place to escape to. So as long as they have that, then they're stuck. They got to fight that battle against you. And typically most people are bringing in 2, or it looks like in Scytown's case, even 1 fighter, 1 army to go in and take out the opponent.
See a lot of familiar names in this game from others, like Destiny of an Emperor, for example. There's, not just a fantastical style of game, but also well-rooted in actual Japanese history.
Absolutely. So we got a change of what we have on the screen. Now we have Homer J Smash, Epi 94. We do have Lakatek still on the screen, presumably because he is on the podium. Bright Shadow, Coconut Ed, and Level Engine.
Level Engine and right before we...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Right before we changed, we saw a couple people just entering Bubble Bobble Part 2 already. This was a really fun adaptation as well. I played this game something like 8 years ago. It was really fun to speedrun through. I believe we're doing 30 levels today is the goal. And yeah, the style is a little different. You have a few extra abilities. You can float through the air if you fill yourself up with air, and a few different kinds of obstacles for you to overcome as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I'm looking forward to doing the full run of Bubble Bobble Part 2. A lot of strategy in this, in that we're doing the first 30 stages, but you can actually skip stages. You can see Lakatek bouncing on bubbles right now. If you bounce on a bubble, I think on average it's 5 or 6 times, in that stage you'll get a shoe. And then if you do that 2 stages in a row, you get 2 shoes. You can see the umbrella that's on the screen for Lakatek, but he took a fireball, which is unfortunate. And he takes another one! Oh no! So that's really going to set Lakatek back. He was trying to get that umbrella, because you can skip up to 3 stages, or it'll take you to a sub-boss. It'll take you to a stage with a sub-boss or a boss. That hurts, because he was going to be able to skip stages, but now I think if he bounces on bubbles, he's going to get the shoe and not the balloon. So he's definitely getting set back here.
Brutal.
So we're starting to see those things that are going to set people back. And so now Lakatek is actually having to work through these stages. And this is very similar in concept of Bubble Bobble. You put your opponents into bubbles, you kick them, and then you go and collect the items on the screen. But if you do that, you risk losing some of the ability to go ahead and do what he just did, which was bounce on the bubble and get that shoe. So he's working to get back onto his skips, but so that he can get the umbrella and skip out some of these stages.
Yeah, and like I was saying with Dig Dug 2, this is another game that's very much arcade style presented. If you, for example, if you break a lot of enemies together, you're going to get more points, and then you get bonus items on the screen, which are all for points. But as a speedrunner, your main goal is to beat the enemies as quickly as possible, and then try and get as close to the lower left corner as possible, because as you can see, you have to wait for an animation to float down there if you're somewhere else on the screen.
Great point. Epi just took a death on round 15 of Dig Dug 2. It's not a huge setback. It doesn't add new enemies onto the game, onto the list that you have to defeat. It keeps you at what you had. So if you'd killed 7 and you left 3 and you take a death, you just have to kill the last 3. But you still have to go through the sequence of the death and the intro to the stage and such. So it is a little bit of setback. Thankfully, it's not too dramatic.
There was a lot of safe tech for Dig Dug that I hope our players were aware of. For example, if an enemy's one row above you and they're both walking towards each other, the enemy will cross by you before it comes down to your row. So that's the safest way to get an enemy onto your row to try and fight them. Don't try to go up to their row, just wait for them to come to you safely.
I noticed that there's a lot of flanking that takes place. They're like, I'm going to go around you. And what I also noticed was it was very much like Arkista's Ring, where if you're holding right when you're going down, you don't just suddenly go right. You have to be in the box that you're going down to before you can go right. So you don't want to anticipate that, or you don't want to think you're going to go right just because you're holding right. You have to know you might not be going right away. I know that's a kind of a long way of saying it, but it costed me a lot of deaths.
I do enjoy games that where there's movement tech that involves sort of pinning you to your upcoming tile of movement. Legend of Zelda was a big one like that. If you move more than halfway to a tile and change direction, you're going to be pulled onto that square, and you can sort of get a speed boost if you do it right that way.
So Lack is, what is this? He either said 15 or 18. I missed it, but he's got the shoe on the screen, which is great. And he's bouncing. Is he going to be able to get a second shoe, or is he just he's priming up the next stage? So you can actually carry over how many times you've bounced on the bubbles into the next stage. So we should see the shoe right away for Lack Attack, or if that's the second shoe he's picked up, we might see an umbrella. Okay, so he's got a shoe. He's going to go get that right now. And he's going to set up the next stage for the umbrella so he can move ahead. And meanwhile, Homer J Smash, Bright Shadow, Coconut Ed, and Epi all on Romance, and 3 of them are in the battle, so they are nearing the end, and hopefully they will get the B-head. Nescard, as you know, you got to be careful once you're wrapping up your fights, because if you go a little too aggressively, you might kill the general before you get to behead him.
Oh man, stuff like that it terrifies me that something small like that going wrong on race day. If you're not careful and you have an oversight, and sometimes you run on automatic, you just do something that might cost you a bunch of minutes. You might have to play through a game twice. You got to be so careful on race day.
Coconut Ed has triumphed. He's just got to do the B-head to close out, and he has done that. Meanwhile, Bright Shadow is down to 0 health. Yeah, so he just lost his battle, and I think he's, unless I'm looking at it backwards, and he was actually the top. Okay, he must have been the top then. So never mind. I got that backwards. Thankfully, he took a different route.
We see Lack Attack on this bonus stage where you're playing sort of a beach volleyball game one-on-one, and I remember, I don't think there's anything to be gained by fighting it out necessarily. The time just keeps ticking down. I think in world record runs I would just sit there and let the ball fall, but yeah, there's another 15. I think the timer might freeze if you miss. And so maybe he's just trying to keep it alive as much as possible. But yeah, this bonus stage actually goes on for quite some time.
Yeah, it's silly. Yeah, Lack is doing the traditional volleyball strategy of you can do a bump set spike, if you will, on your side. It's not actually bump setting and spiking, but you get 3 hits. So he was trying to keep it in his side as long as possible and then send it over to the opponent's side. But yeah, that volleyball is a tough one.
I do like the introduction of health gains in Bubble Bobble Part 2. Really nice addition.
Absolutely. So Lack Attack is moving into, let's see where he's moving into. He's just waiting for that ice cream to get off the screen. Okay, round 22. So he's in an area of the game where an umbrella would be nice. This particular stage is a little tough, but once you, when I first ran it, okay, he actually pulled off a very great strat there because he had multiple health. When I first ran, I was like, how do I do this? And you could actually inflate your character so that they can float, and you can float through those spikes. Or you can do what Lack Attack just did and use a damage boost to boost up into that top section. Definitely saves time. So looking at the tracker, Packy actually entered Bubble Bobble Part 2 faster. So Packy, according to where we are right now, is in the lead by about 20 seconds or so. And Reeve is only 6 seconds behind Lack Attack. So a very strong showing at the top. And actually JKL is only 7 seconds back from that. So our top 4 is within 31 seconds of each other, which is just amazing.
Incredible.
I mean, this RNG is going to get scary, Nescard, because the games we have coming up, I mean, there's some pure execution, of course, but the RNG is really going to be what makes dramatic changes in the rankings here at the top.
You know, it's funny. Initially, when I was starting and looking at the list, and when I saw Baseball Stars and realized how RNG heavy it could be, I was definitely worried about the list as a whole. But now that I'm seeing more games with more varied RNG across the whole spectrum, I'm realizing that, again, what I said before about it just being sort of a different way to approach a Big 20, mitigating more RNG all over the place. And it makes it more exciting to see on race day. Like, I'm really excited to see how this is going to unfold, and I'm so glad that there's already such a diverse field with such close times at the top and so much uncertainty about exactly who's going to finish where.
It's pretty amazing to think for our top 4 and really our top 5, but where we mentioned how close our top 4 is. They've been going for 42 minutes now. They're in their 7th game, and 31 seconds separates all 4 of them. Like, they all have taken a path that's winded and weaved to this point, and they're all in the same spot. It's pretty crazy.
And this is only game 7.
Yeah, the games are going to get a little bit longer, a little bit more arduous, and it's going to be, we're going to really see how not only the RNG like we've talked about, but the execution is going to be so critical because, as you know, Nescard, RNG is a factor. It can be a big factor, but when it comes down to it, bad RNG, good RNG, whatever it gives you, you then have to execute the game.
And that's where practice comes along. You know, racers were given 5 weeks to practice for this event, and I know some Big 20s used to be shorter in the past. I think they settled on 5 weeks because it feels like a sweet spot. It's just the right amount of time for runners, not only to learn the games, but then also to get in a lot of good practice time and experience how different forms of RNG can affect the games. And yeah, all of that experience is so necessary to learn everything that you need to handle the gauntlet on race day. We see Pack, by the way, entering Ikari 3, which is game number 8 in this event.
Yes, we have one of our favorites as to potentially take a top spot in this Big 20 on the screen now as we've had a shift change. We have ZG on the screen and Dig Dug 2, Mappy Man on the screen doing King Kong 2, Fire Broth in Bubble Bobble Part 2, Gleepots in Bubble Bobble Part 2, McDoodle waiting patiently for his turn to move forward in that. And then, as you said, Nescard, Packy 619 currently tied at the top in Ikari 3. And I just want to call out again our top 4 right now, chat. Packy 4235, Reeve 4235, JKL 4238, Lack Attack 4243. The top 4 are 8 seconds apart going into Ikari 3.
Unreal. And you mentioned Packy's tied for first again, but it's with a different player. It's not Lack Attack this time, it's Reeve that is neck and neck with Packy, and of course all 4 of them literally neck and neck as well. There's a lot of lag mitigation involved in Ikari 3, and a lot of button mashing for bosses. We'll see how this progresses.
Yeah, and Aaron222 makes a great point in chat that JKL does have the advantage coming into this game. He is a former world record holder. He understands this game a lot. Part of the lag management is knowing how many opponents are on the screen and the fact that you can get some of the required ones to actually despawn or leave the screen, and that makes it a lot easier when you have to fight less opponents in Ikari 3.
Yeah, I am a big fan of the concept in NES speedrunning of lag mitigation through, you know, for games where you need to have as few sprites on the screen as possible to make things proceed quickly. Jackal comes to mind as a game like that, and Ikari 3, a very similar idea. I love to see it.
Yeah, so we can see Mappy Man and King Kong 2 right now using a little bit of grind in the final screen to grind up his health and grind up his rocks. He's got 40 rocks. He's got almost 300 health, which is he should be okay, hopefully, with that much health to close out of King Kong 2. ZG's in round 15 of Dig Dug 2, so he's just about wrapping that up. Firebroth is in, I think this is 22 or 23, doing the float strat for Bubble Bobble Part 2. So another way to do it if you don't know the damage boost or only have 1 health like he does. Akari 3 is definitely an interesting one. It looks almost like a ballet. Like sometimes the enemies will just kind of do spin kicks past you. They don't even care to attack you. I find it quite humorous. It actually is... Oh, no, I think Packy's already passed the part. There's a part in Akari 3 in the stage that Packy's in where you get a bomb, and there's an opponent that if you hit that opponent with the bomb, great. If you don't hit that opponent with a bomb, you're going to be sitting in that screen for about a minute because he disappears, comes back, disappears, comes back, and you have to try and hit him once during that section. I can't remember if he's already passed it at this point, but that's a pretty critical thing that anybody could miss.
It does look a lot like a ballet. I think when I finally get around to speedrunning this game, I'll call it Akari 3 the Ballet.
There you go. Yeah, looking for giants, calling out our great trackers in chat. RG365, Ness Atlas, Rojo, and Aaron2U2. And of course, Giants is doing her role as well. Giants is a woman of many hats and many skills. And this wouldn't go the way it goes without her. So thank you all very much for your work.
Many hats was certainly useful for Hatris in the previous Big 20, of course.
Oh boy, fun game. Fun game. You know, that was the hidden, the unexpected treat that everybody loved. I'll be curious to see what stuck out to people when they ran it, or they, may not have raced, but they did some of the games. Like, what games stuck out to them? Which ones, rather?
Yeah, shoutouts to Psytown, by the way, who is in this race and performing very strongly now in the top of the pack, who really helped out with Hatris tech. Psytown, the world record holder in Hatris, taught everyone everything he knew, and before we knew it, we saw all sorts of people running that game and really trying to go for optimized strats. It was really, really cool to see unfold in real time.
For sure. The world record holder for Akari 3 is Mikey Dies a Lot. When Mikey Dies a Lot gets locked in on a game, Nescard knows this in some recent battles. He's just so skilled and just understands the game so well and pushes them to the limit. And we've seen some great progress on another game that I know you're very familiar with, Nescard.
Yeah, Mikey is exactly what you said, one of those runners who will look into every avenue, every level, every moment. I first experienced that with Bayou Billy, watching him improve the world record by over a full minute, looking for all the skips that were, like, some of them are frame perfect and really difficult to discover. And then more recently with Target Renegade, the same thing. I took the world record back, and Mikey was driven to come back and looked for everything he could find. We ended up saving over 45 seconds more as he found new tech and took the world record back again, and that's where we're at today.
It's at 10:01, right? Are we going to see a sub 10 soon, whether it's you or Mikey or both or somebody else? I know Say Ray has been running it. It's pretty wild.
We know it's possible. I think it's just a matter of time. I will certainly be playing it again. Who knows what'll happen?
Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to boost it in a future Big 20. We'll see. No promises.
Be a good fit for sure.
Yeah. All right. So just to summarize what we have on the screen, ZG is making his way into, it looks like we're getting into romance. Mappy Man is wrapping up. I believe King Kong, Firebroth, and Packy are both cruising through Akari. And McDoodle 209 and Gleepots are both on Bubble Bobble Part 2. Gleepots is on the boss for, or one of the bosses rather, for Bubble Bobble Part 2. You'll notice Packy doing a whole lot of punching, and really that's one of the key strats for the enemies in Akari 3 that have more than one hit point, as you can kind of get them caught in this punch cycle, and if you do it well and time it right, you'll lock them basically. But if you so much as, it's not frame perfect, but if you don't focus on a good rhythm, they'll get out of your punch cycles, but you use it quite a bit throughout. Firebroth wrapping up the first boss in Akari 3, the tank boss. Packy's underwater. The boss that he's coming up on is a pretty interesting one where it goes from right to left and comes down and goes, or sorry, left to right, comes down, goes right to left. And during the left to right process, you can kind of follow along slowly. We'll hopefully see that with Packy, and you can just shoot him probably 15 times before he gets to the right side. Now, I've heard if you stick to the far top right, it actually despawns a lot of the enemies, if not all the enemies. But I haven't actually tried this screen with that strat. There might be some setup to it. McDoodle's in a pretty interesting stage in Bubble Bobble Part 2. Before I realized you could actually fill up with air and float, you'll see as soon as you hit the enemies, they fly up to the top and they, go to the bottom section. It's like, well, then what? And I couldn't figure it out until, as McDoodle just did now, you actually float up through the screen, and there you go. Nice and easy. Meanwhile, Gleepots is in a very exciting back and forth volleyball at the moment, but now that's done. Everybody knows that section and doesn't think too fondly of it, but it's part of the run. All right, we have a lot of runners now into Akari the Rescue. Let's see, 5, 10, about 12 or 13 of our runners are in Akari the Rescue. Only 9 minutes separates our top 13, which that sounds like a lot, but some of those runners in the bottom half of that 13, they get a good Baseball Stars 2, they get a good Gauntlet 2. Things like that will very easily allow them to launch themselves into the top here. So still a very, very close top, I would say 15 at the moment. And again, anybody who's in this could push ahead or push their way up the list very easily with some good luck and execution on some of those games that could really vary in time.
Absolutely, but we're going to see Akari 3 is the first game that's sort of has a longer goal, and we're going to see more of those as we move forward, a lot more difficult pressing challenges. And, we've talked about how much RNG can play a factor in this, but of course, RNG is not the biggest factor. Ultimately, it's all about the skill of the racers and how well prepared they are for race day.
Absolutely. So that mitigation that we were talking about, it comes down to, knowing the games well enough and knowing the weird things that can happen. So, like we see Brother Kyle on the screen, for example, is in Super Pitfall. Knowing the very weird ways you can die in it will be helpful for, when things play out the way you want them to or don't want them to. So, definitely a big factor. But we have a new set of runners on our screen here. We have Retro Gamer Rob and Link Sevens, both doing Bubble Bobble, and actually Devil Mike 666 as well is doing Bubble Bobble, and then JKL and JKL and Arcus on our screen doing Akari 3. Brother Kyle, as I mentioned, doing Super Pitfall. JKL is one of our leaders at this point in the run, and continuing to show the skill that he's had in Akari 3 for a very long time.
Man, JKL's mashing looks super fast as he's taking out this boss.
Yep, very smooth. And he's actually into the last stage now, where he's got to make his way across the airport hangar and make his way to the final boss. And I believe he can take a bomb to the final boss, which, if you can, JKL knows it, and he's probably going to go for it. I don't think there's any risk to it, so we'll see if he does that. When I ran this, I didn't do it or couldn't get there with it, so, it certainly can save quite a bit of time. I would say at least 15-20 seconds of having to punch lock the final boss. So hopefully all of our runners that are doing Bubble Bobble were able to pick up on and learn at least a cursory understanding of the bubble bouncing that gets you the shoes and ultimately the umbrellas to push you ahead a few levels. We can see that Retro Gamer Rob has an umbrella on the other side, and he's going to do everything he can to get over there before it escapes, because it's going to get him, it should get him to level 30. Oh, no, 28. There's a sub-boss here or something. Oh, no, never mind. It took him to 30. So there you go. great news because that means Retro Gamer Rob is going to be wrapping up very shortly here on Bubble Bobble and making his way into Akari as well. So JKL, again, former world record holder of Akari, knows who you need to kill and who you don't need to kill, and any sub weapons that you want to take in. He just actually got an opponent to despawn right there very strategically, and now he's going to punch his way out of the rest there. Arcus is in the second stage and working his way through here as well.
Yeah, JKL, a very prolific world record holder across many games over time. Definitely someone to watch out for in that regard. He hasn't been in too many Big 20s as of late. I was really excited to see that he was able to play in this one. And no surprise that he's in the head of the pack right now. Very excited to see how that turns out for him.
Yeah, he's got a solid punch lock on the final boss here. Should be no problem to wrap this up, and even if he were to die, which he did not, he would be able to just start right where he was. So there we go, JKL wrapping up Akari. He is our current leader, and we'll see how much Akari separates the pack. I can tell you from firsthand experience with Akari, like I didn't have the patience and probably the skill to effectively mitigate the lag and do a lot of the despawning. And my PB is like 4 or 5 minutes off of world record because of that. And so JKL has world record skill for Akari, and a lot of our players, I think, just have an understanding of this game that our top is going to, I think, separate quite a bit here from JKL.
We see JKL entering Paperboy 2, which is another welcome addition to the Big 20 family of games.
Oh yeah, quite a interesting little game here for sure. Paperboy 2. What I did, so I started off early and pushed Paperboy and onto the time tracker, and then just last week I did a full run of it for the primary category, the easy route. This is normal route, so it's a little bit more complex, and we're going through Wednesday, which is the third day of 7 days that you have to get through to complete what we would call a full run. But I did the easy street category, and I learned so much about this game, like when the cars were going to come. When I was running this for the time tracker, I didn't know when the cars were coming on the street, and I was just paranoid, just like watching and then making like panic moves. But then I learned exactly when to know when they were coming, and it made it so much easier. So it's pretty interesting how just by playing a game you can pick up on the patterns and get that much better at it. Okay, so we have numerous players on the screen in Akari. Retro Gamer Rob is a pleasant addition to the top here right now, being this far into Akari. Arcus as well, putting up a strong showing, and Arcus has a lot of skill in the later games that he doesn't have to be in first right now to take this, and so it'll be really great to see what he does as we go through this. JKL, you can see at the end of the day, taking a hit at there's like an obstacle course you can go through, but it's all optional. As soon as you crash in the obstacle course, it's like a bonus screen. It's kind of like in Ice Climbers where you don't have to collect all the eggplants at the end. You just fall off the stage and you're on to the next stage. So we saw that there with JKL. Oh, JKL takes a random baseball that I don't think he was expecting, but not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But the general premise behind Paperboy is you're on a specific route and you have to deliver newspapers, and you either have to hit the front door or put it in their mailbox. In normal street, you go left side, right side, left side, and for every subscriber that you miss their door or mailbox, you'll lose them. And if you get a perfect delivery day, you'll gain subscribers. We're trying to avoid that because it actually takes like probably 10 seconds. To get through Wednesday, you're strategically missing a few. That way, you'll lose subscribers, but you won't lose too many that you can't finish the run. So JKL still cruising along. I missed what day he was on. I think he's on Wednesday, the third day and the final day of the goal here. You'll see, as we've seen here so far, is everybody on this road really doesn't like our paperboy. He's just trying to deliver the mail, you know. He's just trying to deliver his newspapers, and he's just getting a full frontal assault. So looks like JKL is good. I think that was Wednesday, so basically once we see that we're on to Thursday, or maybe that was Tuesday. Okay, no, he's got one more day left.
If you thought Paperboy 1 was rough, people have set up cannons in their front yards.
Yeah. We got cannons, we got our friends in the forts throwing their baseballs, we got an unruly neighbor throwing a tire at us. Cars don't stop when they see a Paperboy in the middle of the road. Pretty wild.
This is NES logic at its finest. People with all sorts of zoning violations just throwing everything they can at this poor Paperboy.
So I want to call out Retro Gamer Rob is on that sub boss that I was talking about. You can see how he's trying to get a hit on them and then they disappear and reappear. Thankfully he was at the tail end of that, but just by not positioning the bomb correctly and throwing it at the right time, you got to deal with that boss, and it literally chews up about a minute of time. It's pretty brutal. You know, if you're in a grind for this game and pushing your time down, if you're within, 30 seconds of what you think you can do and you miss that bomb, that's an automatic reset right there. Unless you want to feel out the rest of the stages or get some golds or something, but it's pretty brutal, and it's a big setback for this marathon.
Absolutely. I kept meaning to mention, by the way, you mentioned blind racers entering this race, and I noticed Zarnax is in this race. He's done the last few blind, and I noticed a couple people like Zarnax are currently still on Super Pitfall. I mean, I cannot imagine trying to beat that game blind in a race setting like this. All I can say is major kudos to Zarnax and everyone else who's doing this for the first time with no information, because it's very impressive, and it's more patience than I would have for an event like this.
Absolutely. There's some games where I'll give it a first shot, and then there's many games where I'm just like, okay, what did the world record holder or some equivalent runner do that I know exactly where to go, and I just need to get comfortable with executing it.
So it looks like JKL is the first runner into Battle Kid 2, which is one of the most exciting games of this event, in my opinion. I remember Battle Kid 1 has made a couple appearances, and this is a really fun type of game where you have to be careful because one hit will kill you, but there are lots of checkpoints along the way, so lots of safety options. And I'm really interested to see if anyone is going to skip any checkpoints. I sort of felt like it's kind of necessary to hit them all, because if anything goes wrong, it's too much of a time loss to go way, way back. But yeah, this game had 2 goals, actually, 2 options for our racers. They could either defeat 2 bosses on this mode or defeat 3 bosses on an easier mode, where you could actually take more than one hit. You actually had a health bar. And I think ultimately everyone's going to choose the harder option because it's just faster, and you just have to prepare for it. That's just what it entails.
Yeah, I simply wouldn't have been able to get through the goal without having checkpoints, and they're not too wildly out of the way. You can see JKL just took a death there, and thankfully the checkpoints are right before the bosses, so that saves for that.
Yeah, there's so much temptation to... I mentioned how good JKL's mashing is, and I saw it right at the beginning of that boss, but if you focus too much on killing the boss too fast, you might make a mistake and take a bullet. It doesn't cost too much time, but that's just one more thing you have to watch out for.
Absolutely. So we actually have 3 of our top runners according to the tracker on the screen right now. We have Packy, who is in Battle Kid, Reeve, who is in Battle Kid, and Lack Attack, who is in Paperboy. Firebroth, another strong potential player here and chance to win this, is in Paperboy as well.
Yeah, and we have Zarnax on our screen. Again, I can't say it enough. Props to Zarnax for attempting this. Last time, you know, he had to take a break after the first day, but came back and pounded the pavement some more, went right back at it. I don't know how long it's going to take. Big 20 has had a very happy history of players doing runs for the first time. Shoutouts to Infinite Mystery. Everyone's familiar with how often he would do blind runs of Big 20 live. And it's just something really impressive to me.
Yeah, it takes someone who's built a little differently, and certainly much more differently than I am. I need to have a sense of the route, and I'll figure out the nuances later. But at least I need to know A to Z. Where am I going?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Lack Attack has wrapped up Paperboy 2, and he's making his way into Battle Kid. We saw a lot of great progress on Battle Kid. I mean, Battle Kid's a game that stresses me out a bit, so my time was fairly middle of the pack or lower on the time tracker, but a lot of people really got this game figured out, and I think it helps to be someone who can picture what the next screen looks like, because I had a good challenge of running onto the next screen without paying attention, and next thing you know, a spike kills me. I'm like, oh, come on!
Yeah, for sure. One of the things I noticed in practice was that the best way to survive if I didn't know what the next screen was literally to just not move and see what it was. And there are a lot of rooms where if you move into it, you'll take a death, but if you don't, you're actually totally safe. So that was one thing I was doing. And when I got my first Deathless run, it was about 12 minutes long. I hadn't looked at any speed runs yet. And then I went and looked at the world record and discovered that, you know, you could do well under 10 minutes if you did everything perfectly. And I got really excited about all the little improvements that could happen. It's always neat to see stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we get any runners that do full runs after this. I tried to the third section to see if easy would be the more appropriate route for someone like me, and the third section was actually pretty tough. I couldn't even beat the third boss. I'm sure if I sat down and really tried to lap it out, I'd have a better sense of it, but I was like, man, this game just gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, so for our runners who are doing the two bosses on the harder mode, the one-hit kill mode for our character, there is actually only one way to go as far as I know. Everything's very linear. Despite its appearance, there's only one way you can go leading up to these two bosses that everyone has to defeat. Oh, we see Reeve take an unfortunate death there. Reeve being very nice and aggressive on those 3-shot spreads from the enemy. You can actually jump through them. That was something I wasn't willing to try in practice, but someone had mentioned it to me. Very cool to see Reeve taking that aggressive approach. He's doing it again. He's not afraid. Love to see it.
Yeah, I figured there was a way, but I was not even going to remotely consider it when I was doing it. I'm too much of a wimp. So Reeve going back and getting that checkpoint as well after the boss, because otherwise, I don't know, you might have to fight the boss again, or even if you don't have to, you'd be going back to a even further back checkpoint. So.
Yeah, you'd have to do 2 sections, and you would have to fight the boss again. So it actually makes all the sense in the world to just take a few seconds and go back and take the checkpoint. As you see, he takes a death there that basically doesn't cost him anything, comes right back into that first room.
Yeah. So Packy just finished up the first boss. This game also has some great jams, too. Who is our friend that made this game? It's actually a homebrew, and his name is escaping me for a second. Chat will help me with it, but it's actually one of our friends who is a programmer and programmed this game and did an incredible job with it. Savak, yes, Savak Games, thank you. And so it's Battle Kid 1 and Battle Kid 2.
Yeah, and the music on both is fantastic, and of course that's a hallmark of some of the best NES games. Really, the majority of the NES library, I would say, just has fantastic music. That's one of the things that's always drawn me to it.
Lack Attack working on the first boss right now, while Packy and Reeve are making their way through the second section, if you will. You can see in the top right of their screens, particularly with Packies and Reeves. You can see they have killed the first boss, and there's 6 bosses, and that first boss killed is denoted with an X crossing that skull off the screen. So we'll see that momentarily as Lack Attack finishes up this one, but he actually took a death on that first boss, and thankfully, again, as we said, the checkpoint's right there, so you can go right back in it, but I'm sure he's a little demoralized by taking that death, but no big deal, just right back at it.
Saw a lot of that in practice, of course, as people tried to take the most aggressive routes to see what would work. Lack Attack taking another death against that boss. It's not too much of a setback. The fight itself doesn't take too long, and he won't have any trouble getting through it eventually, but yeah, taking a couple deaths, an unfortunate setback for now.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the question is thankfully Lack is going to close this out, and he's going to be able to move on. He's probably a little annoyed, but I don't think he's shaken. That's the big thing is, especially in a marathon, you know you have a lot to go, and especially however you set your expectations for what your goal is for this. But knowing that there are other top runners out there that are in this race, and you take a death like that, you start thinking, did they die at this boss? And then you die again. Did they die at this boss? Because you're just thinking about the time that's bleeding away. But as long as you keep the right mindset and you focus on what you can do, regardless, you can't control those other people. So just do your best and see what happens.
Yeah, I definitely tried to resist the urge to have the race stream open for at least the first 3 quarters. You know, maybe towards the end I want to see where I'm at, but I try not to think about it too much early because it can be a major distraction for what you should be really focusing on, which is just where you're at. We see Reeve entering one of the final sections now. Not the last section, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting challenge in this area. I really like the way Battle Kid introduces new dynamics and then makes you fight against those dynamics in really interesting ways.
Yeah, it's essentially a Kaizo. I mean, you can pick up on the patterns. Well, but you can pick up on the patterns in a Kaizo too. But it's like each screen is its own like test.
Exactly.
So we got Packy and Reeve working through the sludge tunnels here, the slime tunnels, whatever you want to call it. They're moving very effectively on their way to the second boss because they chose the was it normal mode or hard mode, whatever one it is. It's they only have to fight 2 bosses to move on. I will be curious to see if anybody chooses easy, but to me, that was going to be the longer pathway, and I was not going to do that. I think most people are going normal, so they only have to fight 2 bosses.
Yeah, for sure. It might feel like... I know a lot of people were talking early about how it might have felt like it was too difficult, and so easy would be a viable option for a lot of people. But ultimately, if you just take it slower and be really careful, you're almost guaranteed to get a faster finish in this mode, because, of course, it just takes that much more time to get to the 3rd boss and defeat it.
So Firebroth taking on the boss directly, not going into the pits, and that paid off extremely well. Firebroth looking to make up a little time here, and Battle Kid, Lack Attack is on his way. He's got the climbing thing where you can stick to the wall, so he's moving into the slime section, but he's going to go first, do the checkpoint, because this section is not easy. It only gets harder, so...
Man, everything is still so close. We see Packy still really close behind Reeve, and Reeve not even the leader coming into this game. JKL not currently on screen, but I'm sure he's breezing through this game as well, as we see Reeve hitting the final checkpoint before... Well, there's a checkpoint right before the boss as well, but the final checkpoint before the last section heading into the final boss.
Right, we're getting a little bit of a more direct glimpse into the top of our tracker as of this time. We now have on the screen Reeve42, Packy619, Gray Skull, and JKL all in Battle Kid, all battling to take over first place halfway through our Big 20. And we also have on the screen Vestin, a man of many, many games. This guy submitted times for like, I don't know, 75 or 80 games this month, just absolutely going buck wild on games. He's not going for the best times, he's going for times, and he's just learning so much along the way. It's making him a better speedrunner, even if he's just spreading his knowledge across many games. And then also we have FedUpG52 working on Super Pitfall.
Yeah, you mentioned Veston, and so much diversity through game selection. Many times as a moderator, I've seen him submit over 10 games at a time for games that I moderate. And I don't exactly know how he's completing so many so quickly, but it's really cool to see, and I'm here for it.
I love the dedication. All right, so JKL and Reeve both on Vertigrime, the second boss that we're taking on, and for most of our runners today, the last boss we're taking on here. And once you settle into the pattern of Vertigrime, it's not so bad. JKL wrapping that up, so he is already done, and he is going to be moving on from Battle Kid. Reeve should be able to do this just as well. I'm sure Reeve has put a lot of time practicing this, but he takes a death, so he's going to have to do it again, and he's going to lose some time to JKL here. Big development.
Oh man, there's so many little danger moments. You know, you try to rush these bosses as much as possible, but you have to really read the patterns carefully and make sure you don't get stuck in the water or snagged against one of those platforms as you're trying to get over to the edge. So yeah, Reeve took an unfortunate death, but this boss, a lot of familiar patterns, a lot of ways to track it, and I'm sure he's going to be fine. No trouble to close it out here.
Absolutely, we'll see. And you're indeed right. Vertigrime is done. Reeve is going to be moving on from Battle Kid. JKL is currently in halftime, if you will, taking the 3-minute break as we lead into the Famicom Adventure Island 4. He's now, I can't tell if he's started or if that's the demo, but in any event, our halftime comes after Battle Kid. A lot of our runners may need it because Battle Kid can be a little stressful with its tightness in execution. And then we move into Adventure Island 4, which is a pretty exciting treat, and reminds me kind of Clash at Demon Head in terms of like the approach and the adventure.
Yeah, I got so involved in the action, I totally forgot there was going to be a 3-minute break, and you're absolutely right. There couldn't be a better place for it right after the very intense Battle Kid 2. Adventure Island 4 is a really interesting take on the series. Turning it into, adding sort of an adventure mode where you go through, sort of an RPG mode. You go through a map and choose your direction and which bosses you want to fight. Some of it is linear and some of it you can choose where to go first. But I really like the way it's done, and I actually did not know this game existed until the list was announced.
Yeah, even as someone who's helping make the lists, it's kind of funny when... between the four of us, so that the official staff team is Apollo Smug, Looking for Giants, Lack Attack, and myself. And, there'll be games that others put forward, and I'm like, never heard of it. And I'm like, okay, at first I'm a little hesitant, but then you see it and you start to play it, and you're like, wow, just the insight to think about this game and pick this game. It's exciting for, I think, all of us to be able to see new things and be exposed to new games.
Yeah, the Big 20 lists definitely exposed me to a lot of things I never thought I would even try playing, and it's been a fun process. There have been a few homebrews, Famicom games, a lot of good diversity all over the place. There's some sports games you wouldn't see most people playing otherwise, but the Big 20 is so good for that, and you always see new world records in games that may have been dead for years otherwise. A lot of progress happening just because of the awareness that Big 20 ends up spreading.
Yeah, I do love the sudden jolts of energy to boards because of this, and so I'm sure if the mods aren't involved in the Big 20 environment to see, for example, Palamedes 2, the mod is the one person that had a run on the board, and the next thing you know, there's 6 people that have submitted already, and I'm sure it'll be 5 or so more that submit. It's like you see a board come to life, and that in itself can also intrigue people. Oh, look, it's a current top game on SRC. Let me check it out. Or just seeing that there's a competitive board. I want to try and move my way up this board, and it just really can help jolt some of these games to life.
Yeah, even if a game is somewhat popular, has a dozen or two runners with it, whenever Big 20 incorporates that game on the list, I start to wonder, is something new going to be discovered? Because it happens all the time, and I've just learned to expect it as the rule rather than the exception.
Absolutely. So we have some of our runners now engaged in Adventure Island 4. And now it looks like JKL's trying to set up a pretty interesting strat. Oh, he almost got it. Where you can get a boost over to this platform he's trying to get to, and if he can pull it off, I don't know how much time it saves, because I pretty much went through this game this on the tracker and then set it aside, but without doing any of these particular warps. I mean, JKL obviously sees there's value to what he's doing right now, and he got it because it can save a lot of time. I think that at least skips one of the sub bosses. So JKL pulled it off, and you know, if he didn't think he was still going to save time with it, he would have stopped. So I'm going to act under the assumption that even with the multiple attempts, JKL saved a bit of time there. But we can see JKL and Reeve are basically in the same spot. It looks like Reeve is about 10 seconds ahead of JKL. They came into this game tied, so once again, I mean, this isn't a joke, and we have 5 trackers tracking this, so it's not like we're setting this up on purpose. Reeve and JKL were tied coming into Adventure Island, and Lack, Packy, and Firebroth are not that far behind. We're within 5 minutes right now. Again, well within the RNG, you know, surprise game kind of room for the margin of error, if you will.
It is so cool to see 5 players so close at the halfway point. You know, we've seen a lot of Big 20s recently with superstars, a couple players who just dominated through, you know, the entire practice period and then stayed really strong on race day as well. Sort of more or less, I don't want to say expected results, but people noticing patterns and players sticking to their guns and staying as strong as they were over practice day. I have no idea what's going to happen today, and it's pretty exciting this way.
We're coming up on Baseball Stars too after Adventure Island, and that's where things are going to start to get really weird. Between that and Gauntlet, I am very excited to see how the tables turn and how people move up and down the list. You hope for individuals that we don't see anybody just get absolutely torched by those games, but it does offer an opportunity for others to be able to claim the lead or move up significantly. So there are silver linings to the challenges that we all face when we're trying to do a marathon run. So
I'll try not to talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Try not to talk about Baseball Stars too much in advance, because we'll get there when we get there. But Adventure Island 4 is a very interesting game in the meantime.
For sure. So the goal of Adventure Island 4 for the Big 20 here is to save 4 dinos. So we save those dinos by making our way through a Metroidvania-like style of game, and ultimately making our way to bosses that have those dinos caged, and we take out those bosses. We save our dino friends. Right now, Packy's going to get an egg that I believe you can use as like a save point. Or a warp point that can save quite a bit of time, because every time you beat one of the bosses in this game, it puts you back at the beginning of the game, where you can then take a nap, if you will, and do a save, so that if you die, you don't lose any of your progress. So I think there's a bit of risk associated with doing warp eggs and not going back and saving your progress. Packy working through the first boss here. Gonna save his first dino. And we can see, usually after the first boss, there is a dino that you can collect, and we can see Reeve has that dino. The dino can run through fire. The dino spits fire, which is a great weapon. It's very strong. JKL currently doesn't have the dino. It's probably saving him a little time. And JKL is one to really practice paths to save time. You can see he just took a damage boost, and he's getting through this section very, very well. As long as he keeps jumping, he's going to get through and save a tremendous amount of time. And look at him go. He didn't stop.
Very nice.
That is preparation and execution right there. So JKL is going to make up a decent amount of time there, and you can see he switched over to his dino now for a section where it makes a lot more sense. And now he's got this little bubble shooter that's going to put out some fires. Reeve, in the meantime, is facing the fire boss. goes from one big fire boss to 2 little fire bosses to 4 little bosses. It's not so bad once you've done it. Definitely easier when you have the dino, because the dino's stronger and can kill these things quickly. All right, Grayskull and New Adventure Isle. Let's Create is on Vertigrind, but takes a death that looks like, from what I've seen for Let Create, rather, they've been having a bit of probably more trouble than they would like to have on Battle Kid. Might be a little shaken, but hey, we're on the final boss here, so just got to get that done, and then he can kind of reset his mind and move on. Take a 3-minute break, and then get into Adventure Island. And currently we have 7 of our runners in Adventure Island, which is great. And the top 7 right now are split by 9 minutes, so we're starting to see some of that shake out. Again, JKL having the deep knowledge of Akari 3 was a very, very important benefit to him and helped him kind of break from the pack a bit. But Reeve has just been staying strong. While Reeve might have lost a little time to JKL and Akari, he made that time up in Battle Kid. And so now, again, our top 2 right now, Reeve and JKL, are tied going into Adventure Island. We'll see. We've already seen so far JKL has shown off some advanced strats, at least for what we're looking to achieve in this goal here in Big 20. So he's going to make up some considerable time there. But Reeve is not that far behind. I mean, we're talking seconds more than minutes. And in fact, it's literally seconds.
Literally seconds.
All right, Let Create has completed Vertigrind in the break. Like I said, for me, I could imagine having some trouble on Battle Kid on race day, and after it's done and going into the 3-minute break, it's okay. I'm going to hit the bathroom, I'm going to get some water, I'm just going to shake it off, and the second half is just going to be a fresh start.
Yeah, there was a time when the after 10 game break was a little bit shorter, and staff eventually decided that 3-minute break was mandatory and a really good way for people to break in between, because there's a lot that, you know, the average person has to take care of in the middle of a long race, and we didn't want anyone, or staff didn't want anyone, you know, ruining their day trying to, you know, get to game 11 right away as quickly as possible. So kudos to staff for letting everyone have a little bit of a degree of freedom, which I'm sure helps everyone a lot.
Yeah, and what's particularly what has developed in this is that the second half of this race is quite a bit longer than the first half. So while it seems like we're really cruising along an hour 16 for Reeve and JKL, they're not going to maintain that pace. We're not going to see a 2:32 finish. I mean, the sum of best across the entire community was 2:32. So it'd be asking a lot, but I think realistically we're looking at, you know, people having the potential of a sub 3-hour time, but very few. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a grind this second half.
Absolutely. A lot of longer games, and even the easier ones, like for example Bomberman 2, I think it's one of the easiest games in the set to play, but you know, it's I would say the average time is going to be closer to 14 minutes, somewhere around there, with the fastest times a little bit RNG based, but some people may finish as low as 10 minutes. But if you take one death in a bad place and lose your items, that can slow you down even further. And there's all sorts of games like that all over the place. I do like that Palamedes 2 is the second last game, though, before the Gauntlet Challenge of Ninja Gaiden 2 as game number 20 to close it out.
Amazing. I mean, we being the staff, we knew that we wanted Ninja Gaiden 2 to ultimately finish a Big 20 in the near future, an any % full run of it. And it worked out perfectly that, you know, for the theme that we quote unquote stumbled into, that it was just a perfect fit. It's going to be a challenge. I mean, between that, like to your point, like Palamedes, it's still tough. There will be RNG that will move minutes around on people. But you go Castlevania, which is like holy moly, Castlevania 3, to Palamedes, and then Ninja Gaiden. Like it's a tough stretch. Okay, Reeve and JKL are in the ice boss here, and there's something. So this ice boss takes 30 hits, And it's not easy, and Reeve has 1 health here, so but closed it out. Now, on the 30th hit, if while the boss is opening its mouth or its clampers or whatever to drop the ice, you get that 30th hit, it actually gives you a item called the J item. You can see JKL actually successfully got it. That's going to save him from having to do a mini game, which doesn't take you too far off the beaten path, but will ultimately take about a minute to a minute and a half if you don't get the J coin glitch. So we saw JKL got it. I didn't see if Reeve got it, so we'll have to take a peek because if he didn't, he's going to lose a minute and a half to JKL right here anyway. He did get it. Great. So both of them are still going to have a nice tight run here. Lack Attack is on our screen now. He's working on the ice boss. We'll see how he does for timing here and whether he's going to get that 30th hit. I mean, you literally have to count your hits. And you can see the boss doesn't always blink to necessarily visually tell you got those hits. But Lack Attack did it. That looked very clean. Pulled off the 30th hit as the clampers were opening. So I'm very confident he got that J coin as well. All right, we have our some of our top runners on the screen right now. Reeve, JKL, Lack Attack, Packy, Grayskull, and Arcus. What a crew right here. All of them in Adventure Island, so all within the same game. Packy's not too far behind the top 3 that we were talking about here. He's working down those 30 hits on the ice boss right now. We'll see if he can time that 30th hit well. He's got 3 hearts, so he can crash right into the boss on the 30th hit without any worries. And he got it. Arcus doing a little mini game work. Or maybe that's the demo. Yeah, I think that's the demo. So his demo's doing a great job.
That pro demo.
I honestly can't tell. He might be building up. It might be him actually playing, and he's building up hearts right now. So, which makes sense.
Yeah, I've watched Arcus do a lot of practice for these events over the years, and he is one. He'll always look into potential safety strats and do a strong weighing of whether or not it's worth it to mitigate a little danger to go for something that will increase safety, and if it just costs a little bit of time. And that's something really good for everyone to look into. You want to know what your options are for an event like this.
It's actually a really great point. And if you're someone like Arcus, who, for example, is one of the greatest Ninja Gaiden 2 runners of all time, he knows that he is going to have an advantage there. And so he can actually calculate in, if I do this safety strat in this other game, that is going to cost me a minute, but will likely save me 5 minutes if something bad happens. I know that I'm assured I'm going to be fine throughout the entirety of the marathon by building in those race strats because of my specific skills in certain games.
Yeah, you reminded me of the first Big 20 that Lack Attack won, where he was over 90 seconds behind coming into the final game, but that final game was Legend of Zelda, one of Lack Attack's absolute specialties. And he came back and won by a few seconds, and that's an opportunity that Arcus has. Ninja Gaiden 2 is not an easy feat, so if Arcus is not in first place coming into Ninja Gaiden 2, be prepared to see an increase in Arcus's placing from Ninja Gaiden 2.
That's a great point. And he actually has a really good Alucard time for Castlevania 3 as well. So keep a very close eye on Arcus. If he's within minutes going into the final stretch, he has a strong chance of winning this. So all of our great runners, many legends in their own right, and some up-and-coming legends, working through Adventure Island here. Again, Metroidvania-like. Everybody's gone and gotten the 3 hearts, so that seems to have just been baked into the overall strategy. Grayskull slipping off of the platform here, but thankfully it's not a big time waste, just more of an inconvenience. Reeve and JKL on our final boss. It's a spider that shoots, knocks diamonds out of the roof here. not a relatively hard boss, especially where we have the 3 hearts. There's really no risk. You just use your diamond hammer here to kill him. So Reeve has completed that. JKL has completed that. Grayskull working on the ice boss, so our 3rd boss here. Hopefully he'll be able to get the J coin as well. Lack Attack is making his way into, I believe, the final boss here. And he's switching to the diamond hammer. So again, all of our runners very, very close. And here we go, NEScard. Let's see what happens with Baseball Stars 2.
Our first racer entering Baseball Stars 2, where anything can happen. Coming into this event, Darkwing Duck improved the world record on this game, and Serious Song, who's a longtime baseball simulator runner, did some looking into the tech and improved it even more. Some absolutely incredible manipulation discovered, but it's the kind of thing that's not reliable for race day. You can come in hoping to nail a certain frame, but if it doesn't happen, you just have to rely on your wits. We see Reeve opening with a strong home run, a nice way to start.
Yeah, we came into this, there was a specific world record holder that had a pretty darn good time, and then Darkwing Duck found some beanball strats, so you can get beaned a lot, because anytime you put the ball in play, especially if it's a foul, it's just time literally ticking off of the clock. We're going to see a lot of variability for this run. But really, if you take a single pitch beanball, well, you got the guy on base, and it costed you nothing. It was like a 5-second play between the pitcher throwing the ball and you getting on base, versus 15 to 20 seconds if you get a base hit, or 35 seconds if you foul and then get a base hit. So our runners would love to get a lot of beanballs. But, and to your point, NEScard, where Seirea has manipulated this game, there is a very specific seed. You can actually see Lack Attack. He's resetting because he didn't get the seed. So he's taking the approach, I want to get this seed, because he knows that if he does the right things, he knows exactly which players are going to get beamed, and it's just going to save him time. That's a very interesting strat to actually reset because you didn't get a seed.
Yeah, I didn't consider the possibility. I didn't think anyone would do it, but now that I'm seeing Lack do it, I'm not surprised. The potential to save so much time over the RNG gauntlet, I mean, you could easily save somewhere in the vicinity of 7 minutes if you nail this manipulation. So really smart by Lack Attack. I'm sure he's practiced it a lot and knows that once he hits it, it'll be worth it. So that's really cool.
Yeah, but now if we look at what the original Baseball Stars and Baseball Stars 2 strategy was, which was obviously try to get on base, but get some base hits, get some homers. It's essentially brute forcing it. Reeve has taken that approach, and look, Reeve is up 8-0 in the first inning. We have Lack Attack trying to get the seed, and Reeve, meanwhile, is at 8-0. Now we got to see how many outs he has. He has 1 out. I mean, Reeve might be able to PB here.
This is definitely a huge difference maker for Reeve. It looks like if he pulls another couple runs, he's going to take an enormous lead coming out of this game. Going to be one of a player on the happier side of variance for this. I really hope Lack Attack nails the seed soon. We see JKL starting over as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly measuring risk and deciding that this is the best way to do it, and they've probably done it enough times that they feel comfortable with it. But look at Reeve. I think this is a base hit. Nope, it's a home run. Reeve's up 10-0 in the first inning. He's just going to get 2 more outs and then take out the bottom half, and he is going to be wildly ahead here.
There you go, just like that. As long as the computer doesn't get a lucky home run or anything like that, it's going to be smooth sailing for Reeve.
Good point. Yep. Then he has to do another inning. But,
yeah, I wanted to mention as well, Lack Attack. I watched him do a lot of Adventure Island 4 preparation. I believe he made up a minute of the deficit coming into Baseball Stars. Now, just about a minute away from Reeve entering Baseball Stars 2. And yeah, hopefully he and JKL can nail this manipulation. You see a lot of resetting happening. I really hope it pays off. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You are probably going to see a lot of beans when it does.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't have the patience and maybe the skill to nail picture perfect or frame perfect seeds. So I'd probably be taking the Reeve route. I would probably be getting punished and have to go 2 or 3 innings. But I in my head, I would calculate just brute forcing it. understanding this game well enough that I could brute force it, but it might take 6-7 minutes. I don't know, man. I worry. Like at some point, you just gotta kind of go, right?
Well, when players go for something like this, I really admire when they stick to it. I mean, they have to know that there's a certain chance that they're going to nail it eventually, and they've decided that it's not too risky to go for. It's not like 1 in 100, where that's something that I would never risk on race day. Anyway, we do see Reeve very carefully pitching to that last batter, pardon me, and getting the third out, moving on after that 10-0 victory to Gauntlet 2, which is another RNG Gauntlet, which is going to be even more interesting to watch.
It really is. I mean, this is amazing. If Reeve, we have a long way to go, But if Reeve wins this, it's because of Baseball Stars too. I mean, obviously it's because he just played incredible all out, but that is going to be one of the major stories. Lack and JKL still resetting, trying to find that seed. Reeve getting what I would say is a near perfect, non-manipulated Baseball Stars 2. It's just amazing.
That was really impressive to see, and to see him stick to his guns like that. Lack Attack has apparently hit the seed he was looking for, getting a few beans, and the manipulation continues. There's another bean. I don't remember exactly how safe it is to carry this far. He might have found a route where he just gets 10 beans altogether. I haven't seen everything that can happen with this. JKL, it looks like he's found what he was looking for. I'm hoping to see a bean right here. No.
Yeah, so Reeve is working quickly through Gauntlet 2. So Gauntlet 2, it's similar kind of sort of to Gauntlet 1. There's not a definitive end to this game. The categories are beat level 10, and in the case of the Big 20 goal, it's defeat a dragon. And kudos to Chess Jerk for mapping it out, and also as the now world record holder of this game and a sub 3 time. I believe it's 250. But basically mapped it out so that if you do a I think it's a hard reset. It's hard or soft, but in any event, someone will mention it in chat. But if you do that and then let the full intro song play out, it sets a seed that is not going to be perfect, but almost always gets you the dragon on, if I remember correctly, level 12. And so then it's just a matter of getting through these stages. Soft reset. Okay. But the stage that Reeve is in right now is the Teleport from Hell stage. These teleporters, there's no rhyme or reason to where it's going to put you, but he's trying to get in the middle where that little like marshmallow is, and he just got in, so that's great. But oh man, you can get stuck in teleport chaos. Okay, Lax at 10-0, so his manip paid off. He didn't lose too much time. But it obviously has separated him from Reeve, and it's also helped Firebroth get in there. Firebroth actually looks like he may have it as well.
Yeah, JKL2 is starting to get the beans happening. We see the precise positioning happen for batters as they move forward and get these beans. And yeah, it looks like it's a full manipulation once you get the seed. As long as you're careful with your batter positioning, you can get them to bean you over and over.
So we got a question in chat about, should we be expecting Reeve up here? You were saying, Nescott, I think it was a few Big 20s ago, Reeve was a top 3 finisher and has put up competitive times each time he's been in it.
Yeah, it was, I always forget the numbers, but it was the Big 20 that ended with Battle of Olympus. Reeve, I believe, finished in 3rd, and I finished in 4th, and it was nice to see such a strong performance.
Absolutely. So Reeve, Packy, and Lack Attack are currently our 3 runners that are into Gauntlet. Reeve is on stage 11, so the second to last stage with the route that we have manipulated to get a dragon on stage 12. So he's cruising right along. He's got enough keys. He's got enough jewels. I'm sorry, he's got a potion that he can use if he wants to. Just got to get through this screen, which is this isn't really a tough stage. He's gotten past the hardest parts, is actually getting the manipped route and getting through the teleport, madness. So he's pretty much just got to close this out. Second to last screen here.
So I have heard a lot of stories about the RNG involved in getting to and defeating the dragon. What can you tell us about that exactly? Like, I didn't look into this game fully before I had to stop playing, unfortunately, so I never found out exactly what it's going to entail for our runners today.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, Reeve is on the final screen, and he's going to get the dragon. He's just got to go to the top here, and Packy's making their way through. But there's, basically, it's a specific seed that, like, the dragon you can actually get anywhere between stage 9 and stage 14. The stages are randomized, so if you just are mashing start as you leave the first, you leave the title screen, you're going to get a different route than this route. It just happened that through some review and strategy, Chess Jerk and others were able to map out this very specific pathway to getting this. And basically, if you got the seed, you're going to see the same exact stages each time. There's a warp from stage 1 to 6, and then you're going 6 to 12. There's some variance to RNG in terms of, for example, Packy just looked for an exit that wasn't there. So now he's getting warped around, and he's trying to find the exit on this screen, and he's just going to keep teleporting until he gets put into the one that's got the exit. So there's quite a bit of even RNG, even though we know we're in the right stages, you're going to have a little bit of difference in where the exits can be in some cases.
Interesting. So yeah, we do see Reeve moving on to Home Alone 2 and blazing forward. We'll see when Pack and Lack Attack get through Gauntlet 2 here. I just checked in on Zarnax, and it's no surprise he's still on Super Pitfall, because when you're playing with no information, I mean, how are you going to get through a game like that? I really admire the perseverance, and I'll be checking in on him many times later today.
We should have a friend joining us in chat shortly for this stretch. We saw Reeve get through the first screen, and basically what you can do to avoid those suitcases from hitting you is when you're on the thing, when you're pressing the elevator key, you want to turn left and you want to do a little slide, and that immediately makes it so anytime you're ducking and a suitcase hits you, it'll kill the suitcase. If you don't do that, then those suitcases are a big risk. But you have to wait for a certain timer to tick down, and then you can't see it. But once it has, then if you hit the elevator for like 5 presses or something, the elevator door will open. So you can't just stand there. Typically, you just kind of keep smashing the up button until the elevator opens. And now Reeve is in a section where RNG is critical. You can see he started on, it's like there's floors 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And you have to go to each one. And in each one, you're going to see him turn around. Like, I think he turns around right here or the next one. Basically, you're crossing a certain threshold to trigger your ability to then go on to the next, to get the elevator to come to go to the next floor. And you have to go to every one of the floors. So in the meantime, we got Packy wrapping up Gauntlet. We got Lack Attack wrapping up Gauntlet. Both of them got their dragons and collected the dragon's gold. Bright Shadow Atsi are currently working through. Atzi's finishing up Adventure Island right now. JKL is in the Teleport Chaos that we just know and love. If you're trying to grind this game for a good time, this teleport stage is the stage that will drive you nuts.
And wow, Packy and Lack finishing about a second apart. That's what the tracker says right now. Entering Home Alone 2 at almost the exact same time. In a dead heat for second in this race as Reeve continues to blaze ahead. A lead of over 3 minutes coming into Home Alone 2.
Yeah, Reeve is cruising. When you get to the 16th screen, 16th floor of Home Alone, you collect something that makes you go fast and be invulnerable. So that's why we saw Reeve was just cruising. And also, there's like a skip, basically, that you go to, a certain door you go into, and you have to make sure you hold A. I think if you press start, it will not let you advance to this stage that Reeve's in now. I can't remember exactly what the punishment is, but it's not ideal. And looks like we have Bagler in the chat. Bagler is just one of the great speedrunners, has world record in numerous games, and is pretty darn knowledgeable for the next few games that we have coming up. So, Bagler, whenever you're ready to check in, please grace us with your presence.
Hey, thank you for the intro there. Don't have world record in this game, but Home Alone 2 is an incredible speedrun, and I seem to have gotten here just in time. So, sorry for that bit of a delay, but...
Oh, please, no worries. Yeah, anything that you want to point out, because I know you still have a tremendous amount of knowledge on this one. Anything that you want to point out that we may miss being a little more lay speedrunners of it, please fire away.
Sure, yeah. Well, it looks like Reeve42 here is in the lead. He's in the abandoned building. So he's going to try to go to each of these floors and collect a key at the end. And that's going to let him get all the way up to the roof, which is going to take him to the next area. The other two runners in Home Alone 2 are in the hotel, so they are just going to be going to each of 4 floors and reaching an invisible checkpoint. You'll see them turn around just at a random door, and that will allow them to go through the elevators again. Yeah, these elevators, it takes you to a random floor, but there is some tech you can do to speed up how quickly the elevators take you to those floors. So it's a little bit of RNG, but there's also some skill kind of caked in there.
Yeah, the game really, when I was going to start running it, I was kind of intimidated because it wasn't easy to tell what the heck was going on in this first stage. But then looking at the walkthroughs and everything, I was like, oh, okay, it's checkpoints. You go exactly to this door on this floor, and you mash A when you're in the elevator. It'll speed up the elevator. Like, all these things started to make more sense, and it was just about execution.
Right. Yeah, the game does not do a very good job of telling you what the objective is at all. It kind of just like throws you to the wolves and expects you to know what to do. Like, it wants you to run around and explore. It wants you to see what's going on. You know, avoid the hotel staff trying to get you and all that. But yeah, once you know what you're doing, it becomes pretty methodical.
Another case of a video game where people irrationally want to take out our protagonist.
Right.
Oh, looks like we have a quick little technical difficulty there, checking out Let Create nice and close, but Let Create is doing a great job, of course, working through baseball stars. He's in the 4th inning, so probably not ideally what he was going for. Arcus, in the meantime, 5-0 in the 2nd, so that's not too bad. He's going to keep his pitcher in here. Lack, Packy, Reeve, all working through Home Alone here. Not too much separating them, but Reeve is going into the final stretch, the Christmas
Packy.
tree of wonders here.
Packy taking a dip in the sewers. You got to hit these little seagulls carrying the worms just right, or else they'll get you. Oh, and Reeve takes the death too on the tree.
These I know everybody, Bagler, got a little worried about Home Alone and the rafter things that are sticking out there. It's like,
yep.
If you don't do it right, you're dying. You're going back to the beginning of that screen, and if you're late into that screen, that is a real headache.
For sure, yeah. And the thing about those beams is that the sprites are diagonal. If you look at them, it kind of throws off your brain as to like where the actual platform is a little bit. So it's, I don't know, it's pretty tricky. It is the same size jump to each of the beams go in each direction, basically. Like, so there's ways that you can do the exact same jump every single time on every floor, but you know, to not slow down at all, it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of practice. So it's just as well to play it safe a little bit here and not get sent all the way back to the start.
Now, Reeve is into Final Fantasy 3, and this one's a really interesting one. It was one where I was like, man, you have to do all this frame perfect manipping and these perfect seeds. Obviously, that was just an irrational understanding. Yogi the Monk posted a walkthrough and helped us understand how to play this. And there's multiple ways to skin the cat, if you will, on how to get through this. But manipping and understanding a route actually is not bad if you put, you know, an hour of preparation into it. but basically the way that it works is so it's actually going to be different based upon what you're using. So a power pack versus an EverDrive versus an original cart versus an emulator. But every time that you save the game, it resets your steps to when you're going to get an encounter. For me, with my EverDrive, when I started the game, it was like I'd get 40 steps before the first encounter and then like 12 steps before the second one. And so anytime that I saved the game, I knew I had 40 steps before I would get that next encounter. And if I saved again, it reset it, reset it, reset it. Same thing with potions. Like when you're coming up onto that last step before an encounter, that you come up on the last step before you trigger an encounter. If you use a potion, it advances the step counter. And now you're on the step where you would have received an encounter. So you've essentially made it so you're not going to have to fight an enemy. So as soon as you know this route, you know, okay, when I get to this point, I need to use a potion. And so the goal is to just do a combination of saves and usage of potion to mitigate the number of encounters you get. It's very, very specific, but it actually becomes fun once you've mapped it out.
It's like Lack Attack took down the bandits here with the Pigeon Lady's help.
We saw some great clips from people with Marv coming back and you know, throwing people off, and yet you still finish as soon as the bird leaves the screen. But it was like added some fear.
Yep. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff that can happen in those fights.
Arcus is 7-0 in the third. Let Create still working through the game. I know Let Create had some pretty strong opinions in Discord about how Baseball Stars was going, but it just goes to show the type of what we can expect from this game, and everybody's experiencing it in their own ways. We can see Arcus is going now into the fourth inning, but he's at 7-1, so he's still making some good progress.
So do you just have to win baseball, or how does this category work?
Yeah, basically it's a mercy rule game. So if you get more than 10 or more runs ahead of your opponent, and then you beat them in the bottom of their inning, then it'll mercy rule and close out. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
So you definitely don't want to play all 9 then.
Play online. What's that?
I play all 9 innings.
Oh, play all 9. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's the ideal. If you're working through all 9, you're probably going to pull off like a 15, 16-minute run, whereas we saw Reeve brute forcing it, got a 4+ minute run, and Lack and JKL, when they got the Manipped Seed, they were able to do it in a little bit over 3 minutes. So,
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, we knew that
Big
was going to be
difference.
one of the ones that could swing things, and part of the reason why Reeve is so far ahead right now is he got a great Baseball Stars. So Bagler, do you have experience with Final Fantasy III as well? I know your Star Wars and Home Alone are quite accomplished.
No, I've never actually played that game before. You know, I've seen some stuff here and there, but I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've kind of stayed away from the RPGs for now. I kind of fear them, but it was nice that to get a kind of inside look at the manipping and understanding how to avoid encounters and use items to do that and use game saves to do that. It made it a little less of a fear, if you will, or like,
Sure.
boy, it's going to take me years to learn how to effectively speedrun this, you know? Like, I'll
Right.
never be great at it, but at least now I could go, okay, when I finally hit my RPG arc, I can feel less worried about how it's going to go.
Right. The only RPG speedrun I've played is Willow. actually. It's not like Final Fantasy. It's kind of it's more of just overworld stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, there's level ups and different items and stuff you can do and whatever. But yeah, I've only really dipped my toes in with that, but it seems like there's a lot more to some of these, you know, your Final Fantasies and Earthbounds and all that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Let Create is still grinding through Baseball Stars, and I'm hearing in chat that Arcus may have just soft locked. We saw some soft locks in the clips. I don't know if he soft locked it in the same way that that we saw in the clips in the pre-show. But either way, a soft lock's a soft lock, and chat is saying Arcus had to reset. So that's pretty devastating because he was pretty far into that run as well. So you can only hope that he can brute force his way through another run of it. But that's painful.
Oof.
We can hear you, or I can hear you anyway.
There we go.
Yeah,
Hello.
it's
Yeah,
loud
this
and
is
clear.
Looking for
Hello.
Giants. Because I just wanted to step in just to show what folks are what's going on in Final Fantasy III. And I think it would be kind of interesting if you guys are watching these runners. There's a couple different ways that you can kind of go about this route. One is that you can level up all of your guys and change their jobs to be monks, which is very appropriate because you have Yogi the monk. And so having a bunch of monks is kind of fun. It's a lot safer. Or you can do what Reeve 42 is doing, which is you don't change any of your characters. You have these wimpy little onion kids and you go into these boss fights. If everything goes smoothly, that is fantastic because you can just, walk through and kill these bosses and take them out. But if your manips go wrong, if you accidentally, take an encounter, or even just from RNG that your some of these special items that are being used here just don't hit right, you can wipe your party. So keep an eye out for Reeve because he looks like he's going for the Onion Kid kind of risky route. So hopefully he does okay.
Yeah, I know JKL was one of the first ones to explore that route and got a really good time based on that route. But it does introduce a bit of a degree of risk. And, obviously if you do saves before certain sections of the game, then at least you can just reload back there at that save point. But saves also take time. And so there is that component of this as well, as how much time do you want to spend changing your jobs, building up potions, doing saves. All of that stuff adds up.
Yeah. And we're gonna see. I think Lag may be doing something similar too. You can basically tell what route people are gonna take, whether they. Well, there's a little well over here on the right hand side where you can pick up some extra potions, which can be a little handy. So you can see Lack doing that. So it looks like Lack is also doing this onion route as well. Packy's doing kind of a different one. It looks like because he's got a healer, which is kind of neat. So Packy's doing his own little thing, which is cool.
Yeah, I think that might have been the first iteration of the Onion Knight route, was doing it with a white mage. Because I want to say when I was seeing JKL start to do the Onion route, it was with a white mage. I could be wrong though.
I see,
Yeah. I don't know if that's basically bringing the ability to cure. Maybe that's part of the strategy there.
Yeah, because it is nice. I mean, having the potions on board, because you need the potions to skip these encounters, right? But you can also use the potions to kill undead if you screw up your your steps and actually take an encounter, which I never did, so I never needed extra potions. But it is also kind of nice to have a backup, so that you can use the potions on those for those scenarios to either skip encounters. But they're also, if you have a guy that can cure, then you can not use those potions on, fallen members of your team.
See, so Reeve did a save before going into this cave, and so he's able to move pretty much looks like the same route as when I was playing on the Everdrive. So he just moved that far. If he the potion a step early, he would have had that encounter, but he's got it all nailed down. He's got his visual cues to tell him exactly which ones to do it on. So he just used 2 potions, and now you can see he's got no encounters to have to worry about because of that. So it's going really well. I think there's one more encounter in the next screen that he has to use a potion for, and then he's going to make his way to Dijin, the final boss. I don't know if it's Jin or Dijin or whatever, but he's going to be on his way to the final boss. Or at least final boss for our goal. Hero wrapping up the spider boss here at Adventure Island. Level Engine is working through that as well, and they're done. Epi is on our screen right now working through Baseball Stars. I didn't see what his score is right now, but it looks like he's going to go score. He's up 3-2, so he's got a little bit of work to do. Meanwhile, Reeve, Packy, and Lack Attack, our 3 top runners right now going into Final Fantasy, are all in Final Fantasy, and Reeve used the potion, so all of his run is manipped perfectly. Looks like he's got one more. And he's on his way into the final boss. There's some special weapons that you collect through the run that can make this go a lot faster. I believe Jin has, is it 350 hit points? Something like that?
I think it's 400, yeah.
400? Okay. So you can see the self-win there. Got 240! Holy moly!
Beautiful.
Boom! Done and done. That's amazing.
Smoked them, huh?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, you could get, I think, as low as like 100. And there's 3 Southwinds you can pick up throughout the game. You can use the first Southwind to take out that turtle boss, but I don't know if Reeve kind of tucked that in his back pocket, but you didn't need it with RNG like that.
Absolutely wild. So blew through that. Meanwhile, Packy is working through the final cave here. Lack Attack is working through the final cave. So they're not that far behind. Depending upon how the Jin boss goes, they're probably about 2 to 3 minutes behind. And now we are in Star Wars, and I think Bagler knows a thing or two about this one.
I do know a thing or two about this one. Oh, I love this game. I rented this game from a Blockbuster as a kid, and then we never looked back. Bought the game, learned the speed run. But yeah, so what Reeve's gonna do here is he's making a little detour to grab this lightsaber. But let's see, I'm guessing he's gonna go for the skip. Yeah, he's going for the skip. So basically there's some kind of like underflow, overflow glitch thing that you can do to skip straight to level 2 if you jump over the wall on the left, like right at the very start. We saw him do it already, but you can do mid-air jumps on the little creature he's riding by basically you dismount and then you jump on the frame immediately after dismounting, and it makes you hop mid-air. So this one's a little bit tricky. You have to do 2 in a row here to make it above this wall on the left, and it's a frame perfect trick. But yeah, so we saw him make a detour to go get the lightsaber instead of just running left right off the start, because you need the lightsaber to defeat the big walkers on the next stage here that we'll see once he gets this. But yeah, this trick can be pretty punishing. There's 3 frame perfects you have to do in level 1, and 2 of them are back to back, so it's easy to get stuck here for quite a while.
Yeah, and I've seen Lack, when he's been doing his practice runs, has been hitting it very effectively. So right now, Reeve, I mean, this, if you hit it first try, this is like a 3-second trick. We're now easily a minute in. He's lost a minute to Packy and Lack, who are cruising up, let alone anybody else who's on their way into Star Wars.
Yep, so this whole stage should take about 50 seconds if you get all of these jumps first try, but you can easily spend 5 minutes on this wall, like you said, if things start going wrong. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing Lack Attack and Packy catch right up here.
Boy, so
Lack's getting trolled by these bears a little bit here with the knockback, but he's out.
So the narrative that I was talking about earlier, where if Reeve wins this, amongst everything else, Baseball Stars 2 would be the reason. If Reeve doesn't win this, I mean,
and
look at this.
Packy.
Packy just blew right by him. Holy moly.
You were saying it was going to be ESB that gets him? Oh, he
Well,
finally makes it.
Yeah. I mean, just wild. And let's see if Lack gets it first try, and he does.
Hey!
Just amazing. Amazing.
Really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, these three are neck and neck right now. But yeah, so on this stage, there are 10 of these big walker tank things that you got to kill. And what you'll see them doing is they're damaging their speeder on purpose here. Because you're given 5 harpoons to one-shot these walkers. Oh, unless you miss! Oh, unless you miss again! Reeve, no! So you're given 5 harpoons to kill them instantly, but obviously there are 10 of them, and they get progressively more hit points. So what you want to do is you want to destroy your speeder on purpose, and then since you grab the lightsaber, you can do what we see Reeve doing right here, which is you jump up and then you place the bomb in from being on foot. So thankfully there are a couple that are pretty close to each other, so you can see up on the little mini-map up top that there were 4 sort of right in a row. And that's, you know, we're just going to hop through and get all these on foot, and then we're going to spawn ourselves another speeder, and then use that to defeat the rest of the walkers. But Reeve has gotten himself in a bit of a pickle, because he missed 2 times with his harpoon, so he's going to have to improvise here a little bit, and that's going to be pretty costly and dangerous.
Yeah, there's something like 8 or 9 walkers, right? So you get the 5 harpoons. I mean, the 5 tools that you can use to take out 5 of them, and you strategically distribute that through the entirety of the stage. I think you do 2 or 3 up front, and then you do the remaining ones later on after you get the second ship. But
Right.
in Reeve's case, because of his misses, he's going to have to actually get out and manually do it multiple more times than the others.
Right. So he'll probably shoot this one. Yep, and then he's probably, yeah, he's going to have to crash for this pack of 2, and then he's going to have to get another speeder and then crash again. Packy didn't... Oh, looks like Packy missed one too, so he's going to have to go back and kill this one and spawn another speeder as well. You get the speeder by killing 5 of the stormtroopers here out on the snow, and collecting these little S things that pop out.
So that's how it works. That's what the S's are.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like S for speeder, S for super special, whatever it is, but you collect 5 of those, and then after a certain amount of time, it'll be able to spawn another speeder at certain sort of checkpoints after each of these walkers. So there is a little bit of like quote unquote RNG as to when your speeder will show up. So you can usually do anywhere between about 7 and 11 hops before it'll show up. But yeah, looks like Lack Attack got through pretty cleanly there, and he's on to the 3rd level. This is the final level for this, right? Is the Echo Base. I'm pretty sure this is all they have to do for the marathon, but
exactly.
Yeah, so they're actually doing a little bit of platforming in this stage finally. After doing some cheese mid-air jump glitches and an auto-scroller, essentially, we're onto a pretty tricky platforming stage here. So what Lack is doing is he's waiting for a platform to appear so that he can go right, but what I think he doesn't know... Yep. So that platform, you see how slowly it's moving? There's basically a 1 in 4 chance that it goes painfully slow. And see how much faster Packy's is? This has something to do with like when you spawn the platform, and there's not really much you can do to reasonably control it. I think that like every 7 frames or something, it checks whether or not it should go fast or slow, and every 4th one it's slow, something like that. But basically it sucks. If it goes slow, you lose like 10 or 15 seconds, but you know, if you're just trying to make it through, it's no big deal. So Lack Attack here is killing a first sort of mini boss. There's this little mini walker that you can defeat and get in, and that will allow you to cross the damaged floor area, which you otherwise couldn't do without some frame perfect jumps that the task does. But yeah, see that little electric stuff on the floor? If you touch that, you die instantly. It's like spikes, basically.
But not for a walker.
Yeah, but not for a walker. So now he's getting through here, and he's gonna go down here and pick up a force power. So this is a force blaster, and that's gonna massively power up the amount of damage that his gun does, for the price of some of his force bar up there. He's trying to collect
real quick, Bagler. Someone noted that Packy fell off the final platform here, and I can tell you, in practice runs, that drove me insane.
Yep. Yeah, they're harder to land on than you think, because Luke jumps so, I don't know how to describe it, rigidly. Like it's kind of jerky the way that he jumps. So, and the platforms are moving really smoothly in comparison, so it can be really bizarre.
All right,
so Lex.
Yep.
He's setting up for this final boss. This is what ate your quarters, made you rent it again from Blockbuster as a kid, is this final boss. But with that blaster power up. Oh no, Packy jumps a little bit too low and dies on the floor.
So Lack Attack. Amazing. He's back in first with the final stretch, and he knows these games pretty well. So are we seeing Lack Attack run away with this? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really, really clean run from Lack Attack in Empire Strikes Back. I mean, no notes, Good job. He got unlucky on the platforms there, but, level 1 and 2 and 3 there was pretty much went without a hitch. And that's pretty important in this game as well, because mistakes are very punishing. There's no checkpoints. If you die, you go all the way back to the beginning of the stage. Like, it can be pretty devastating.
So Packy working his way across the platform here again. Reeve is working on the flying boss here. He's got the gun as expected, so he's doing some good damage there. And then you'll have that final walker, and hopefully he'll be able to close out and move on to Bomberman. And Firebroth, meanwhile, is making some good progress on stage 3. JKL working on the frame perfect climbing skip here. And as we're seeing, it's not easy.
Nope. And it's in level 1 too. It really makes you want to learn the game.
Yeah. It's funny, it did grow on me though for doing these first few stages. I'm like, I definitely want to do a full run of the game.
Right. That's what everybody says. Like, it looks terrible, and it kind of has a pretty bad reputation of just being hard and kind of janky, but I think it's a really solid speed run, and there's a lot of challenge to it. Very fast pace, really not a whole lot of RNG except for this platform, and then, it's pretty much all execution after that.
So Bagler, we definitely glad to have you stick around to point out anything interesting that happens in the remaining Star Wars runners here. I just want to note Lack Attack is in Bomberman for Bomberman 2 rather, and we have to get through stage 2-8, so that completes World 2, and it's just like any traditional Bomberman game. You blow up things that are in your way, kill all the enemies, find the door, and get out of the stage. And as we go, you're going to be picking up special weapons. There's typically a special weapon in each stage, expanding your fire, getting more bombs. But the big one is in 1-4, 1-8, and I think 2-4, you can get the detonator, and that allows you to just blow up the bombs manually. And that's really where the game changes. You can see Lack picking up the detonator right now, and now he can basically place bombs and blow them up at will wherever he wants to, and then he's got to go find that door. And you got to be careful you don't get stuck and trap yourself, but we'll see, because that's going to be one of the big challenges for Bomberman over the course of the race here.
Like Packy's cleaning up the final boss here as well. Just gotta hop his way to victory.
It's funny how much faster the hopping is. It looks so silly, but that's just typical NES gaming.
Yep. Gotta save 7 frames over the course of 20 jumps or whatever by hopping like a maniac.
Alright. Packy probably felt like that was a nightmare, but you know, Bomberman, you get to take a breather and then go right into Bomberman, which can be its own nightmare. If you have an itchy trigger finger, Bomberman can be very, very risky if you forget how big your fire trajectory is. Oh, Grayskull, the beautiful climb.
Very nice.
Alright, Reeves into Bomberman as well. Anything can happen with Bomberman. If someone blows themselves up and they lose the detonator, like, you keep all of your weapons, like the number of bombs and how wide your fire range is, but you don't keep specials like how... I think you lose the roller skates for how fast you go, but you definitely lose the detonator. And later on, that is tremendously painful, especially if you lose it the stage after you get the detonator, because then you have to go 3 more stages before another chance at it.
Like Firebroth's out of Star Wars as well. We did see him actually do a bit of a safer strat on the final boss. What we used to do was what Firebroth did, and you can sort of line up your camera just right to where the boss never actually activates, but you can still damage it. So you can kind of just hang out on the left side of the screen and just blast it away without taking any damage. But costs a little time to set up, and it's a little bit slower than just you know, going straight at him.
And yeah, the full run for Bomberman 2, I believe, is fully manipped, so if you watch the world record, he knows exactly what he's getting for screens and where his special items are and where his doors are. Whether he knows for every single thing, I don't know, but it's basically a fully manipped speedrun. Now, a lot of our runners are trying to just manip through stage 1-4, so they know which screens they get based upon the starting seed and where the doors are and where the specials are. Importantly, knowing where the detonator is, and then once you have the detonator, then you can kind of brute force your way through the rest of the speed run here for our Big 20 goal. I'll tell you, Bagler, you saying that the 5 S's is what triggers, I mean, that just changed things dramatically for me as I play that, because I'm like, why am I not getting the ship? And then suddenly you see it. Now I know why.
Yep. Oh, I get it. Well, the thing that's confusing too is that it'll only spawn in certain locations too. So like maybe you've grabbed 5 S's and it's not like it's gonna be on the very next screen scroll necessarily. Right. So it's a little bit tricky. But yeah, big fan of that game. It's really hard, and it's not very forgiving, but it's a fun challenge if you're up for it.
Does it get much harder later?
Yeah, I'd say it gets progressively harder.
Oh, great.
Yeah, if you thought this was bad.
Yeah, no, I was like, man, this game is growing on me for what we did so far. So I do intend to do a full run of it soon. I hope many others choose to as well. Maybe we'll catch you around telling us what we're doing wrong and what we're doing right.
Yeah, for sure. I'll keep my eyes out on the category. Usually it's 0 players online, but you know, maybe after this.
So
content.
I saw the "oh my programmer" percent or whatever. I was like, oh man, that's my type of category right there. I did it right away as soon as I saw it.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that there was another run on that board after however long. I was like, wow, somebody actually did this.
If there's a meme category, I'm definitely gonna dip my toes in.
Yep. So what he's talking about in level 1, there's a special force power, a hidden force power that you can get to, and it kind of gives you some staff credits or something, but the picture of the program engineer or whatever that it shows you whenever you activate this thing is really funny looking, so we just made it a meme category because it's like 50 seconds long or something to get there.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. So it looks like we're probably not going to see too much more Star Wars. Bagler, maybe we can give you a rest for all of your amazing commentary, and Nescard maybe was able to grab a sandwich or something. But really appreciated the expert commentary. The Bagler, a great runner. I mean, you're what, world record holder of Star Wars, of Little Nemo. There's a few others I've seen you as I've gone through my journey. If you can remind us of those.
I think I actually lost one, but it might have been Frog Percent in SMB3 was the other one I had on lock for quite a while until somebody beat me in that actually within the last week or so. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. But
gotcha.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me. Thanks for letting me in, and yeah, good luck with the rest of the marathon, everyone.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Bagler. We really appreciate it. And I know we'll be seeing you around. Some of us new rookie Star Wars runners will be looking forward to some tips here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll keep my eyes out. Always happy to help.
Awesome. Thank you, Bagler.
Cool. See you.
Yeah, I took a quick look at Bagler's stats. Among other things, a top 10 runner in a couple categories in SMB3, main categories, and that's one of the most popular games on the NES. To get in the top 10, extremely difficult and impressive. It's a really nice profile to see. But yes, I am back. We have a few people in Bomberman 2. Lack Attack still has the lead, coming back through Empire Strikes Back and blazing through the second world of Bomberman 2. We see Pack in 1-8. I can't tell which level Reeve is in, but it's also World 1. So yeah, Lack Attack. I don't think Lack has taken a death yet and has all the items he needs. He has the roller skates, which are allowing him to walk around really quickly. And of course the detonator, which, as you mentioned, helps so much.
Yeah, and I will note JKL is also in Bomberman 2, and JKL have been working on understanding how to manip this game as much as you can, so I'd be curious to see if that plays a role here in whether or not he's able to make up some ground here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much exactly the manips can do for you, but one thing, as you mentioned, that it can do is if you know what seed you're on, you'll know where specifically the enemies and the doors are going to be, as long as you manage your points correctly moving forward. At least for the first world, you can keep it all together. And that is definitely helpful. And if you don't take a death, you'll have your detonator, you'll know where to get your roller skates in World 2, and you should be all set regardless of what kind of RNG you might see.
A little check-in on our standings as of right now. We have 5 runners that are into Bomberman. Lack Attack, Reeve, who's about a minute behind coming into it, Packy, who's a couple minutes behind that, Firebroth is a minute behind that, and JKL, who's 4 minutes behind that. So we have 8 minutes separating our first runner to our 5th runner, and then we have a couple runners that are in Star Wars, and then a whole bunch that are in Final Fantasy. So we're starting to see some of that separation, but we still have a very competitive group at the top here. You can see Packy's in World 2. I mean, all it takes is to Lack to accidentally kill himself here, lose the detonator, and then you got a slow grind through these very wide Stage 2 stages.
Yeah, and you know, as we approach the home stretch, I'm reminded that in most recent Big 20s, lead changes in the last few games have been relatively uncommon. They do happen, but in this Big 20, I really have no idea what to expect, and it's really nice to see with so many runners at the very top so close together. We haven't reached a point yet where anything is predictable. There's a little less RNG involved, but some major skill-heavy games coming up, and I've seen what, in particular, Ninja Gaiden 2 can do to runners towards the end of full runs. I'm looking forward to seeing how Race Day plays out.
Absolutely. This final stretch that we have, the final 4 games, as we saw, we have a number of runners in Bomberman 2. After that is going to be Castlevania 3, then Palamedes 2, and then our final game, our bookend, the one and only, the legendary Ninja Gaiden 2, which is a very beautiful speedrun, which we'll get into later. But there's still plenty of room and opportunity with simple mistakes that could cause a lot of time loss to offer some opportunities for the podium to open up here.
Yes, people were mentioning earlier that unfortunately Arcus got soft locked deep into Baseball Stars 2. Arcus did have the strongest finishing time in over the practice period for Ninja Gaiden 2. I think it was 10:33, extremely strong. And I am still looking forward to seeing how quickly he'll wrap up that game and potentially climb a few spots in the standings.
Yeah, I think between Castlevania and obviously Ninja Gaiden 2, Arcus being on the podium in Ninja Gaiden 2 can very easily beat everybody by 1 to 3 minutes in Ninja Gaiden 2 if it goes well. So definitely an opportunity to make up some time. Lack Attack is into Castlevania 3, so continuing to hold that lead. And this is an interesting one, Nescard. I mean, there was a few opportunities through this one, particularly with Battle Kid, where you could do easy or hard. Oh man, JKL just taking a death. But in Castlevania 3, we actually offered 3 different routes to take, and it's pretty much a choose your own adventure.
Yeah, a really cool idea, and initially it wasn't clear what people were going to select. I didn't get the chance to look around too much and find out if it was resolved, if there was a definitive best route that people were going to take. But I'm interested to see what people select today. Lack Attack, it looks like still the only player currently in Castlevania 3, and this is definitely a significant lead, a nice buffer for Lack going into the final 4 games.
Yeah, so there's 3 different routes you can take. You can do, because basically we're doing a password select to get you to the late game, so basically you're doing stages 7, 8, 9. And there's 3 different characters that you can have help Trevor. Now, excuse me if I make mistakes, I'm not a Castlevania savant, but there is Grant, who's a character that can climb on ceilings and walls and has a very fast knife attack. There's Sypha, who is basically a magician of sorts and can do ice attacks that freeze everything around, and she can actually use that to climb on enemies and a nice fire attack. And then there's Alucard, who is a vampire that can fly, so you can use that to fly above certain sections that you'd otherwise have to platform up to. So different routes, there's actually different stages leading up to the final stages, so really it's whatever you're comfortable with and whatever makes the most sense to you. I personally learned the Alucard route. I thought that was pretty cool, and when I finally run this, I am going to do, I think, an Alucard run.
Excellent. Lack Attack still the only player in CV3. Game number 18 on the list. We're approaching the final 3 now, as we see Packy blazing through the tail end of Bomberman 2 with no issues. Reeve as well in the second world. Firebroth and JKL blazing as well. And we see Tekalote in the bottom left in Adventure Island 4.
Tekalote cruising along here onto the second half of the Big 20. While our top runners are on the screen making a case for why they should win this. Firebroth is not too far behind. He's cruising along. I mean, we saw JKL take a death earlier, and that poses the challenge to you lose your detonator, and you can only get it like every 4 screens. So it can definitely slow things down. But it looks like he is good. He's gotten a detonator back, and he's cruising along.
So yeah, Packy has finally completed Bomberman 2. A little over 2.5 minutes behind Lack. Still within striking distance and very close.
And doing the Sypha route. So this is pretty cool that on screen we have a Grant route, we have a Sypha route. Maybe one of our other runners here that are wrapping up are going to do a Alucard route, and we just get the full taste of it on the screen at once.
The full gauntlet of 3 different divergent runs coming together.
Truly, and ultimately they all end up merging together in the later stages, and that's the neat thing about it too, is like there's a screen that I know as Alucard you can turn into the bat and fly on, but then I saw Sypha freezing the opponents and using that to jump onto the clocks, the ticking clocks. It's just neat to see the different ways. I mean, it's actually a very well put together game. It really is.
It's nice to see, you know, we're only 2 hours 35 minutes in the final 3 games, and Palamedes isn't that long. It's maybe a little, people are going to dance around the 10-minute mark, I think, for that game. And then Ninja Gaiden 2, you know, the record being just under 10 minutes. So you know, on race day, obviously, everyone's going to take longer than 10 minutes, but not too much to go. And what I was getting at is that, you know, I didn't see any practice runs below 3.5 hours, but we are approaching sort of the 3-hour mark. We're going to see some fireworks towards the end here.
Absolutely, we are. Looking forward to... Oh no, JKL taking another death there. I mean, some of these stages in Bomberman are just absolutely brutal in terms of how the enemies swarm you. So, Firebroth's in 2.8, Reeve is in 2.6. So Firebroth is looking like they could get on the podium here coming into the tail end of this run, and he has just looked great overall. I mean, what a great person. I met Firebroth at Best of Nest Live, and he is just one of the chillest, coolest dudes. And he's also incredibly sick at video games and speedrunning, so it'd be great to see him really make a push here at the end.
Yeah, Firebroth has recently had a lot of finishes around 6th place, 5th place, around there. I don't remember exactly, but a lot of finishes coming into striking distance. I keep mentioning how Packy was in a similar situation, recent Big 20s, and then out of nowhere, seemingly, finished 2nd in the last Big 20, and now one of the favorites to finish in 1st. Anything can happen from here. So yeah, Packy and Firebroth, it's really cool to see people improving over Big 20s as they move forward. It's never just a constant skill thing, but it's always a matter of, like, there's so much improvement that can happen over the years.
Absolutely. Now we see Lack take out this boss. It's a series of bosses. There's a mummy. There's I don't know the actual names of these enemies, so I'm going to be a little silly here, but then there's this big goofy guy, and then there's a flying guy. He's got like a big mallet, and he could be an interesting boss here. He charges at you. And so Packy's really only like maybe a minute behind Lack, though there are different stages that you work through depending upon who you chose. Then Firebroth is now making their way into Castlevania 3, so let's go. Firebroth is officially in 3rd place, only a few minutes behind 2nd, and there's still some room for Lack to give up 1st, but he's got a nice comfy lead, at least at the moment. We'll see if it holds.
It's really coming down to it. We see Reeve in the last 1 or 2 levels of Bomberman 2 as well. JKL, I believe, on 2-4. Still a little bit of ground to go, but it's not too far now. These levels really start taking less than a minute once you have all the items.
Yeah, the challenge for JKL is because he took another death, he doesn't have a detonator currently. Hopefully, I think in 2-4 you can get it, but I'm not entirely sure. But it just makes it, when you have to wait for your bombs to explode, it throws off all the rhythm that you hope to achieve.
Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference. We also have Smart Alec joining the screen on the former half of Bomberman 2 on the first 8 stages. Yeah, it's hard to tell when they're in a stage exactly which one it is, but one of those World 1 stages.
So Firebroth going Sypha route, so all you Sypha fans are getting more of that wonderful Sypha speedrun. Attack going into death right now. He's going to use Trevor and very specifically time when to throw. He's only got 1 health, so actually this could be a big concern if he doesn't do this right, but he takes out Death's first version. Now he gets a giant skull head. Oh no! Oh wait, actually, hopefully that was by intent, but let's see. Okay, Lack gets through it. He had no worries, certainly less worries than I had for him. Gets through it with a 1 health, continuing to move forward.
My stream was just behind yours in that moment, so I was waiting to see what you were commenting about, but yeah, I made it through.
JKL still working through Bomberman. We'll see what stage he's on. Maybe 2-6. Yep, 2-6. I heard in the chat Reeve died, so that's going to... Oh, but it looks like his bomb lasted long enough where he must have gotten a detonator, so... So that would bode well if he does indeed have the detonator right now. At least he's kind of back on track, but... Packy making their way to death now as well. So, again, not too far behind Lack. Certainly not... I'd say maybe a little bit less than the 3 minutes coming in. So he's got a different route than Lack's route there, but also extremely effective. The holy water is just a beautiful tool in Castlevania. The boss got away from Packy, but that was no problem. But yeah, the holy water is pretty essential for some of these bosses, and it can make for an entirely more challenging approach to this game if you don't have it. You end up dying. You got to know where your backups are. And the music in Castlevania 3 is just absolutely magical. Like, they did such a good job with this game in many ways, but particularly in the music.
The story across so many NES games, and especially, you know, companies like Konami making these beautiful games, there's always good music.
Smart Alec in the second half of Bomberman now, which is great. Reeve is on their way into Castlevania 3. Help me is the code, the name, so that you get 10 lives out of the gate. Now putting in the code to pick where to start, the password select. I believe that's the Alucard, because that looks just like my pattern when I was using. So looks like we're going to get an Alucard by Reeve. Firebroth is working on the 3 bosses right now. He's got kind of low health, but he should be okay.
A little bit of everything for this game.
Exactly. JKL's working through Bomberman here. Yep, Reeve is doing the Alucard route. So again, Alucard is a character, think of the name backwards, it's Dracula. And you can actually turn into a bat and fly up. So we're going to see that here, presumably. Oh no, he's actually going to climb. Looks like he's going to stick with Trevor here. Interesting. So he's using the Alucard password, but at least at that point in the run, maybe he's trying to set up certain weapons to fall from the candles.
Oh wow, we also see Smart Alec is in the top 6 right now in 2-2 and Bomberman 2, and very much within striking distance. Very cool.
Yep, Lack Attack is cruising through stage 9 right now. Heading to the clone battle, which from what I've seen, the clone battle for Grant is really not that bad. It can be a little tricky as Trevor, which is how I was doing it on the Alucard route. You kind of have to mess around if you don't have the holy water. Okay, so he's switching back to Trevor. He's got the holy water, and watch how quickly it goes. It's really going to be very smooth. There you go. Lock the boss in place. No big deals. You can see Reeve is currently acting as Alucard. Alucard shoots 3 projectiles. For those of you that know the Castlevanias, you can pick up things that make your attacks stronger. These hearts that you pick up are actually not health hearts. Instead, you use a collection of wall meat to get health, but instead these hearts help for special weapons. So you can see Cypher, for example, has the ice weapon for Packy right now. It uses hearts to be able to use that weapon. And Lack Attack has the axe, which is used on the final boss. So he doesn't need that holy water anymore. The holy water was very effective for Lack. He's now working on a top-down auto-scroller, which you have to be very careful about, because some of these blocks will disappear as you step on them. And what you're going to see, Lack is trying to stay kind of near the top. It's probably less of a concern with Grant. But you can see as those Medusas fly into the top of the screen, they fly into the HUD, they actually disappear. It's a bit more of a useful tool for Trevor. Just stay near the top as much as possible and then drop down. It also gives you a chance to see what platforms below have spawned, so you can very carefully get down to them. JKL also doing a Cypher route, so we got a lot of Cypher fans here. Packy's making their way toward, ultimately, the clone fight, so probably lost a little bit of time to Lack. Lack is really just on cruise control at the moment. His health is kind of low here, but he's going to be able to get a wall. Oh no. He's got the window tightening there, but he was able to get around it, and he's got the wall meet. He's able to at least get himself back up to half health. This section is going to be a lot easier because he's got his hammer. He just hit that skeleton at the top. I had a lot of problems with that skeleton at the top when I didn't have the hammer. Reeve on the Alucard route is on a bottom-up auto-scroller. Can be a little tricky if you're not careful. And on the Alucard route with Trevor, you absolutely do not want to lose your holy water. Packy, meanwhile, is using the bubble skill for Sypha, which is kind of like homing missiles, and the Sypha fight here is really inconsequential. It's pretty safe. And now Lack Attack with Grant, with the axe, is heading into Dracula. The other great thing about Grant is it throws a lot faster than Trevor in terms of these axes, and he's actually got the triple power-up as well, which that little thing that's next to the character's picture at the top, it basically determines how many, I don't know if this is exactly it, but how many of your special item you can have on the screen at a time. If you don't have the special power-up, you basically have to wait for your axe to get off the screen. But look at Lack, the way he's just chewing through here. And I can tell you that fire that he just dodged is a real pain in the butt that pops up. And he just made it look easy. It's pretty crazy, actually. So Lack just blasting these hammers through. This boss can take a lot of damage. You can see he just killed two of the faces with one throw. Alright, now he has to be very careful. I'm sure he's mapped this out, but he's got to be careful not to take a hit and fall into the pits here. But he's looking great so far. Very easy to time these blasts that the boss is doing. He shoots two from his hands and one from his face. Lack's just got to be careful he doesn't fall into a pit here. And he's good. Now he still has to make sure, but alright, he's positioned himself. He's not going to move, hopefully, until those platforms go back into the ground. Please don't move, Lack. And Lack just making easy work of Castlevania 3. GG's, Lack. You have officially made this race yours to lose at this point. A very, very significant victory there by Lack Attack. No major mistakes in Castlevania 3. No deaths, no losing items that'll slow him down. Just a beautiful execution. He's now into Palamedes 2, which will hopefully give him a little bit of a mental break. This game could be pretty sneaky with RNG, but I wouldn't expect people to be, like Neskar was saying earlier, anywhere outside of like 10 to 13 minutes. So Lack building a nice buffer, and if he gets a good Palamedes 2 here, he's going to have an unbeatable buffer, if you will.
Yeah, that buffer is so nice going into a game like Ninja Gaiden 2. Palamedes, this game was very interesting to practice. It's easy to play through. Every time I played it, I didn't have any trouble getting through. Like, I don't think I ever lost to an opponent, but the challenge in maximizing your speed is in managing your board. You want to make sure that the numbers you have on your board are well connected and that you don't have one column too high than the others. You want your board to be as accessible as possible as well. And that's really the major challenge. I noticed, you know, if all your numbers are connected, you can pretty much just mash your way through. And if you're paying attention, you know, like if you see that the number up above is 1, and you see that your board has a lot of numbers in a row, you can just go 1, 6, 5, 4, 4, 4, you know, just blaze through it that way. But you have to make sure to balance your board as you go, and that's the trade-off.
So Packy has 2 health left going into the boss here. Oh my gosh, he's living on the edge. But he knows the Sypha route, he knows the Sypha boss. He's just got to be very careful that he just doesn't overreact here, because one more hit is going to kill him and put him back several stages. He does it. And the platforms go back together very quickly, which they did not do for Lack, so he's probably going to save about 10 to 15 seconds right there. That's just great luck. And it gives him an opportunity to come back. If Lack gets a bad RNG in Palamedes 2 and Packy doesn't, we could see a photo finish going into Ninja Gaiden.
Packy looking so strong throughout this entire event. We're about to see the difference between them. as everything catches up with the trackers. It looks like they are 2 minutes apart going into Palamedes 2. Very, very close. Anything can happen from here.
Absolutely, and just to make note of the other runners that we have on the screen, which is some of our top 6, Reeve and JKL and Firebroth all working through Castlevania 3, 2 of them using Sypha, 1 of them using Alucard, some living on the edge. Firebroth was down to 1 health. Grayskull right now is in Bomberman, so not too far behind. But this is up to Packy and Lack to tell us how this is going to get into the tail stretch. And yeah, sometimes where you're talking about NESCAR with this game, Palamedes 2, you'll see that you have a nice run on your board and you're ready to plow through it. And you start shooting, and next thing you know, your dice start coming back to you, and you're like, wait, why are they coming back to me? And it's because the opponent went a different route than you were expecting. You were expecting a 4 to lead into your run of like 4-3-2s, and he chose 5. And so now, you know, they're scoring all these points and maybe even beat you around, which can lose you like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, just because they pulled it in a slightly different direction within frames of what you were planning to do.
Yeah, so the computer is significantly slower, which is why this game is relatively safe. Certainly a nice break between the arguably the 2 hardest games of this event. But the thing is, let's say the die is a 1 and you're about to mash through 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then by the time you get to 3, well, the number is still a 2, and the computer is very slowly sent up a 1. It sends the number back down, and none of your dice work, and all of a sudden they all get sent back to you. That's one thing that can happen that you just want to keep an eye out for.
And Apollo makes a great point in the notes here. Both Lack and Packy have had the world record in this game. I will say I had it for like a minute too. But yeah, then everybody just absolutely blew past me, just figuring this game out and just executing with incredible skill. And then the original world record holder, when there was only 1 runner on the board before we got into this, has come back and taken the world record back. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's a runner from Japan, and it seems like this is one of their Famicom specialties, if you will. You see that a lot with puzzle games of this nature. One person sort of tends to dominate with specific skills and perhaps a childhood love of the game that extends many years back.
Yeah, you can never discount passion and determination for being part of the reason why someone either maintains or reclaims a world record. Packy, whoa, with an amazing run right there to take down that first point. Wow. Firebroth on the final boss, and you can see, and similar to how Packy was doing with the fire strat here, Firebroth doing the same exact thing, doing some great damage. He's got a lot of health, so if he takes a hit or 2 from the bosses, no big deal. We just want to not fall into the pit. That's the scariest part of this. So far, so good. He's got plenty of hearts. He's just got to watch out for the attacks by the boss here, and whatever he does, make sure he doesn't jump too early or too late. We don't want to be falling in any pits. He's got 1 more hit to go, and he's got it. Now he's just got to stand still, and Firebroth will be done and on his way into Palamedes. He's holding the podium. Amazing work by Firebroth.
Very impressive. I get so scared just watching them on these platforms, where if you take one little misstep and fall into that pit, it's just tragic.
Packy and Lack continuing to battle away here. I think Packy might have caught up, or is now going to be... Yeah, he was basically getting onto the same character as Lack Attack, and I'd say a full round, if it goes well, is about 1:30, 1:40, so I would say Packy's only about 1:40 back, and look at the run he's putting on this. He hasn't stopped.
You'd love to see it. I have no idea what to expect from Ninja Gaiden 2 from our players, but in the meantime, I'm sure they're enjoying this nice break with Palamedes. I don't expect there are going to be any nerves in this game. It's just a matter of maximizing your speed as much as you can, keeping your board clean and everything.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, Packy came out so fast, and now he's been just getting a little mistreated here by these values that are coming down, but he's got it. He's got at least the first stage there. But he's probably losing a little bit of time now off of Lack, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Firebroth looking pretty good so far, starting out in Palamedes. Hopefully he'll get some good RNG here and allow him to put a push into Ninja Gaiden, not be too far behind Lack and Packy, and maybe can claim another position higher, but we will see. He's still got to get through. He's still got to throw those dice.
Yeah, the podium in Big 20 races is very illustrious. And this is definitely an opportunity for Firebroth to finish top 3. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of Palamedes goes and Ninja Gaiden 2. Everything seems to be going really smoothly for Palamedes for everyone, and that's basically exactly what I expected.
So Packy's made up a little time. He's now on the same opponent as Lack Attack. You remember the last one, he was basically coming in as Lack was leaving. Now, Lack still is now leaving this one, but Packy's made up a little bit of time. He's probably a minute 15 behind right now. With good RNG, he might not close the gap, but he'll get it pretty darn close.
Yeah, and I know Lack Attack was in the runnings, trading back and forth the world record for Palamedes 2, but Packy in particular is a puzzle game specialist. Like, this is just one of his specialties, and he's showing that consistency today, narrowing the gap here. It's going to be really interesting to see how close it is going into the final game of the event.
That's a great point. I mean, Packy, he regularly plays Dr. Mario. He's in the Dr. Mario like races and tournaments. Like, he's just so multi-talented. One of the great speedrunners of this moment in time. And he's put up some seriously competitive Big 20 runs. We're just waiting for that one that he might be able to take it all. Could be today. It's definitely not over. And he and Lack are putting up a good fight against each other here. Again, he's going into the same opponent that Lack is facing right now. It just takes a few really good runs. And next thing you know, he makes up 30 seconds just like that.
Absolutely. And whether or not today is Packy's day for first place, he is demonstrating that he's going to be a valued top contender for Big 20s to come, if, of course, he has the availability in the future.
So I missed it. So Lack just won that particular match, but he's actually tied 1-1 against this opponent. A bad luck draw right here, and he could lose this and have to redo it. So we'll see. Packy's now up 1-0. They're on, for all intents and purposes, the same exact mini game right here. Packy has made up a tremendous amount of time. But Lack's got a pretty good run lined up here, and he's just got to wait for... Oh, but he's got 5-3 now. Oh, no! This is not good for Lack unless he gets a 6 here. Oh, no! Lack is going to lose! 1-2. Now, is this a game over?
That's really surprising.
I guess we're going to see if that means he goes... Okay, continue. Okay, but now Packy has just leapfrogged into first place over Lack Attack, and Lack is not going to feel good about that. He's not going to get shaken, but he's going to be pretty annoyed by that. And Packy is now in first place.
Unreal. And of course, Lack Attack, no stranger to coming back from second place in the final game of an event. Very cool under pressure, Lack Attack. Gonna see a very interesting conclusion to this race. And we'll see how close Firebroth is coming in as well. You see Reeve entering Palamedes 2 as well. JKL just about to start Palamedes 2. And switching over to Grayskull we have in Castlevania 3.
So while we see Packy and Lack Attack wrap up what they got going on here, Lack Attack posted an 11:21 for Ninja Gaiden, and Packy posted a 13:43. So for all the work that these two have done on the tracker over the last 5 weeks, Lack Attack has a 2-minute advantage in Ninja Gaiden just based upon what they posted as their best time. So Packy being able to make up time here is actually going to be pretty critical because he's going to need it, because we might see Lack Attack be very determined and have a very good Ninja Gaiden run and perhaps make this a nail biter.
Absolutely, all the better for a close photo finish.
All right, here we go. Packy is in to Ninja Gaiden 2, the final game. Is this going to be the time? Is this the moment that Packy takes it all home? We know Ninja Gaiden is not an easy game. Anything can happen. You can lose your clones. You can lose your special items. A boss could give you a big pain in the butt. You can fall in a pit. Anything can happen. But right now, Packy holds all the cards. Let's see if he's gonna do it. Here he goes.
It's looking like the difference is going to be somewhere around a minute. We'll see if Lack Attack gets a 2-0 victory against the final opponent. But typically these matches don't take too long. I'm guessing it'll be about a minute separating them. You see Packy blazing through the first level of Ninja Gaiden 2.
Now, Ninja Gaiden 2, like I said earlier, is just an absolutely beautiful speed run. I mean, Lack Attack agrees. He said it as well. It's one of the top 5 speed runs in terms of the finished product that you put together. It's like your own little piece of moving art. If you've never watched, this is to everybody in chat, if you've never watched Jimmy Poopins' 953 world record run, which he took like 464 straight streams every day until he got exactly what he wanted, it's an absolute piece of art. Arcus, when he got his 959, which I think at the time was second, but either way, it's third place. Later in the run, he's like, I can't feel my hands. They're numb. They're tingling. He's like, everything is happening exactly the way I want it to. You know, and even me, I got like a 11:17, which is a minute 30 off of, or a minute 20 off of world record, or even worse. But in any event, for me, that's my piece of moving art. I'm like, it came together pretty darn well. It's just a beautiful game.
So here we are, a very familiar story for a very familiar position for Lack Attack. In the Big 20 he won, I mentioned he was just over 90 seconds behind first place going into the final game. And here we are, very similar. It's 97 seconds Lack Attack behind Packy as he enters Ninja Gaiden 2.
Wow, so 97 seconds, so a minute 37. And each of their best times posted in the tracker, Lack Attack had a 2-minute advantage. So if things play out the way they should or could, we could see a near photo finish here, Deskar. This is very exciting.
Love it. I'm here for it. I'm here all the way.
Meanwhile, just to make a quick note, we have Reeve, Firebroth, and JKL all in Palamedes 2, putting up their own efforts to at the very least get a podium, and maybe they can sneak something out here, but they're all looking great and working hard. Lack Attack wrapping up the first boss here. You're going to notice with Ninja Gaiden 2 that Ryu has a couple clones that you can pick up, and they will attack. They will do your special attacks as well. So if you throw fire, they'll throw fire too. It helps melt many of the bosses. Like say Packy here is going to melt this boss because he and his 2 clones are throwing fires. So if you die, you lose those clones, and you have to find them throughout the rest of the next subsequent stages. It can play a big factor, but so far so good for both of them. They both have 2 clones. Lack is into stage 2, the train stage, which is pretty darn cool. In all cases, you need to make a good route for yourself and then execute.
Very nice. I also want to point out, people in chat are mentioning that Zarnax has finally defeated Super Pitfall, which is really incredible with no information, and he probably stuck to that. He's into Batman Returns, which is going to be a much shorter victory for him for sure.
That's got to be a relief. All right, so the big storyline, I just saw Retro Runner, who's a great Ninja Gaiden 2 runner as well, has just raided into us. So thank you, Retro Runner. Perfect timing. We're in the final stretch between Lack Attack and Packy to see who's going to take it home. When it comes to the time tracker over the last 5 weeks, Lack Attack's time was 2 minutes faster than Packy's, and Packy came into Ninja Gaiden 2 97 seconds faster. So that tells me that barring anything crazy, we could have a photo finish here. Lack has been putting a lot of time into Ninja Gaiden 2. Packy is just incredibly talented and will practice quite often, so I don't think we're going to see anything grave happen here, though that would be a big game changer. We'll see. Everybody's got their favorites here, but I could be completely satisfied with seeing either of these gentlemen take this home.
Absolutely, and they are still the only 2 players in Ninja Gaiden 2, so very strong performances from both of them as the field sort of starts to widen a little bit. We have 3 other players currently in Palamedes, and it's not a long game, but it's taking some time for them to get to Ninja Gaiden 2. So yeah, it's very much looking like our top 2 are cemented, and it's just a matter of who's going to take home first between them.
And Packy looking great. He's through the third boss. I mean, Lack's got a lot of ways to go through this stage, but they both were on stage 3. I mean, this is going to get wild. The game really gets nuts at stage 7. Like, that's where, it separates the... I guess in this case, it'll separate who's our champion and who's second place. But in the meantime, you still have to get everything done through the game leading up to that point, and both of our runners are doing exactly that. Stage 4 can be quite a nuisance, and Packy's making his way through pretty well here. No major issues so far. Lack's got plenty of health. He gets a nice boost here up, so he's going to save some time there. This third boss, you can only hit him when he's in the air. And Lack has melted through him, so now both of our top runners are in 4-1, like it's been said in chat. Lack is making up time right now. The question is, will that makeup continue? There's a lot that goes into racer psychology too. So it's one thing to be a good speedrunner. It's another thing to be a good racer, and whether the pressure of the moment will catch up to you. Lack has done this many times. Packy has obviously done it quite a bit recently, but especially if they're paying attention to where they are, the question is will you buckle under the pressure? You could be at the worst, most difficult part of the game. We saw Packy almost took a dive there. Does psychology start to come into play as we get so much closer to the end here? The feeling I might pull this, I might take this. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Lack will be checking to see exactly where Packy is at, and I don't know if everybody does that, but I do know that, with streamers getting all the attention that they get, especially on race day for this, people are going to let them know in chat if they want to know. So one way or another, the pressure's on.
That's a great point. Okay, so Packy has the swag star right now, and if I remember correctly, you want the fire wheel there, but thankfully he didn't have any issues. He was able to kind of safely make his way through, and the swag star is actually a great weapon for this boss, so he's in a good place right here to keep this lead. He takes care of the boss. He's into 5. We got 3 stages to go. Packy's still holding strong, but Lack Attack is making up a ton of time. He's going into that same boss right now. He's literally about 30 seconds behind, maybe 25.
Jeez, the gap just continues to narrow. Unreal. We see Firebath just starting off Ninja Gaiden as well. And maybe about 5.5 minutes back from Lack, says the tracker, which is pretty significant, but in 3rd place right now and ready for an illustrious podium finish.
Firebroth, you're right. And Firebroth has been looking awesome with Ninja Gaiden lately. I'm starting to get a little concerned here. Packy's getting bounced around a little bit. I mean, you definitely use the fire and the projectiles to get you moving forward, but he took some hits there. He's into 5-2, so he can get past that. Lack, meanwhile, is determined in moving forward. I have not seen any major mistakes at all from Lack in this run so far. He's a very well put together Ninja Gaiden 2 runner, and he's making his way into 5-2 now. We might see them cross paths very soon.
Oh, every level brings them closer together.
Yep, and I'll note, Packy's taking a route that probably looks a bit more like my own, which is, not super complicated. Whereas some of the stuff I'm seeing Lack do is definitely a bit more advanced, and it might not project him past Packy, but it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. He's picking away. He's actually within, I'd say, about 15 seconds of Packy at this point.
It's just so riveting to watch as they come closer and closer together.
Yeah. Now I know that Lack doesn't do Ashtar quick kills, so I don't expect him to catch up in that sense here. Packy just took out Ashtar. It's typically 2 cycles, and so Lack coming in, and he's going to very easily. He's burning some of that Ninpo, so it doesn't impact his tick down here at the end, because that Ninpo is counted towards the time that it ticks down. They are both in 6-1, and Packy's getting knocked around a little bit in 6-1, and I want to make it very clear, 6-2, you need to bring as much health into that to safely get through with the both purposeful damage boosts, and just anything that comes unexpected to you. So the fact that he's taken so much damage already and Lack hasn't, Lack actually just picked up a health. Lack is very well positioned for 6-2. Packy, I'm a little concerned about. Okay, and they're within seconds of each other, and Lack Attack has overtaken the lead, and he's got basically full health. He's going to go through this very cleanly. I can guarantee it. He knows exactly where he needs to take his boosts. He's taking meatball boosts. He's taking demon boost. He's going to take a bird boost, using it very effectively with no worries, taking enough health in with the fire. Packy also has the fire too, but he has to be super careful to make his way through here. He's got bats. He's got birds. He's got everybody trying to stop him. But he's going to get in as well. He didn't die. Lack has taken down the dogs. Packy is right here. He's going to take them down quickly too. Hopefully he doesn't take a death. He doesn't. We are in 7-1. We're in the final stretch. They're basically even, folks. This is amazing. Let's go.
Beautiful. And just think back to when Lack Attack was pressing the reset button for minutes in Baseball Stars 2. This should teach you to never give up on race day.
Oh boy, is that true. All right, so let's see. Packy's getting slowed down a little bit. His relative to Lack inexperience in stage 7-1 might be kind of costing him a little bit here. It's not to say that Lack is not having some minor issues here, but he's not having major issues. He did just take the Swag Star, which is going to hurt him a little bit, but it might not be too big of an issue. It could be a... Oh, he's got a fire. Okay, never mind. He had the backup. But he's getting hung up here on the flames here. That can be really annoying. He's only got 1 health left, so I don't know. I mean, hopefully he can get off of this screen and just get into the next screen, and he's probably going to have to take a death to reset his health here. He's really trying to avoid this bird. Okay, so he just let Packy back in it. Guys, now, and Lack takes a death, and Packy's into 7-2! Thankfully, it didn't put Lack back much, but still, now he's gotta collect the full po here, and he's got it, and he's got to collect this. Oh, he actually skipped collecting the second. Oh no, maybe he has them. I just can't see it that well. He's got the 2 clones. Okay, so at least he's got that out of the way.
Yeah,
Right,
my
Packy-
jaw is literally just wide open watching these two. When they came into 7-1, there was less than a second separating them, and now here we are in 7-2, so close to the end, anything can happen. I am thrilled for such a close finish.
Yeah, and for his own right, Firebroth is in 4-1, Reeve is in 2-2, so all of our runners are at the top are doing their parts, but the big question is who's going to close this out here? It's going to be Packy, it's going to be Lack. Packy's taking a lot of damage right now, he's got to get that health. And also, you want to take a lot of Ninpo into the final bosses. Ideally, you're taking 100 in. Lack is back in first. He's on the final screen going into the bosses. And he's taking his time. I think he knows where Packy is, and he just wants to go in with full health and 100 Ninpo. He's got near full health. He's got 100 Ninpo. Meanwhile, Packy's got 96. He's staying strong. Alright, Lack Attack burns through Jackie-O very easily with the fire strats on the left side. Packy's got 90 Ninpo going in. He's got almost full health. It's good enough. He's going to be fine.
I think there's only about 12 seconds between them right now. Amazing.
Absolutely. Lack Attack just rips through the baby on the wall, and now he's into the demon. This is the final boss, everybody. He's got enough Ninpo that he's going to be able to throw it and destroy the head. He's got plenty of health. This is Lack's to lose. Getting bounced around a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Lack Attack has done it. He's taken it home. Ninja Gaiden 2, everything he knows about it and everything he's practiced paid off. He climbed back over Packy, and now it's time for Packy to take a very strong and ridiculously impressive 2nd place here, closing out Ninja Gaiden. Amazing work, Packy. Another incredible performance. Only 18 seconds off of the record, off of 1st place. Today wasn't the day, but by God did Packy put up an incredible performance. Something very few people can do. The Lack Attack was able to take it home. Amazing work, guys. You both have earned this. It's incredible.
Extraordinary, and both players finishing with a 314, which is nothing close to anything I saw from anyone in practice. I didn't know that they were quite at that point with this. This Big 20, I thought it was going to be like a half an hour longer than average, and these players have proven me wrong with the strats they've exhibited today. This was so awesome to watch.
And it's wild. And, you know, I kind of made the note earlier when we had such a bunched up top four within 9 seconds, 8 seconds of each other that, you know, through everything they'd done to that point, all of the work they'd done, games that went well, games that didn't go well, it all led to the moment where they were within 8 seconds of each other. Well, for 3 hours and 14 minutes, Packy and Lack Attack went through the good, went through the bad, had incredible runs, might have had a PB here or there, had the things they shook their head to, and it all led to this moment where 19 seconds separated them from first and second place. It's just wild. Amazing, amazing work, and just a great way to close out story-wise Ninja Gaiden 2 and the way that it wraps up. Beautiful visual for an end game, beautiful music. It's got to feel good for both of these guys. Obviously, I'm sure Packy feels a little disappointment for not taking it home, but he shouldn't. He shouldn't feel disappointed because it's an amazing, amazing time. It's just risen the awareness of Packy that much more. Everybody has to give him a follow because when you watch him play, you know, day by day on stream, he just absolutely crushes everything he touches. Lack Attack, we all know him, we all love him. Amazing, amazing work. He decided he was going to run this, and he just put his nose to the what is it? Nose to the grindstone? Is that the phrase? And just
that's the one.
Thank you. All right. And just pushed and pushed and pushed and found things, worked hard on manips, understood these games as much as anybody could, and he delivered. And it's just amazing. His second win of a Big 20. Big GGs to Lack Attack, one of our faves around here. Great work.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
Big
second
20 will
place
mute
is
audio.
it's no slouch of a position. It's a big honor and very difficult to achieve in a Big 20 event. And now 18 seconds away from first place, Packy can taste victory. Now that he's demonstrating the strength and consistency across events, who knows what can happen in the fall event? We'll just have to wait and see what happens in 6 months.
Did I hear our friend Lack Attack join us in chat? Maybe not.
No, it was on the stream, so I was letting it play out for the tension, you know. But we're over to Reeve now.
Got it. All right, we got some Reeve audio now, as Reeve is making their way through. So now we have our second ongoing battle here for the podium. We got Firebroth coming into his own in his own right here, pushing into 6-2. He's got near full health. So he's just got to work his way through these purposeful damage boosts. He's got all of the Ninpo he needs. Reeve working through 4-2. 4 is definitely a tough stage. It can really give you some headaches, but he's looking good. But this is Firebroth's podium to lose at this point. And he's into the Kelbaros. You can set this up very easily by pulling your ninjas on screen, and then he's gonna do the he's doing the Swag Star strats there, so he didn't have to go up. He just stayed back, set up his ninjas, and melted them. Now Firebroth into 7-1. Toughest stage in the game. We'll see what he does here. Hopefully he can maintain this and bring home third place. Meanwhile, on our screen too, we have Smart Alec, Grayskull, and Psytown all working on Palamedes. Grayskull is actually on the boss here, and actually just finished. And Smart Alec, meanwhile, is just starting up on the boss, the final puzzle. So Grayskull is now moving into Ninja Gaiden 2. Grayskull is a great Ninja Gaiden 2 runner, so I'm going to expect him to make a good push here. Will it be enough to overcome Firebroth at this point? I don't know, but it's certainly going to help him get a top 5 finish, no problem. We have quite a few runners into Palamedes. We have quite a few after that into Castlevania. So our top 10 runners are looking very, very good right now, and may all have a chance at sub 4 hours, which is really great. Let Create taking a death. Oh, he was so late. He was right at the end. One more weapon attack would have taken that, but unfortunately he's got to do this stretch again, so it's going to cost him a few minutes here, but nonetheless, still in a good position. Smart Alec 1-0 on the final boss, while Grayskull is working through stage 1.
Yeah, the podium is still open, but it's looking like Firebroth. I think Reeve is the closest player. Came in about a minute and a half apart from Firebroth going into Ninja Gaiden 2, and now currently in 5-2 as Firebroth is in 7-2. Very close to closing it out for third place.
Yep, getting banged around a little bit here, Firebroth is, but there is health on this screen. Let's see if he can just clear out and get the health without any issues. He did. He's got half of his health about, and he's got 88 Ninpo, so that's going to maybe slow him down on the final form of this boss. But Melton Jackie away here. I missed one hit there. Has to use an extra fire for that, so he's going to have to go a little slow on the baby. And this could be a concern. Maybe he's going to use all his Ninpo and just go into the final boss without any Ninpo. That might be the best way to do it. We'll see. Yep, he's going to use it all up so he can get out of the boss anyway. Go into the final boss with a little under full health. I'm sorry, half health. He's going to have to go a little slower on the head here, but he should be okay. Okay, he's just down to the heart. He can take a few hits. This is Firebroth's podium to lose here. He's picking away. Taking a little more damage. And he's done it! Firebroth has taken third place. Incredible job by Firebroth. That's got to feel good. And making his place known in Big 20 history. Like you'd said, Nescard, he's had some top 10 finishes, but now he's taken third place. Just amazing.
Yeah, people just moving up over the years. Very exciting to see. It looks like finish. Oh, whoops! I just missed it there. Hang on. There we go. 3:21:39, the final time for Firebroth in third place, and Reeve on the way to fourth place potentially in 6-2 currently.
Yeah, we got quite a few runners into Ninja Gaiden now. Let Create just wrapped up Castlevania, got a little redemption there on the Sypha kill on the final boss. He must feel pretty good about that. Might be a little annoyed, but that's okay. You know, it comes with the territory of being in a race. You're into Palamedes. He's done good with Palamedes. So no big deal, and definitely looking at a top 10 run right now. And meanwhile, Reeve is into 7-1, so here we go, the final stretch of Ninja Gaiden. Let's see what Reeve can do. Little Mountain Dew and churros here. Bright Shadow, meanwhile, working through Castlevania right now, and gonna close it out here with Trevor. He's just gotta wait for those blocks to plant. He's right in the middle. He's using up all the stuff that's gonna slow him down. But he's gonna be done as well. So Grayskull working through 3-2. Very acrobatic stage. It's my personal favorite stage. Cool jams too. Of course, we always like to endorse the following of all of our great runners. If you don't yet follow Lack Attack, please do. If you don't follow Packy yet, definitely a great runner to watch. Firebroth is amazing. Like I said, one of the most chill guys who happens to be an incredible speedrunner as well. He actually won the co-op tournament at Best of Nest Live with Omega Coma. So he's no stranger to winning things. And a top 3 finish in a Big 20 is just an amazing, amazing feat. And of course, follow everybody else as well as they come in, but please consider people like Packy and Firebroth, and of course, Lack Attack. Omega Broth, yeah, exactly. Ooh, Reeve taking a death in 7-2. It's very easy to do. 7-2 is painful, but it's quite a journey. And now he's got to pick up. There's a clone here that he's going to pick up, hopefully. Yep. So at least that will. He won't be too far back. There is a clone near the end of 7-2 as well. But he takes that. That is probably the worst opponent in this game. Is that jerk shooting the gun there? He can take many, many deaths. Smart Alec working through 3-2, Reeve working through 7-2, Scytown is in 3-1. We got quite a bit of bunching up going on in here for our race for the top 5. Let Create working quite diligently through Palamedes, probably feeling good about how that's going. Grayskull, meanwhile, in 4-2. Again, Grayskull's no stranger to Ninja Gaiden 2, so I don't expect a lot of errors coming from him, and could definitely make up some time as well. I mean, the big thing about Ninja Gaiden 2 is, besides knowing the route and being very comfortable with it, is knowing what to do when things aren't going as planned, and those are the kind of things people like Grayskull will have in his back pocket. Grayskull making short work of the 4-3 boss. Reeve is actually into the final bosses now. He's into the second form. He's got plenty of Ninpo to wrap up the baby, but now he's not going to have any Ninpo that he can use to take out the head in one shot here, but that's no big deal. It's just a, like, I'd say, oh, actually, okay, never mind. Must be like 6 Ninpo, or 8, oh, it's 8 Ninpo, that's right. So he actually did have enough, so never mind that. Reeve making short work of this boss. He's going to close out for 4th place. GG's Reeve 42. Another consistently great finish in a Big 20. Right, so Reeve closing out on 4th place, 4 minutes back from the podium. No small feat for the amount of work we're putting in here. And now the big question is, who is going to be in 5th place? So Grayskull, again, as mentioned, making up some significant time, being a good seasoned Ninja Gaiden 2 runner. Scytown is looking great, working through 3-2. Smart Alec working through 4-1, getting bunked around a little bit by those little jerk big eyeball creature thingies. And Let Create Bright Shadow working through. Palamedes 2, Let Create looking really good, feeling comfortable, and is about a stage ahead of Bright Shadow right now in that sense. But again, Reeve 42, great work, GG's. Take a look at Reeve 42, give them a follow, another wonderful speedrunner with growing Big 20 pedigree here. All right. So, we have a couple of friends that we can bring in, and I think it would make sense to bring them in together. To be curious to hear what they have to say together. So I'm going to pull in our 1st and 2nd place runners, Lack Attack and Packy. Gentlemen, GG's, what an incredible run, and the back and forth between you two there at the end was magical. That was amazing.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad y'all got to watch it. I wish I could have watched it.
It'll probably be on YouTube later.
Yeah, definitely have to check it out.
Yeah.
Oh man, so were either of you guys listening to the stream and hearing where things were, or were you radio silent and just trying to zone out?
Go ahead, Packy.
Okay. Well, I was definitely peeking over because my wife has her computer going and has the stream going, and I was definitely peeking over between games, and sometimes during games when there were pauses. But after I just completely fumbled Empire, I did not think I had a shot. But wow, what a finish!
Yeah, I was watching. I peeked over at after a Battle Kid and saw, I was able to. The spreadsheet is super nice. Congrats, way to do that again. I'm just glad it gets better every year. But it was really easy to tell like how far behind you were by just glancing at it. So I think I was in 3rd place, but by like a couple minutes, and it looked like a couple people were tied after multiple games. Like that was insane, also. And then I didn't really look until after Palamedes because I had a really rough Palamedes, and I was like, I wonder how close it is, and I still had a shot, so I decided to kick it up a notch.
Yeah, I got a PB in Palamedes. I got a 935.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, I had a 13-12, so that was a monstrous comeback there. 4-minute swing in game 19. But that's exactly Yeah, for those of y'all watching, I'm on the staff. We help pick these games, and that was the reason we put it at the end, because you could have that big swing at the end where then now you got something like that. So good job by us, right? It's cool. It's cool to have the puzzle, random puzzle at the end that got me, unfortunately, but
yeah, this
cool.
This definitely seemed like the avoid the big mistakes Big 20, and everybody complained about baseball stars until we finally found them in Nip.
Yeah. How was your baseball stars?
505.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
That's great. I mean, I think I reset for 4 minutes. But I said I'm either going to reset or I'm not going to reset at all. I'm going to reset until I get it or not at all. That was a decision I made before, because I was like, if you're going to do it, or if you're going to give up after a certain amount of time, you may as well just play the game.
Yeah, I was thankfully able. I only needed one reset to get it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we were wondering if you were gonna at some point just say forget it and just go lack, because we saw, and I mean you'll see like Reeve, like you guys were all very close around that point, and then Reeve just got a good brute force, like base hits and home runs style 10-0 first inning. And it was wild. Like he was finishing, and I think you'd finally gotten the manip, and it was like, wow, if Reeve wins, it's going to be because of this. But then he had some issues in one of the other games. It was Star Wars, where he was stuck on the wall, and he lost a good like 90 seconds there. And some of you guys, made up some significant time. So it just shows you like there was a lot of things in a lot of these games where there could be a huge variety of times because of those little variables. We got Grayskull coming across. He took a death in 7-1, but was able to turn it back around. And we got some great emote work going on his screen here. But Grayskull, with his just wonderful Ninja Gaiden 2 skills amongst the many others, brings it home for another top 5 run. I mean, Grayskull is just an incredible talent. Everybody knows Grayskull around here. If you haven't followed him yet, you might as well just close that loop and get it done. But Grayskull wrapping it up with a very strong top 5 run. GG's, well done.
Watching Let Create play Palamedes over here, stuck with that one column 3133. You don't like to see that.
Yeah.
It kind of gums up the works, and you just kind of have to wait for the other guy to. This is not going to be. Oh, this is a coin flip now.
Palamedes in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Smart Alec into 7-1 here. Atsy's hopefully going to close out the boss here. Just got to watch out for this fire and not die on the... There we go. Okay, good. Atsy is going to be all set moving on to Palamedes. I mean, CB3 for me was one of the scary games because you have to get really good at understanding how to execute and then just hope you don't make a silly mistake and fall into a pit. It was great to see a lot of our top runners not make too many tragic mistakes, or really any.
Well, I just wanted to say to Packy, is this really fun battling you on the spreadsheet? Like,
yeah,
that's always fun to be able to like chart your progress. I know not everybody does it, and that's a shame because it's it's just all for fun doing the practice beforehand. And I was watching the chat, like the Best of NES chat, like during the race a little bit, and somebody posted after baseball was like, it's a shame that there's RNG in these races and like it's not rewarded based on skill. And I couldn't disagree more. Like, I think that the RNG is it's what is fun about these races, because then you don't know what's going to happen. Like, that's why randomizers are so popular. That's why matches that can come down to the end. Like, if you have like one person who's incredibly skilled, and then the rest of the field, well, it's not really that good. But if you have those equalizers, that's what makes it more fun. And we had several of those in this race. Now, if you want to know who the best person is, look at the spreadsheet. You can see the top 5, all that. But, that's how you can also measure that way of like, you can just go look at their best times ever. But if you do it in a full run,
Yep.
Like then that's kind of the bigger picture. So it's definitely two different skills, like the RTA spreadsheet, and then like the full race mode. So just don't badmouth RNG too much. I mean, look, it made a crazy race. If it was all based on skill and like, I guess I wouldn't have made up 4 minutes or lost 4 minutes in Palamedes based on skill, but Packy was able to show his skill in Palamedes. World record holder also, I think currently second place, but that other runner who was bombarded with Palamedes 2 submissions after none other than his own. It's kind of funny, I'm sure, but what the heck's going on? But,
I woke up one morning and I saw a tweet from Corion of the Tetris community talking about, oh, one of my buddies woke up and all this stuff's going on at Palamedes too.
Exactly. And yeah, to drive home your point, Lack, so the beauty about RNG is if you know a game well, then when the RNG acts in your favor, you can execute and absolutely have a fantastic time. And if you don't know the game well, sometimes you can get really lucky, but really the execution is so critical to be able to say, I got what I wanted or I got enough of it in the RNG. Now I need to do my job.
Yep.
We got a really good finish here happening. Smart Alec and Side.
Yeah.
Get back to
Yes.
that for a minute.
So Side-Town's got the fire, which is going to play a good role here at the end. He's got 20 Ninpo, so he's going to be able to blow through the head here if he chooses to, or if he's aware of that as a skill. That would be pretty significant here because it does a lot of damage. It does one hit per shot. He's done it, and now he gets to chop up the heart here. Meanwhile, Smart Alec didn't have the fire, so he had to go a little manual here, and he's got a little less health. Let's see what happens. It's close, but Side-Town's going to take it home. And Smart Alec right behind him, about 3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Look, the dot done. They dot donned at 3:36:53.
We're gonna have to frame.
And we could.
It is a legitimate tie.
There could be stream delay, so like that could have actually been like a legit tie. So
yeah,
whatever's in race time. Congrats.
That's funny.
That's insane.
That's great. So we're gonna call that a tie.
Shadow realmed in the race.
Shadow realmed in the race.
Side-Town still hasn't finished. It's just two Smart Alex.
Yeah, right.
That's awesome.
Oh man, amazing. So Side-Town and Smart Alec both finishing in 6th place. You know, I remember recently Smart Alec was talking about taking a break from speedrunning. You know, was probably getting a little frustrated maybe by maybe the occasional grind and just kind of needed a moment. And he took a moment, but now he's come back better than ever. And now he's finishing tied for 6th place in a Big 20. And also, besides that, he's just putting up runs nonstop, you know, on the side. So, you know, everybody needs to take a breather from time to time, and that's totally understood. But I'm glad to see Smart Alex back. I'm glad to see him crushing games, and I'm glad to see him taking 6th place here in this Big 20.
WTMA is just saying, how else can this tie be settled? I propose that it be settled with 1 round of Donkey Kong Jr. math.
I thought they were gonna run the whole thing back.
Oh, there you go.
Just go again. US Open style.
Aaron 2U2 trying to stick me with a job that we didn't you know, officially mark in the tracker of frame counting. I'm gonna mentally frame count it and say it's a dead even tie to the frame, so I'm comfortable with that if everybody else is.
Black, how was your Bomberman, by the way? It looked pretty good.
I actually full run PB'd and got a 1331.
Nice.
So, yeah, I got the manipulation on the first try to get like a known pattern. That's like with looks like an F in the top corner. I don't know how anybody does it, but there's like the flame like in the bottom left. You get it immediately, and so I did mess up my score, which I think is what does what controls it. But the detonator I had to look for, so I lost a little time there, and then. You know, you just have to turn it down to like 9 when you're playing Bomberman 2, because if you play at 10, like there's a good chance you're going to kill yourself on the flame, or like put yourself in the corner. So I tried to pull it back just a little bit, especially when you get the skates, because you just move a little faster than you think you do, and you can run into your own flame. So how was yours?
12:59.
You're crushing me.
You clearly won.
So
sir.
what happened to Empire? So what was your time in Empire?
10:55.
Yeah, that's a big. I got the first try jumps and I had struggled in the overworld or in like the speeder section. I kind of got low health, and so I played it a little more timid. But
So I got the double jump on my second try. The problem was on the speeder stage, I missed with one of my tow cables.
oh no, that's a big loss.
And
Oh,
then
yes, I
in
remember that.
and then in Echo Base, I whiffed twice on the moving platforms, and then I died.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Man. Great race. Can't wait to watch it back.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, Packy, great work, dude. You know, I hope that you continue to push forward. I mean, your presence is so obvious and impactful in these big 20s now. Like, you're always somebody who's thought of as being, you know, someone who could take it all, and you've clearly reinforced that here today. And I hope you continue to do this, because I think we'll see something even more magical than we already have. But I appreciate all of your work and your great accomplishment. GG's, and we look forward to the next speed run and the next race. Real quickly before we close with you, where else can we typically see you? I know you do some Dr. Mario stuff, and you got some other tournaments you get involved in.
Yeah, honestly, the Dr. Mario Monthly is actually going on in less than an hour and a half. So I will be on that on the DRMC.
That's amazing. You just can't stop, won't stop.
Nope.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Packy. Great work. Again, everybody consider giving Packy a follow. A great speedrunner. Clearly, he's continued to prove that and continues to build his legacy here in Big 20s and beyond. But I'm hoping and very hopeful that we will see more of you in the near future, Packy. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, man. It's always a
GG,
pleasure.
man.
GG's, Lack.
All right. So we got some Castlevanias going on the screen here. Coconut Ed is looking to wrap up here. Bright, let's see, Level Engine, who's a world record holder of numerous categories in Castlevania 3, if I recall correctly. So Level Engine should have some good solid time here with Castlevania. We got Atsy and Arcus pushing Palamedes right now, so that's great to see. We still have openings in our top 10. We have, 8, 9, 10. We have 3 more spots left for top 10. So Bright Shadow here is in Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3-2. So well on their way in. Let Create continuing to grind and is in Ashtar. So he's looking really, really good right now. A lot of great progress. Many spots open in our top 10. Must feel good, Lack, for all the work you put in to take your second one home.
Yeah, I remember when Lack won the first one and said he was going to take a break for a while. I wasn't sure if he would ever come back. I was really happy to see that he had chosen to run this one. I knew we'd see more of the typical Lack Attack strength from him, and he did not disappoint today.
Absolutely. So I'm wondering if we're Lack is pulled into the green room. So I wonder if maybe if Firebroth's out there, if you hear us, Firebroth, if you wouldn't mind jumping in. If you're interested in chatting, we'd love to chat with you about your incredible performance. Otherwise, we will continue to watch this race and watch for developments. Alright, Let Create into Stage 7. Hopefully we'll see a nice, smooth Stage 7, so Let Create can close out in the top 10 here. 8th place is still wide open. Looks like we got Lack back in the channel. Welcome back, Lack.
Hey, I thought you were done with me.
Never done with you.
Oh, man. Okay, what's up?
Well, actually, the only comment I had.
Now he's done with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now.
The comment that I had was that it must have felt good for when you decided you were going to push this one, that for all the work you put in, and especially for all of the practice races that you did, the practice marathons, for it all to come together and end in another win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do all this together, and I asked the rest of the staff, like, I feel like I should race. You know, I feel like this needs a little more commitment from somebody. So I was like, I will race if somebody doesn't want to. I need the blessing from everybody. You guys gave me a blessing, all three of you, so thank you for that. I definitely put in the work. Like, I streamed, I practiced offline a lot more this time.
Wow.
Just as opposed to streaming my practice, because I felt like me staring open mouth at a monitor isn't like great watchings, and also I'd probably get less out of it. So I was focused on doing the full runs on stream, and honestly, like, I PB'd today by almost 15 minutes in my full run. And that's, I mean, that's all baseball. Like in my last run, it was a 3:28. I lost 17 minutes in baseball compared to my like full run PB, and 18 minutes to my actual like single game PB, which wasn't a manipulation. It was like just some other, just a stroke of luck. So I knew the potential was there as long as I didn't like beef any other games, and I tried to today. There was a couple games that like did not go well for me. Like Ikari 3 was not good. I just kept losing a lot of time. Like, I got an extra couple of fights. Like, I would die. I couldn't really get moving in that game. It felt like, I mean, it's kind of the game anyway. Like, feels like you got cement boots on. But I didn't do as well as I'd hoped. Bubble Bobble 2, I missed an umbrella. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yes, we did.
I died twice. And I knew that was a possibility to get hit by that flame. And so what I had noticed was that the water bubble spawns a little, I guess, like if you just move normally, it spawns and the bubble will kill the flame. But I guess I went too fast and the bubble did not spawn, and I landed on the flame, and then I tried again to get the umbrella, and I game overed. So it didn't really cost me that much time because there was only one more level, but the next level wasn't. It was like that checkerboard one, and it's one you don't play too often. But the rest of Bubble Bobble I actually played pretty well. Baseball, I reset for 4 minutes to get the manipulation. And it was worth it. Wow, Adventure Island, I got a 15-16. Okay, that was really good. That was 1 minute and 11 seconds better than my best time. That's really good. Final Fantasy 3 went fine. I didn't get like the new strat that had been worked in recently of just not equipping anything and just keeping your Onion Knights, but I didn't get any good drops. So I had to just do the fights manually. I couldn't skip them. Empire was good, Bomberman was great, Castlevania was great, Palamedes, I lost 3 matches. So like I practiced all these games a lot. I would say the game I liked practicing the least, probably Paperboy. The one I liked practicing the most, I think, was Batman Returns. Like, it was really fun to get good at that. Bubble Bobble 2, also fun. I'm excited to run more of these games after Big 20.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know you're ready to get in some, but I'm probably going to go back to most of these. Probably not Super Pitfall. Just kind of over Super Pitfall. You're ready to get in some, but I'm probably going to go back to most of these. Kind of done with it. Maybe King Kong 2. Maybe Apollo can teach me some actual strats instead of my baby strats.
So Let Create had a really good set of final bosses there in Ninja Gaiden 3 and was able to take home 8th place, 346, a very, very respectable showing, especially given some of the challenge with Castlevania 3 dying at the boss with like 1 shot left. That was probably like a 3 or 4 minute penalty there. So all told, just a very good overall run by Let Create. I know Let Create also would probably want to get back the baseball stars, but you know what? A lot of people had trouble with baseball stars, and overall, Let Create's execution was so good to take home a top 10 here. So GG's with Let Create. Good work and congratulations. So we have the 3rd place runner the third place runner coming into the booth, Firebroth. What is going on, dude? Congratulations. Just amazing, amazing work. I knew you had it in you. A podium for Big 20. How do you feel, and what does it mean to you?
Yo, yeah, super happy with the third place finish here. Big 6.5 minute PB today. Yeah,
Wow.
first third place podium finish in Big 20. It's really, it feels good. It's massive. It's really huge.
Boy, I mean, what feels bigger to you, your Best of Nest Live co-op championship or this?
Yeah, this one might be spiel a little bit because I get it all to myself. I don't gotta share it with anyone. But no, that live event was a ton of fun too.
There you go. Oh man. I mean, did you? I was watching your time tracker just continue to just your sum of best just go down and down and down. I was like, wow, Firebroth is like, these games are clicking with him. Did you have a sense that it could come all together like this, like based upon your practice leading up to today?
I did, yeah. I had a pretty good feeling. The full runs are going really nicely. I think I did 8 practice runs beforehand before the race here, and yeah, nearly all of them PB'd. So I was just on a really good trajectory going in.
Wow. Any games really get to you today?
Yeah, there was some little minor mistakes that caused some issues here. I think the first one was romance. I didn't bring any rice into the battle. I didn't think that would matter, and the battle ended. The battle ended pretty quickly. I learned something new on race day.
Oh, I had that happen once when I was doing the time tracker runs. I was like, "Oh shoot, I'm dead instantly."
Yeah, so that was a bummer. I should have done because I know I could have canceled back and then restarted the battle and everything. But yeah, a little something new there. I'm like, well, okay, there's that. Other than that, let's see. Yeah, things are going pretty nicely though. After that, look at the splits here. Gauntlet had some weird teleporters. That's kind of to be expected. Nothing too bad. Yeah, PB Bomberman, everything. Yeah, we were really clipping along after that. That romance might have been the biggest, big blemish. There's just small minor things here and there, but yeah, I think nothing really major. We were clipping along pretty good almost the entire time there.
Very nice. And we just got a Grayskull raid into the channel. Thank you so much, Grayskull. Welcome in all of Grayskull's raiders. We appreciate you popping in and throwing some baloney in the chat. Grayskull doing just incredible work today with a 331, 5th place. Another great showing by Grayskull. We can't expect any less. He prepares. He knows the games. He's got so much legacy experience, and he's a great racer. So thank you for sharing your community with us, Grayskull, and GG's on your amazing work today.
Big cheers.
Yeah. And so, I mean, do you see yourself holding yourself back, taking a break on upcoming Big 20s, Firebroth, or are you just full bore ahead?
I think, just keep the momentum going. I can't stop playing Big 20s, and, I enjoy them too much. Yeah, ride the momentum into the next one here and keep blasting best we can.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, man, GG. I'm happy to watch your progress this Big 22. You were killing it. I didn't know if you were doing it right away. And I guess maybe I missed your streams, but I was catching him towards the end. I'm like, dang, man, he's really stepping it up. And you were getting some sick times. We had a lot of people getting into the low, 330s, 320s, high 320s towards that last week. So, and it was always one game that was keeping everybody from breaking the ice on it. And yeah, it was just. I'm glad you got top 3, got a podium. Heck yeah, it's pretty great.
Oh yeah, I love it. And GG on your top finish there too. I saw that you and Packy were separated by 20 seconds or less. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
It's insane. It is. I did want to give people a break because I wanted to win by a little more than I did last time, which I think was 11 seconds. So I'm just trying to get better as we go on.
Keep it interesting.
That's right. So anyway, I just want to say good GG to you, and I'll let you have the interview back.
Thank you so much, Lack.
Hey, man.
So do you, Firebroth, do you watch it all? What's going on? Do you watch the race stream when you're going? What's your approach as the psychology of the Firebroth in a marathon or a race?
I like to stay pretty focused. I just had the race time kind of on the side there, but not really looking at it too much there. I peeked at it at the end there when I was in Gaiden and saw that Lack and Packy had finished up. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe 33 is still open here.
There you go.
Otherwise, I stay pretty locked in on the games. Try to stay in my zone and keep the ship nice and steady.
Yeah, it is funny how, I mean, for some people, they gain an advantage in their mind, like their psychology, to kind of have a sense of where things are. And especially if you, someone's behind you and you can maybe play it a little safer and not, you might lose a little time, but you won't die and get set back. There's definitely strategy there. I find myself being able to focus much more if I don't know what's happening. There was one time I was just doing a Ninja Gaiden race, and a very, very good runner, I was actually ahead of him, and then I took a death and I look over and he's catching up on me and it got in my head. And he was going to beat me regardless at that point, but it really got in my head too. And I ended up taking a death at the demon because I was trying to panic kill the demon to maybe salvage it. So it really can throw off the psychology.
Yep, little haste and trip at the end there.
Yeah.
I was already excited enough when I got into guidance. I needed too much more.
Yeah, and I'm sure you did you have your tracker up? I mean, your like splits up to see where you were for yourself.
Oh yeah. I was feeling good because I was. Let's see how far ahead I was coming in.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's like about almost 7 minutes ahead coming into guidance. So I was feeling real good. TV all but guaranteed.
That's nice. That's a good confidence boost. And I knew that you had done really well in Gaiden recently, so I was like, oh man, it was your third place to lose the entire time that you went into it, which was great, and closed it out strong as well.
Yeah, heck yeah.
It's really cool, like to see like the next generation of big racers really kind of setting things up for the coming years. I mean, Packy, you, Reeve, Sci-Town. We have the stalwarts like Lack, Smart Alec, Grayskull, Arcus, the folks that will, if they put in the preparation and had the time and are really driven by that race, we know they're going to have a really good result, give or take. But then to see you, Packy, Smart Alex, Sci-Town, Let's Create, Bright Shadow, like all these names coming up and like really kind of saying, hey, I have a chance at this. It really kind of brings that extra juice to the future of the Big 20, which is awesome.
Oh heck yeah! Hope the future of the Big 20 keeps on going here. I love these events, and I'm super grateful that you guys have kept them going there over the years.
Yeah, I know there's kind of an ongoing joke between the staff, like, oh, it could be the last one. It's like, but I'm having so much fun and I just got here. But yeah, we'll have to figure out what the next theme is. We don't necessarily have to have a theme, but a theme kind of, in its own way, is good because it's like you go from 1,300 games that could possibly be an option to, in us having our justifications why each game should be in that we like, to, okay, here's our window of games based upon this theme, and it kind of helps us focus and say, okay, like what's the best value within this framework. So this like sequels kind of theme was a really cool idea that also made sure we kind of highlighted some of the games that might not get the same amount of attention as maybe the first game in that series.
Yeah, it's really nice to get the exposure to some of these games that, like a lot of them that I hadn't seen on this list, like per usual. It's always nice to get a fresh view on some of these old games.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, great work, Firebroth. Just amazing, and maybe if maybe you and Packy are going to be the ones that are going to be pushing to the final bell there at the end next time, or maybe it'll be somebody else we don't yet know. But it's great to see you just progressively getting better and better and better. And I commented multiple times. I'm like, Firebroth is like the chillest dude, but he's also like one of the sickest runners. Like you have the you have the best ratio of even keel person to ridiculous speedrunning skill. So it's just fun to see, you know, that like nice calm demeanor and chill demeanor just come through and crushing these types of races. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we try to keep it chill most of the time. We get some spice in there, you know. We're definitely raging out offline in some of these games too, but we get all that out of the way beforehand, you know, so we can.
There you go.
keep the fire for the fire and the focus, you know, and keep it clean.
Yeah, there you go. Mic's off. You know, you're at home, and I mean, you're you know, offline. You can kind of let it all out, and then you come in, and it's like, all right, we're ready to roll. Let's do this.
Yeah, there you go. Get all the crap out beforehand.
There you go. But yes, everybody consider giving Firebroth a follow. Again, super chill dude, and you're going to see, I mean, if he's pulling this off in a marathon, imagine what he's doing when he can reset and get that perfect run across many, many games that he runs. And he runs a lot of games. He doesn't discriminate, so you'll see a nice variety checking out Firebroth. But we appreciate you, dude. Great work, and maybe we'll see you at another Best of Nest Live soon, or maybe Nest Fest, or something else. But you know, great work, and we'll definitely be seeing you around.
Definitely. Yeah, I gotta make it to one of those, if not both, this upcoming season. Those are SGL Lab was way too much fun. But yeah, thanks you guys so much. It was a great race, awesome day. Enjoy the rest of it here. I'll be chilling, and we'll catch y'all on the retro side.
Nice. All right, thanks, dude.
I think during that too, Bright Shadow finished, so GG, Bright Shadow. And I think we said let create, but let create too, so people popping off.
GG's Bright Shadow. Very, very good work. Again, another great showing here. Just under the sub 4. Must feel good. Great work. Looks like we have a couple more folks. We want to bring them in one at a time. What was the plan there, Paulo? Or we want to bring both of our friends in here?
We can do one at a time. They can get, you know, a couple minutes, and we bounce them out. You know, you got the time in this room is very precious. You know, they can only take our presence for just a few minutes before being overwhelmed.
We are very prescient. Okay, so let's start with Reeve, since Reeve finished in 4th place. So we'll pull him by rank there. Pulling in Reeve now. Reeve, you are currently in the booth. Welcome in. We'll give you a second to come off mute.
There we go. Hey.
Yo.
All right, welcome in, Reeve. Congratulations. Another incredible showing. 4th place today, just 11 minutes off of the top time, which, given all the RNG and all the luck that's needed in some of the games that we had here today, it must feel really good to have another strong performance.
Yeah, definitely feels good. Yeah, this is the first time it's a little frustrating. Like I've had a 3rd and 4th before, and both times it was amazing. This time a little frustrating, just rough Star Wars and then really bad Bomberman. But you know, I knew this list was capable of that. That there were probably 6 or 7 games that, you know, something like that could have happened in. So I'm still happy. Just, you know, just a little frustrated this time, I guess.
Yeah, you were really cruising, and then that stinking Star Wars wall just...
Yeah, yeah, because that's one of those where, you know, in practice it never took more than 5 tries. But it's always sort of in the back of your head, I guess. So maybe I was rushing a bit, and then I missed 2 tow cables. So yeah, it was just... We don't need to talk about the Star Wars or the Bomberman. Bomberman was like 22 minutes, I think. It was bad. Yeah.
So you had a Zark time there then. All right.
Yeah, it was like I couldn't get my manip for the start, and it just sort of fell apart from there, I guess. But
dude, speaking of manip though, I was like when you were playing, when you were doing baseball, yep. Not that we play favorites in here, but when you just got good and beat baseball when everyone else was doing the manip, awesome. I was like, I kind of want Reeve to win. Like, he got good. That's all. Everyone, so many complaints about baseball. Reeve just got good.
Yeah, people love the long ball. So.
Yeah. As soon as that first home run was hit, it was like first swing. I'm like, here we go, let's go.
Yep.
And I mean that was lucky on the good side. Like in general, I was around like 6 to 8 minutes. So I was really, like a week ago, I was really happy where Baseball Stars was. And then the manip came out, and it's like, I'm not so happy about it anymore. But it came together today, so.
Yeah, that was wild. There were people trying to set up the manip, and you guys were all kind of close to each other. And then I look over, and while people were still trying to set up the manip, you're at like 6-0 with guys on base and 1 out. It's like, holy moly, like Reeves crushing this right now. Brute force smashing the ball, the thread off the ball.
Yep. I've always loved like baseball games on NES. Even growing up, I had the original Baseball Stars, and then also Little League Championship Series, which is fairly similar to Baseball Stars too. So yeah, like a lot of people say that was probably their least favorite. That was probably one of my favorite games in this Big 20.
Yeah, I remember as I recently came onto the team, I had been hoping to get Baseball Stars 1 in at some point, but then knowing Baseball Stars 2 was fairly similar in both concept, structure, and how the game can go when you're trying to get a Mercy Rule finish, it just fits so perfectly. So, I mean, we were all kind of feeling that it could be a fit, and I was really happy about that because I knew there was going to be that opportunity where it could swing the state of the race, and it seemed like it was having that impact.
Yeah, we got a really close Ninja Gaiden here going on too. Looks like Arcus came into Ninja Gaiden behind a few spots, but has had a pretty good run and passed a few of these runners here.
While we watch this wrap up, Reeve, do you have any last thoughts on either how things went for you or your thoughts on the Big 20, best game, game that really kind of, you could never play again and be happy?
I mean, the game that surprised me was probably Ninja Gaiden 2. My first Big 20 was 17. It was in there, but only through 5.3, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
And, Ninja Gaiden is always sort of intimidating, I guess, as a speedrun, sort of. But I guess this time it sort of clicked a little easier, and it was a ton of fun. It's, I don't think my run was great today, but it's just so much fun, just bouncing around, taking those damage boosts.
Oh, yeah.
So that was definitely my favorite, probably, to play. I mean, I really like Baseball Stars. Least favorite, I don't think, maybe Dig Dug. I felt like that was it was just kind of there.
Yeah.
No, I think Aaron floated maybe doing like some of the later levels. Still, it wasn't bad.
Gotcha. We got Arcus wrapping up here, and Arcus is one of the greatest Ninja Gaiden 2 runners of all time, so he's going to make this look like a little bit of cakewalk. He's getting knocked around, but for Arcus, he has more than enough health to close this out.
It's an evil shrimp.
Yeah. Oh boy, getting bonked. Thankfully, the shrimp don't do as much damage in this, and Arcus closing it out. He's going to round out the top 10. GG's Arcus, incredible work, and we'll see what he comes in at here.
We got a hype train and some sick emotes popping through there too.
Very nice.
I love the celebratory emotes.
Yeah. Looks like he hasn't marked himself as done yet, but looks like it's right around 407. Great work to Arcus, of course. One of the stalwarts of the speedrunning community. We always appreciate him and everything he does for speedrunning, and putting up a great performance here today, rounding out the top 10. 407.45 is the time he's marking for done. So just great work. So yeah, Reeve, I mean, again, you just continue to pummel away, and you just continue to put up great runs that, we're talking to Firebroth and talking about the next generation of, potential Big 20 winners. And I mean, you're there now every single time. You have to be considered as one of the odds-on favorites, so long as you're able to commit to it and push a particular, season of it. So we always look forward to that, and we really appreciate everything you do for speedrunning and your involvement in the Big 20.
Thank you, and yeah, just thanks to the staff. I mean, this is always a fantastic time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to plenty more Big 20s in the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate you. We appreciate your work today. Another wonderful run, 4th place by Reeve. Check out Reeve42. Consider giving them a follow. They definitely deserve it, and we'll catch you very soon, Reeve. Thank you.
Yep, thanks all.
All right. So before we pull in the next one, we got a few 7-2s going on here. This is pretty exciting. We got @C, Coconut Ed, and Level Engine all pushing forward. Gleepot's already making his way into Ninja Gaiden 2. That's some great work by Gleepot's today. Level Engine has all the ninpo he needs. He's got the fire. All right. He's got 90 ninpo. That should be enough. Coconut Ed's got 92, but he takes a death. Oh, no! I can't imagine that he intended that, but we'll see. because he's gonna have to recollect the clones now, while Level Engine is wrapping up Jackie-O. At Sea is in the baby and just tears right through. Not gonna have enough Ninpo to do the frames of kills, kind of like a, it's almost like a, what do you call it, like a spin slash in here, where you just be able to shoot a fire through the head and it hits on every frame. Not able to do that here, so you have to do some manual work, but you got more than enough health to get through. Meanwhile, Level Engine does have enough, so suddenly Level Engine looking like they're gonna jump back ahead of At Sea here. They're both taking the head out at the same time. Level Engine does have some fire that's gonna help, but he's got 3 hits left, 3 health left. This could be a tight squeeze.
Holy
2.
cow.
At Sea wrapping it up, and Level Engine wrapping it up. Wow. Holy moly. GG's. Gentlemen, At Sea closing out with
So
a
many close
410.
finishes.
Yes. Level Engine with a 4:10:39, 2 seconds separating 11th and 12th place. GG's to both of our runners. And Coconut Ed right now is in Jackie-O, takes Jackie-O out. Kind of low on Ninpo. Should have enough to at least do significant damage to the baby here, though. Probably won't be able to close out with the Ninpo usage. Oh, he actually kind of did quite a bit of missing there, so he's gonna have to manual his way through here, which is a little bit frustrating. And it's a really risky screen. Yeah, he's getting a lot of extra damage done that he doesn't want to be taking, but still able to take it out with 5 health. This is going to be a little tight. He might take a hit by the arm that juts out here. Not the top one, but the bottom one. So we'll see. Looks like he's actually waiting. He wants to dodge it. He's doing some safety here, which I guess makes sense. Because this is really, really a tough little spot, and there's just so much going on in this final boss. He's really having to take his time here. 3 health left. Yeah, it's not easy if you don't have the fire. You could jump in and duck, and as long as you have one of the clones attacking, it's okay. But 2 health left. If he takes a death, he's gonna go back to the beginning of 7-2. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. Oh, thank goodness it is not happening. Coconut Ed closing it out. 13th place. GG's Coconut Ed. That's gonna put Coconut Ed around a 4:12:04. 4:12:18. So not too shabby. Great work, Coconut Ed. All right. So now that we have a moment, maybe we can pull in. Smart Alec's been waiting in the box for a little bit here, so let's pull in Smart Alec. All right, Smart Alec, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, GG 6th place. How did that feel?
Thank you very much. I can't believe I tied for 6th. That is
crazy.
There's so many close finishes this Big 20. That's absurd. But I'm feeling very happy about that. Top 10. I love it. I PB'd by quite a bit today, mainly because of baseball. But yeah, this was a very, very fun list to do. Dare I say my favorite one of the ones I've done.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, so like, even the games in this list that are like, quote, bad, I still had things about them that I liked. So I didn't really hate any game in this list. I will say baseball was not a fun race game, but it's a good game. Like, but as far as like my race today, I had a couple games that went badly, but everything else went okay. So yeah, I'm in a good mood. I'm very happy with how I did today.
That's awesome. Yeah, and it clearly showed with all the work that you put in, and you know, it came down. I mean, 22 minutes off of the top time is nothing to sneeze at in a run where like there's so many things that could have gone wrong in so many games. It's just it's wild.
Yeah, my Super Pitfall 30th was really bad, and I don't know if that was just nerves or what, but that did not go well. And then Dig Dug 2 was a PB for me, so that was good.
Nice.
And like at that point, I slowly started bringing time back. Baseball, I got 746 on my baseball. So my PB for that in the full run was 14.5 minutes, so I saved 7 minutes there alone.
That must have looked nice on your splits.
Oh yeah, it went from -451 to -1145. So, and then Home Alone 2, I tied my PB. I tied it.
Your true PB, nice.
Yes, my true PB, I tied it. And then Bomberman 2 was bad because I died on 2-5, which is after a detonator.
No.
So, yeah, I lost almost, no, I lost 4 minutes, but I was 13 ahead going into that, so that I had time to play around with on that one. Castlevania 3 was the best I've ever done it. Palamedes 2 is a true PB. I can highlight that one. I got 1032. So I was happy about that one. And then Ninja Gaiden 2, I think that was my third best run ever of that game, which I'll take. I PB'd in it last night, so I knew I wasn't going to beat it today. But yeah, this list was in my opinion, this list was absolutely incredible. Every single game, there was something I liked about it. The theme I thought was really cool because there were some games in this list that I hadn't even played, or like I knew they existed but I never played. So it was nice that this theme kind of brought some of those games in, because like Adventure Island 4, for instance, was probably going to be in a list eventually, but I think this theme like upped its chances of like, hey, how about we do this game?
Yep.
So yeah, this I think 6 is the best Big 20 ever, but of the ones that I've done, because I started with 8, of all the ones I've done, I think 22 is my favorite one. I think so.
That's amazing.
But yeah, just a fun list, great. I think during 21's, because for anybody who doesn't know, I helped commentate 21's race. During that time, I was kind of going through a lot, like in real life, and just too much was happening, and it was just a lot for my brain to deal with. But I've kind of taken care of that, and I actually practiced less this time compared to 21, because I think I was stressing myself out too much last time. So I kind of took a different approach for this list, and I would argue that it went well. Because I was never like, pissed off or anything. Like after Super Pitfall, I'm like, okay, whatever, that, it can happen. Let's just, just move on. It's okay. And it worked out. So I think my mood was just generally better this time around.
Honestly, taking issues early, in its own way is kind of a weird way of like suddenly, okay, fine, you just kind of settle the nerves. It is what it is. I'm just going to settle in and go. So that's probably one of the, all things, the silver lining of a run early. Like in its own ways.
Yeah. It also helped that Batman Returns was game 3, and I was familiar with that one, so I'm like, okay, like I have this, let me just play this, and then that went well, and then King Kong 2 went well, so at that point I was like, okay, like I'm starting to kind of calm down here. Yeah, so, but yeah, I kind of talked a lot there, but yeah, this was just a super fun list. Yeah, thanks for making this list. This was very fun, and thanks for everything y'all do for Best of NES.
Yeah, I mean, so this was my second involvement in a list since I came on last year, and the first one, or number 21, we had a lot of work and rework going into it, and why something should come out, why something should go in, and it was a lot. And this one, like, really came together very smoothly. Like, I think it maybe took like a week and a half, maybe like 2 meetings versus like 5 or 6, and a lot of back and forth. And why do you guys want to pull that one out? That's the one I like, And it was so smooth. And like I said, once the identity sets in for the list of 20, this one just always felt so good.
Yes. Yeah. Looking for giants. Yeah. So here's the thing. I have to defend myself a little bit here. Okay. I would never campaign for a game that I know would be terrible. Like, the thing about Batman Returns is hardly anybody's played it, and I'm like, this game slaps. Like, how has this never been in? And so I'm glad it got a chance in the spotlight, because I've seen some positive comments about it, and I do plan to go back to that game, full game, to get a better PB. Probably not immediately, but yeah. But it's the good news is, I mean, there's obviously going to be games that I'm like, oh, this would be cool in a Big 20, but nah, as far as like games that I'm like, literally, how has this never been in? Nah, I at this point, everything that I desperately want has been in. So y'all are okay. Y'all don't got to worry about me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you know, do we all on the staff have our own opinions about what should go in, and we're typically amongst the four of us going to weight our opinions? Yes, obviously we're picking the list, and there's a lot of things we're thinking of when we're organizing it and ordering the games and all of that stuff, and what should be the goal and stuff. But we listen when people float things out there, and
that's
maybe,
true.
Yeah, maybe we'll be listening a little more closely in the near future, and so you know, we'll see. But you know, hearing Batman Returns a number of times, I think, kind of planted a seed in our minds. So you know, something to think about if people really want a specific game in.
Yeah, I mean, well, and that's the thing. Like before this Big 20, hardly anybody even knew it was a game on the NES. So it's like, hey, like. That's why I was pushing for it, because I'm like, hey, this game is really good. How about we all play it? So,
I actually got it in my last haul of carts, so when I play the full run, it's going to be on original cart, which I'm pretty excited about.
Yeah, I think I found Batman Returns because it was a previous list and there was like a prediction contest or something. I was just booting up random games, and then I booted that one up. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This game is fun. So ever since then, I'm like, okay, yep, I want this in. So, unless there's any other questions or anything, I will probably hop off and let somebody else come on in.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds great, Smart Alec. Well, again, you know, and I know you mentioned it, and I mentioned that you were kind of, you know, thinking about taking a break with speed running, and we all have our reasons for when we have to do that kind of stuff. And I was hopeful that it wasn't going to be a permanent thing, and to see you come back so strongly, pushing all these different games, and then coming and doing so well in the Big 20, it makes me feel very good for you. I'm hopeful that it's just the beginning of the next phase, and that you're here for a long time and continue to do this stuff. And one way or the other, as in Big 20, we appreciate everything that you bring to it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the simple answer I can give is I just needed some time to figure out my life, and I'm getting, you know, a lot of things have settled down. So,
awesome.
But yeah, Big 20 is my favorite speedrunning event. So I can't wait to see what the next list is.
Nice. So, alrighty, sir. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We appreciate your commentary here, because you do a great job with it.
Appreciate it.
And we're looking forward to the next games out of Smart Alec.
Sounds good. All right, you guys take care. Have a good one.
Thanks, Smart Alec. All right. So we got more runners in a Ninja Gaiden, which is great. We actually have 4 actively in Ninja Gaiden: Epi, Retro Gamer Rob, Gleepots, and Verts, which is exciting. And they're all here on the screen. And then we got a couple here, Hero and Hambone in Palamidi. So people moving through these games. It's great to see all the progress and how tight the top, 25 or so are here. Right. Well, we do have another of our top runners in the green room, so we'll pull them in here.
Let's go.
All right, that's our friend Bright Shadow. So, Bright Shadow, I see you've come off mute. Welcome in. Congratulations on an awesome run. Sub 4, 9th place. GG's.
It was all baseball.
In the good way or the bad way? I don't think I caught how it went.
No, like my entire run was garbage, and then I got like a 9-minute on baseball. It was just like, I don't know how I did that, but okay. Suddenly I'm like way in the green instead of like 7 minutes behind. So yeah, that's like, I forgot how to play Bomberman. I may as well have played that blind. Like, I died like 5 times in it, and every time like I lost the skates, I lost the detonator like 3 times. It was just like, okay, well, I mean, I have infinite continues. How bad can this be?
Yeah, it's like, as soon as you get past one of those games too, you just kind of close your eyes, take a deep breath, and go, okay, it's done. On to the next one.
Yeah. And I mean, overall, I got a sub 4, which is what I was hoping for. I got top 10, which is what I was hoping for. Like, my sum of best is 318 for my full runs. So, like, I clearly lost a lot of time, but eh.
Yep, as can be expected when you have Baseball Stars and Gauntlet and, you know, Romance and Adventure Island and Battle Kid and just all these games.
Yeah, I had some awkward Battle Kid deaths too, but at least when you die in that, like, you don't lose much time. You can die, you know. I think I had like 9 deaths, but it only cost you like a couple of minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Versus losing your detonator in Bomberman, which just cost you like your sanity.
Right. Oh god, yeah. Especially if it's like 1-5 or, you know, 2-1 or 2-5. You're like, God, no.
Yep. But,
I'm going to push myself through a full run of that. But oh my god, is it not going to be pretty? And I'm going to be annoyed.
How many levels are in that game?
6 worlds, so 48 stages.
Too bad.
Yeah,
I assume that it has like
16
nothing
of them.
interesting. Like there's no bosses or anything. It's just
no
a bunch
bosses.
of levels.
There is a item that lets you go through the blocks that you have to blow up. So I think as long as you can hang on to that, but then you have to be careful about your bomb placement and where you are.
Right, because you can hurt yourself while you're in a brick.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. I think, like, there's a few games, like arcade-style games, that I think would be interesting to complete. Like Bubble Bobble Part 2 as well, kind of same thing. You have to know the bosses, but
right,
same thing to get through that.
That's a fun game.
And we got Epi wrapping it up here with a 426 GG's to Epi. Got Retro Gamer Rob on the final screen here. Low on Ninpo, but you should be able to collect some here anyway. Just it's gonna pose a bit of a challenge going into these bosses, because these bosses definitely call for as much Ninpo as possible. Plus, he doesn't have the fire. He's got the Swag Star, so there's that as well. It's definitely gonna pose a bit of a challenge, and I would be having some trouble coming into this at this point. But we'll see how he does. Maybe like one of the weirdest enemies in video gaming in terms of hitboxes is this Jackio right here. It might just be that box with the star in it. I've never tried to figure it out.
I think somebody said that it was like a vertical line, like right at the star,
is it?
all the way up and down his body, I think.
Oh, okay. That might make more sense. I'd still not get good at it ever, but it's kind of wild. You see the great runners, like, I'm sure, you know, Arcus does it as well, but like Retro Runner and Zaylin, I've watched play Ninja Gaiden 2, and especially low percent, like to beat Jackio the way that they do, it almost makes no sense. It's insane how skilled you have to be.
I got a lot of practice using just sword for the first 2 phases, because I die in that section so much, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna assume that I have Swag Star and like 40 Ninpo, and that's all. And I'm just gonna kill the first 2 phases with sword, and then just finish it off.
There you go. Yeah.
So, like, and that happens like 3/4 of the time to me, because I just have not gotten good at that. But if, you know, I mean, having backups is more important than being good a lot of the time.
Oh, for sure. How did your I don't recall, how did your Castlevania go?
It was fine. I don't remember. I don't think I had any like disasters.
Yeah.
It was like I think I died a couple of times, but like not in anywhere that mattered.
Man, I posted one time tracker run for that, and I got like a 26-minute time, but I was at the boss with 1 hit left on both me and the boss at like 18:45. I would have finished, and I took a hit, and then I ended up dying like 3 more times to track before I finished it, and it was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, the doppelganger is the one that always gets me, just because.
Oh yeah.
As soon as you lose control, and like I just panic.
Yep.
Like, it's not hard to recover. It's not hard to kill it with whip only, but yeah, you just get scared and forget what you were doing.
Right, exactly. So, are there any games in particular that you're hoping are going to make it into an incoming or an upcoming Big 20?
My answer is always Lawnmower.
Oh God!
Yes.
No.
See, Apollo has my back.
Yes.
No. Request denied.
Zark's like, how about some homebrews? Okay, 3 lawnmower.
Yeah, homebrews. Yeah, lawnmower. Link's lawnmower remix.
Yeah, lawnmower.
Oh my lord! No, we don't need a lawnmower 2, Chad.
we need no. We do. I think we do need a lawnmower too. We need to get somebody on that.
You and Link get together. You can be part of the design. He'll code it.
There we go.
Oh man. Well, all right. Well, we know to not let Bright Shadow have a speedrunner picks their game that they want and it's in regardless. We're gonna have to skip Bright Shadow that time, but but who knows? Maybe Lawnmower will come back in a best of NES Big 20 or something.
That makes sense because it is the best of NES. Look how many times we've done lawnmower stuff.
You can never mow
Good
enough
game.
lawns.
That's right.
It just keeps growing back. It just keeps growing back. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You would think we cut it once, the grass doesn't stay cut. What the heck?
Well, I haven't done it yet on my EverDrive and original controller, so maybe I'll like it more with that versus the.
Oh, did you
flimsy
have you only
Xbox.
done
So much
emulator?
better on hardware.
Yeah.
That is rough.
Yeah, it sucks on emulator. The input lag makes it feel terrible. To
It's
play.
like a
On
Mike
hardware, it's
Tyson
great.
sort of
Mm-hmm.
run.
Exactly.
Well, you guys are helping me cope. Maybe there's a chance I, redeem myself and suddenly
No,
I'm
you're
the
actually you're just
boy.
bad.
Yeah. It's the controller, guys. It's the emulator. I swear.
Zark is bad, but you know who's not bad? Retro gamer Rob, who just GG'd Ninja Gaiden. So
Nice.
Hey.
And Glee Pots too, right now.
Oh heck yeah, yes. Wait, how close was that one? Hold on.
Probably about 7 or 8 seconds, maybe.
No, it was long. It was a bit longer than that, but
Was it? Okay. Okay. It's about 36 seconds. Looks like 37. So still very close. Amazing. All right. Well, Bright Shadow, thank you so much again. Great work today. Closing out 9th place, sub 4 in a marathon of this magnitude is incredible work. So we appreciate you as always, and hopefully we'll see you again more and more in upcoming Big 20s and other such little fun events. And enjoy the rest of the time, and we'll look for you in the next one.
Yep. I'm sure I'll be here.
Awesome. Alrighty, sir. Well, thank you very much, and GG's. Enjoy the rest of the day.
GG's.
All right. Well, the runners keep making their way into Palamedes and Ninja Gaiden at this point. That is really great to see. Not a lot of struggle bus activity. We just got a lot of great speed running happening, which is awesome.
it is good stuff. I keep having to find some new audio, man. All the people we're capturing audio from, they just keep winning. It's crazy. They just keep winning games. How dare they?
We just keep hearing the
the house, the castle exploding.
Exactly. Hambone and Homer J Smash crushing through Palamedes right now. Well, Hambone is done. He's on to Ninja Gaiden 2. Let's go. Bienjou. That's how you say it.
I just want to say it's been a really entertaining afternoon, such a great race to watch. I appreciate the opportunity to commentate along with you, Zark, commentator extraordinaire. I am going to head off for now, and I do want to just quickly say I had to miss the last two events, unfortunately, due to personal reasons. So once again, I will say I'm looking forward to seeing the new list 5 months from now and really hoping that I can play in that one.
Heck yeah, dude. I mean, again, NEScard, one of the best ever at it, and also an incredible speaker and commentator. It's fun to do back and forth with you. I think it flows well. At least I enjoy it. And, you know, if you're not playing, we always have a spot for you in the booth. But otherwise, if you're playing, then people better get ready.
Thanks again so much, everyone. We'll see you all in the fall.
Alrighty, thank you, Nescard.
Yeah, have a good one.
And if you're not following Nescard yet for whatever reason, definitely consider giving him a follow. I mean, he's played so many games. He typically is going for world record when he's playing games, so he's learning these things inside and out. Just a great narrator of his stream too, a great place to hang. And you're always going to see some of the best speedrunning ever when you're watching Nescard. He's also the Dragon Warrior. Loves Dragon Warrior games, loves the Dragon Warrior tournaments and such. So when he's not going for world records, he's going to win Dragon. He's aiming to win Dragon Warrior tournaments as well. It's funny with all of the activity, Apollo today, and then you just hear a little bit of Palamedes. It's like, ooh, this is kind of relaxing.
It is kind of relaxing. There was a lot of Ninja Gaiden for a bit, but now it's like, you know, a little chill again. I like the pause strats though. It's ruining the chill a little bit, but he's allowed. McDoodle's allowed to do it because it makes sense.
Believe me, when this game goes off the rails on me, I am pause stratting the whole time. Ugh.
It's such a tease. It's like, oh, you get like 5 seconds of jamming music, and then nope, stop.
And we're not blaming McDoodle for that
No,
at
not
all,
at
because
all.
that is just how this game is. Well, it's worked out for him. Look at his board. Just waiting on that too.
Yeah, like,
There it is.
crush the opponent.
So we have 16 runners complete so far. Our recent runners completing: Epi94, Retro Gamer Rob, and Gleepots. Great work to all of them. Very, very good runs. You know, this was not an easy one. So many things able to go wrong. Hambone just actually did a very, very smart thing there. So Hambone was going in the pit. He paused and waited for the wind to start blowing him left. That was actually really, really smart.
The reaction. That's crazy.
If you're wondering what the experience is like playing Palamedes 2, this is basically the norm. Just pause and see what it is. When the game just goes on a little tear there, especially in the beginning, when it's like the bear and he goes so slow, and you're just waiting for a 5, and he's got like 1s, 2s, and 3s that he's just working through. You're like, you gotta be kidding me right now. Right now we got ZG, Homer J Smash, and McDoodle209 working through Palamedes. Also on the screen we got Verts505, Hero82, and Hambone Rodriguez working through Ninja Gaiden.
Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Let's see if ZG is using pause strats or not.
Homer J Smash is on the final boss here, so he's got to work through that, and then he's going to be on his way. He's doing some good strategy there, and he threw up the 3 that should have landed, but the freaking boss took it off of him, and now he's suddenly in a tough spot, but he's coming back. Uh-oh. Oh, no, he's going to lose here, unfortunately. Hopefully it's just the 1. ZG taking an 0-2 there, game over, but thankfully he got to continue, so he's fine. Homer J Smash taking a 1-1, so he can work through this one, no big deal.
So the yellow names on the leaderboard basically denotes who is like at the lead of the previous game. So if you look at it, Homer J Smash is like the first person who first place for who split on game 18, and like Songbirder is like the first person who split first on game 13.
Gotcha.
That's what it is, this Splunky. Ooh, Verts though. Verts though.
Oh yeah, Vert's wrapping it up. Plenty of health there too. Verts was never at risk. Vert's 505, closing it out.
Hero, right? Another really close one.
Yeah, he's got an info that he's gonna burn through this head pretty easily. He's got more than enough health. He might, even if he gets knocked around a little bit, it doesn't matter. But it's so far so good. It takes one hit and he's gonna close it out. Hero 82 with the win. GG's Hero 82 coming in at 18th place, only 27 seconds behind Verts. So another near photo finish between them two. We got a lot of like rivalries that have happened throughout the board today with people finishing within 20 seconds of each other, including the first and second place. So for those of us joining late, or for those of you joining late, we're already 18 finishers into the race here, and our top runner, Lack Attack, finished at 3:14.04, and Packy 619 came in 19 seconds after that, 3:14.23, which is just absolutely wild. I mean, anything over 3 hours and 15 minutes. All came down to the last 19 seconds, and I'm sure, you know, Packy could pick apart the little things that didn't quite go well. I know Star Wars was a little tough, but overall, just an absolutely insane run that many of us wouldn't be able to do. So, just an absolute stellar performance, and just sets Packy up for even more future amazing success. But Lack was able to wrap it up and close it down this time around, put a lot of work in, and it showed. Just amazing speedrunner regardless of natural talent, but also put in the work that was required, and it paid off with another win, his second. And then Firebroth closed out with third place, his first podium, another great runner, and it showed his practice, and just he was always in the zone for this one, and it definitely just strong finish. So that was our podium, and another, you know, the top 10, a lot of familiar names. Again, a lot of our legacy great runners of history, and a lot of our up-and-coming runners that we've seen quite a bit more and more in these top 10s. You know, maybe there'll be a mantle turnover to some of these up-and-comers, or who knows, maybe some of our veterans will continue to take that top time. But either way, just great work across the board. The amount of work people put in over these last 5 weeks on what I would say was a pretty darn good list. It's great to see these results today. And right now we have 4 runners. I think actually we have 5. We have 5 runners that are on Palamedes, 4 of them on the screen right now. Devil Mike, ZG, Link, and Mick Doodle. Meanwhile, Homer J Smash and Hambone are working through Ninja Gaiden 2. Again, Ninja Gaiden 2, a super fun speed run. It's a lot to learn, and there's definitely different levels of skill that you can just kind of pick how far you want to take it. You know, I know sub 11 is something that a lot of dedicated runners try to aim for. That was my original goal coming in, and then I just realized for my patience and my skill and the time I wanted to invest, I just wasn't going to get there. But a lot of people have gotten sub 11s, and when you put a sub 11 run of Ninja Gaiden up, it's definitely a beautiful speed run to watch, and it's definitely a big accomplishment that I will never see.
And while we've got a moment in between the action today, I just want to call out again our tracking crew. They've been working so hard to make this great. tracker that you see on here to the right. So I just want to say thank you, RG365, Aaron2U2, Rojo, and NES Atlas. I really appreciate you guys, and they're still working hard. So if you guys haven't followed those guys, also highly recommend. They're a great group of people.
Absolutely. I mean, it really is a lot of work to sit there and watch a number of streams and try to closely see when they're splitting, and especially if someone doesn't have their splits up, it adds an extra layer of challenge. But these guys want to enjoy this as much as the rest of us, but they've taken on that extra effort of having to very, very closely watch runs and make sure it gets in the tracker correctly. It's no easy feat. And the more folks that we can get involved, the more it makes it that much easier. So if in the future, that's something that might interest you to, if we get enough people, maybe you only have to watch 4 streams or 5 streams, and you can really just very easily put it up. It gets to a point where it becomes a lot. And so our folks right now that haven't volunteered are doing that lot of work. But it'd be great in the future if we can get even more people involved. It would make it that much more. It'd be more of a fun experience. All right, ZG wrapping up Palamedes. GG's on to Ninja Gaiden 2. All right, Hambone going into Calvaros. He's going the Swag Star skill route and closes that out, no problem whatsoever. That way versus the fire is probably like, I don't know, a second and a half, 2 seconds slower, but in a marathon, it doesn't matter. Whatever is the easiest for you and what you can bring into the Calvaros is what matters. Hambone cruising through 7-1, looking good so far. He's got the 100 Ninpo max, which is great. You got all the scrolls he needed to get throughout the course of the run. You start with 40, so you have to make sure you collect 6 to get to 100, because it's pretty important. It's pretty important, especially for the end, but really through all the bosses and just to get through a lot of the game. Stage 6 uses a lot of fire and such, so very, very important stuff. Homer J Smash going up a little bit longer route here on this final screen. Collect some health, collect a Clone if needed. You can boost up on that section in 3-2, but you can also go the intended route and collect some items and health and stuff. McDoodle going into Ninja Gaiden 2. Devil Mike is wrapping up the final boss here. He's got a very favorable board, so no concerns there. 2-1, boom, Devil Mike is done with Palamedes 2, and is now on to Ninja Gaiden 2.
I want to make one more shout out, or actually I'll make 2. One to Zark, who has been talking this whole time, just doing a great job with the commentary. Like listening to those the very first 2 runners finish was a lot of fun, Zark. So you're amazing. And Apollo, who's been in the backgrounds, making these beautiful layouts that you guys have all seen. So thank you guys.
Yeah, Apollo isn't just sitting there waiting for, slipping things in like, yes, Lawnmower's the best and things like that.
Actually, I waited for 5 hours just to stand. That's all I did.
You're like, I'm bringing Price Shadow in specifically for this moment. But yeah, no, Apollo and Giants, just amazing behind the scenes production work and planning and just experience with this and knowing what's gonna be good and right for Big 20. I mean, Lack, besides the fact that Lack did so much work preparing to actually race for this, is always a big impact on the games we choose and feeling the games out and all that stuff. So another great experience from my perspective working with the best of Nest staff here, Apollo, Giants, and Lack.
the tech just gets better little by little every time. We only had a couple Apollo Tech moments. There was one time where I think we wanted to just see Atsy as a solo stream for about 5 seconds, but that's okay. everything else went pretty good.
There's still time. Like, we can do some other crazy stuff if
I
you
mean,
want.
there's a lot of buttons for me to click.
Suddenly it switches to an Apollo stream and it's
It's
lawnmower.
just me playing lawnmower and Super Pitfall.
Boy, I can't wait.
I just make while we're showing the rest of the stream in the bottom right, like one of the 6 windows is just me.
Maybe someday we can green screen ourselves and we can just be like in the corners while we're doing the commentary.
That'd be kind of sick. That'd be kind of sick.
When I first started streaming, I bought one of those really nice, I think it was Elgato green screens, but I don't have a lot of room where I have my couch position behind me. So like it wasn't fitting well, and then I was like, I don't know if this is what the aura that I want to give off. In terms of like, you know, having some sort of background, but it would work really well for something like that, where you cut all that out and you're just sitting there, you know, doing the commentary. I could be animated enough. Bounce around in my box.
You got some GGs from Hambone.
Nice. GG's Hambone. We'll have to get the official pronunciation on that, because I'm sure
Yeah.
we're all messing it up. Some Hambone fans in the chat, if you wouldn't mind giving us the phonetical spelling of that would be
Jambon,
fantastic.
Hambon, Yambon. The clown. I hope he's usually dressed up. I'll have to check. I remember one time when I was swapping streams, it instead of swapping to the game feed, it just swapped to the camera, and I was like, oh god!
That's great.
Yes, Smith. John Smith. Okay, well, with you know, that means with you know, that bottom right screen done, we could transition to the next person.
Oh, this is definitely my favorite song slash stage. It just all comes together. It's 3-2 with ZG's on right now. To me, it's like the first stage. It's like, all right, you're officially into this now. Let's go. Do some acrobatics. Don't die. There we go. That, you know, that's what we all came for, is to see Apollo's face.
Who we got next in line here? Tecalote needs to come in. Let's go.
Oh yeah, Tecalote is great.
For a
He's a
second, I
prince.
thought I was copying McDoodle's stream, but no, they're just that close together.
Wow. DG taking a death on 4-1. 4-1 is really it's a pretty tough stage. There's a lot of technical stuff going on, and if you want to do it like fast, there's meatball boosts and such, especially later on. It's a lot going on this stage. And then 6-1, the one Homer's on right now. It's one of those stages where it seems easy conceptually, and you can map out a really good route that can be consistent. But oh man, like you're on PB pace and then suddenly things start going wrong. You take a couple extra hits and my mind immediately goes, oh god, 6-2 is going to be a pain. And it can become a pain very quickly. Link is crushing through Palamedes. Very nice. He's moving smoothly through 4-2. Tecalote and McDoodle having a little 3-1 battle here. it's been nice to see like batches of racers come together through the ends of these this race, so we can kind of like have a little comparison, a little mini battle in between them. Homer J Smash into 7-1. Undoubtedly one of the most complicated stages in this game. Again, there's a lot of little things you can do that can save time, but you also have to be very careful, like the bird there that Homer J just smashed.
It is crazy to think that it took this long for Ninja Gaiden 2 to get a full game, but what a good spot for it here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I would figure it have always. I mean, obviously, when you're building out a list, especially if the list is getting long, but you want to make sure a game is showcased, you put it in and you make a shorter goal for
Act
it.
5 a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm really glad it was able to get in as a full game. It definitely deserves it. It's definitely one of those games. And that adds people to SRC, because everybody, theoretically, you finished it, you have a run.
More makes it more prolific, that's for sure.
Yes. Indeed. But all 6 of our runners on the screen right now are at Ninja Gardening 2. Alright, Link into the first boss here. I'll tell you, I mean, there's so much to this game, to Ninja Gaiden 2. Similar conceptually to Ninja Gaiden 1, where it's like, you add stuff to your route, you get good at it, you shave time off, then you then decide, do I want to add a little bit more? Do I want to add a little bit more? Like, there's so many stages that have so much nuanced, like, so many nuanced strats that you could just keep going on this game for years, honestly, and keep pushing and pushing to your like skill ceiling for it. And again, I'll just say it again. If you have yet to watch Jimmy Poopins' world record, you gotta check it out. It's absolutely incredible. Arcus's 9:59 run of this is one of my favorite speed runs to watch. I just love how he's watching his masterpiece unfold, and he's like, I can't believe this. Oh my god, I got the quick kill for Ashtar, and you know, it's just so funny. It's such a treat. And then Jimmy,
It really
after
is such a good run.
yeah, and then Jimmy, after like 458 straight streams or whatever it was, you see him press the last split for the last time and looks over at his screen, shocked, and then falls down on his bed. It's over. The grind is over. Yes, we got a couple runners that are into King Kong 2. Looking at our tracker, we have a runner that is into Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So Brother Kyle and Zarnax are on King Kong 2. Fetty PG is on Romance of the Three Kingdoms. We got Actually and Vestin in Adventure Island 4. We got Mappy Man in Gauntlet 2. We got Songbirder in Home Alone 2. We got AK Potatoes in Final Fantasy 3. And then our remaining 6 runners that we have on the screen are in Ninja Gaiden 2. So everybody making some good progress. Homer J. Smash into the second of 3 bosses in Stage 7. He's through his fire, so he's a little impacted here, but if he could just jump up and get that final forward slash, which he does. This is going to be a little tight for Homer going into the final boss here. You can jump in and do some really good damage. I don't know that he's hitting, though. Yeah, he wasn't hitting there. He was a little too low, unfortunately, and now his health is low, so he may end up having to go back. Yep, he took a death. He's going to have to go back to the beginning of 7-2. It feels like it's forever when you go back to the beginning of 7-2, but it's really not too far. I want to say it's like a minute if you just cruise through. If you're less experienced with Ninja Gaiden 2, it might take a minute and a half. You maybe take another death or 2 along the way. But it's not like Ninja Gaiden 1 where it sends you back basically 3 minutes. The other great thing about Ninja Gaiden 2 is just the music is just so on point.
It is just good through and through. Each one gives it, a little personality for each stage and stuff too.
Yep. Yeah, and in 7-2, you can get one of 2 songs. So if you die, sometimes I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it always changes the song or if it's just a random selection. Sometimes you get the same one. Sometimes you'll get a different one, but get a little different flavor of the stage with a different song. All right, ZG's into 7-2. He's got the cool song, so it's gonna feel nice and intense.
I think that's the official name of it, the cool song.
Yes. It's the name in my book. Alright, so let's see where we are at. Homer J. Smash has plenty of Ninpo. He's got full 100 max out for his Ninpo, so that's great. 96, he should be able to do everything he wants to do. He's going to have to throw... Well, actually, he's got great health. Oh, no. Okay, now he took another hit. He might take one here. So he might... Yeah, he's going to get the health. So he's at full health. 88 Ninpo. Brings him down 1, but he's actually at the boss, so he's actually going to close out very easily here. He might even be able to flame his way through this. Honestly, he's got full health. There's nothing holding him back. He should just flame it up. And he's gonna. So Homer J. Smash is done. GG's Homer J. Smash. Our 20th completion today. Just missed the 5-hour mark, but pay no mind. A finish, a great finish. Another completed run by our runners here. Homer J. Smash. GG's on your work today. You deserve a break.
That is true. That is true.
Link taking a death in 3-2. This section can be pretty sneaky. It's the way that the spider falls, and if you get there at the right frame, it'll boost you forward. If you don't get the right frame, you can boost you backward. You got these birds coming at you every which way. There's a health, there's a clone on this stage. So there's a lot of stuff you can collect, but there's also a lot of things that can kill you. There's so many pits. McDoodle's into Ashtar, while Tekalote's into Ashtar. I think when we first brought them up on the screen together, Apollo, you said they were basically on the same spot, and here they are again.
They still are.
Yep. And ZG is rounding third base here. Well, really, he's about 3 feet from home plate, but just about done here. He's pretty low on Ninpo and had the swag star, so he's gonna have to low percent this boss, and that is not an easy feat. I tend to get destroyed trying to low percent this boss. He's got 1 health left, and he's gonna take the death, but that's okay. He gets a chance to go through 7-2 and get the items that he needs, so maybe he will, and at the very least he'll go directly into the second boss. So Meanwhile, Tecalote and McDoodle doing their best, watching each other stream, telling each other exactly what they're doing, and moving through the exact same way.
It's co-op run.
Yeah, right? Yeah, actually, they're each other's clones. That would actually be pretty funny if someone was able to ROM hack this. Looking for giants. Let's make it a two-player game.
Don't tempt me.
Alright, Link is done with stage 3. McDoodle and Tecalote, both with full health. Oh, Tecalote just took a hit, so McDoodle, you gotta take a hit here. But they're looking good moving through 6-2. Tecalote's got the fire, so if I were him, I'd get out of this screen. He's got everything he needs, unless he's looking for a clone. Alright, he's got a second clone up, but then he just got rid of the fire. Though, you can still use the downward fire shot here. He's just gonna have to climb the wall, which you can see he's doing, and you can get some good damage on Kelvaros when he's low, so... Probably by design, that was probably his exact intent. I would rather do the fire myself. McDoodle's going for the swag star route, but he looks like he's going to actually go for low percent here, which is a little risky, but he came in with a lot of health, so it's no big deal. But yeah, maybe he just hasn't had a lot of experience with Kelvaros here. It can really go sideways quick. Kelvaros in this one is much more of a pain in the butt than in the first one, because of the fact that he shoots those little slimes out at you.
Yeah.
But McDoodle doing a great job of dodging and actually got through it. He had a better plan than I think I would have in that situation. So GG's there. Alright, ZG's back at the final boss. He's got the fire if he knows to use that. I mean, it hits with every frame. So he just needs to jump in right near the head and shoot it, and he'll do a lot of damage. Looks like he hasn't built that strat up yet, but he'll be able to use those here. At the very least, he's got plenty of health to just close out. There we go.
Just taking it nice and safe. Make sure it finishes.
Great work, ZG. Woo. Proud of you. Great work. Got it done.
Got it done.
Respectable. 506. GG to the ZG. One of the great speedrunners out there. I mean, he plays so many different games. He's a big Genesis guy. Definitely has a lot of NES under his belt. Not afraid to stand up in any race and put up a good competitive effort. So, GG's there, ZG. Well done. Now you get to relax unless you have something going on like Packy where he's got the Dr. Mario. ZG's like, yeah, I got the, Sega 8 right after this.
ZG does do a lot of games, a lot of events.
Yep. Alright, McDoodle taking a swim into the Mountain Dew there. Not ideal. He's gonna have to get his Ninpo back up. But he's got all the scrolls he needs anyway, but he's gonna have to get some clones. Tecalote is back at the beginning of 7-1 as well, so he's gonna have to pick up some clones. He's got plenty of Ninpo here to do whatever he needs to do. He's got a clone that he could get right here, and he does, so it's good to know that he's got that backup in his mind. The key thing that comes with running Ninja Gaiden 2 is after you die, learn kind of where to find the clones in that stage, because then you can kind of get back on track, especially if it's built into a race like this. The Mountain Dew is so irresistible. I need it. Got all the churros here. I've heard churros go great with Mountain Dew. It's a match made in heaven.
It seems right. Seems right to me.
Yeah. You may think churros, vanilla ice cream. No, Mountain Dew. Alright, so McDoodle and Tecalote both working through 7-1. I can tell you 7-1 is where the game really ramps up. It's not a joke. A lot of the things that you see throughout the run all come together here. And then they give you scary, intense music to make you get in your own head while you're trying to get it figured out. And since our runners don't have the clones, they're having to re-establish their base here, so There's a clone in the beginning of 7-1 here, as we saw. There's a clone at the end of 7-1 that they're going to want to get. I think there's a clone in the middle of 7-1 too here that Tekalote is coming up on. Right at the top there. Looks like he's going to forego that for now. Meanwhile, Link is in stage 5, working through this. Well, I think this part is not Jorf's favorite stage. I think it's the beginning of 5-2, right? It's Jorf's favorite stage. There's actually many people have many different favorite stages. I know, at least when Retro Runner was running it at some point, his favorite was, my favorite, which is 3-2. I think Lacus said his favorite's 3-2. I know Knucklebuster's favorite is 3-2.
Yeah, but in the end, I think Jor's favorite is really the only one that matters. So, you know.
It is the, yeah, it's like the foundational favorite stage concept. Let create 2-1. Does anybody else have favorite stages in this?
Oh.
I can't imagine 3-1 is anybody's favorite stage, or 4-1, but you never know. There's masochists out there, so.
Little Apollo-tech going on. I need to get some of the other runners in here, so I'm bringing on the other race time scoreboard.
I see nothing. I know nothing.
Sees nothing.
Speed Gaming 4, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Speed
Heck
Gaming.
yeah, heck yeah.
Nice to see y'all. Appreciate you popping on in. Welcome to the Big 20, number 22. We are neck deep in the Big 20 right now. 5 hours in. This year's winner was Lack Attack, the 3:14.09. 19 seconds behind him was Packy, the 3:14.23. And third place was Fire Broth, the 3:21 and change. It's been a great job by everybody today who's run. I don't think we've had too many forfeits. We have a lot of people wrapping up Ninja Gaiden 2 right now. We have 4 left currently in Ninja Gaiden 2. And then we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runners that are still pushing forward beyond our 4 that are in Ninja Gaiden 2 right now. We have 2 runners in 6-2, 2 runners in 7-2. Got a few mini battles going on here. Mini storylines to keep the conversation fresh and exciting. We'll see between McDoodle and Tekalote are just basically the same runner right now. So Tekalote's going in with the fire, with 100 Ninpo. That's a really, really good position to be in. He should be a little lower on the wall for Jackie-O, but that's okay. McDoodle is also a little high up on the wall here and doesn't have as much Ninpo, so he's going to be able to get through Jackie-O, but he's going to have to low percent the baby. Meanwhile, Tekalote uses his last Ninpo to wrap up the baby. He's going to have to low percent the final boss. The strat, as I've been calling out throughout, is if you have any of the fire will left, right when you jump up to the demon's head, if you shoot it, the fire wheel will do a damage per frame, and it really tears through and melts the head. And then you can manual the body. So Tekalote, using all of that knowledge and experience, taking it home, wrapping up, and closing it out. 5-12. GG's to Tekalote, a man who's not afraid to take on anything and everything in the Ness realm. Great work today, Tekalote, and GG's. Meanwhile, McDoodle, taking the death, had to go back to 7-2, so now McDoodle is cloned to Link. Let's see who can take it home between the two of them first. And Devil Mike is into 7-1 now as well. Looking pretty good. He's got all of the scrolls that he needed to collect to date, so his max Ninpo of 90 makes sense, and he's going to be able to collect the final one right here. There you go. So he's got all of the max Ninpo he needs to take into the final boss. He's got his clones, he's got the fire. Everything is coming up Devil Mike right now. And meanwhile, Some of our other friends here, Songbirder is working through Home Alone 2. Making some great progress. He got the invulnerability and super speed, so working through the stage to be able to climb the ceiling to make their way into the sewer. AK Potatoes, meanwhile, in Star Wars, looking strong. Be interested to see if AK goes for the jump glitches. And Mappy Man in Gauntlet 2. It doesn't look like Mappy Man got the desired seed, so looking at some new stages that I'm not used to. He's in 17, so really he could see a dragon at any point is my understanding. I've never tried it beyond stage, I think 14. I've gotten a couple of 14 dragons before. So we'll see. After stage 9, you technically want to roam around a bit and see if you catch a dragon. But I've never seen a stage 9 dragon before. Usually, especially with the manip that we were doing, that Chest Jerk mastered, you see him in stage 12. The worst was like 30 something. AK Potatoes got some crazy Star Wars lore-based animals bouncing around. Definitely don't want to be dealing with those. Got to get back up to the Tauntaun. If he's got his lightsaber, he wants to get back up to the Tauntaun and find his way out here. Devil Mike working through 7-2, but he's gonna take a dip into the abyss there. Link is looking good, although he's got 90 Ninpo. Definitely would want 10 more, but he's taking the death anyway here. Let's see what Link's planning here. He's on the screen where he'll be able to get a clone. So that's fine. He's got the fire. That's pretty critical for the end of the game. He's got the one clone that he'll be able to get. Actually, there's a clone in the final screen, so he'll be able to get through that as well. McDoodle wrapping up Ninja Gaiden 2. GG's McDoodle with a 5:15 time.
GG.
Happy Man still looking for that dragon. One thing that Mappy Man's doing that he should modify is you can only collect so many keys and potions combined. So you can see Mappy Man has 4 potions, and they're holding up key slots. So he should press A to use a few of those, because it'll wipe out a lot of the enemies as well. That's really what those potions do, is they wipe out most of the enemies on the screen, and then that will give him some more key slots. He's okay at the moment, but there'll be times where he's going to want to collect a key and he's not going to be able to. Alright, Link is in the final stretch here. The ideal is to get Jackio in 2 cycles here, because at first he does a counterclockwise that lines up very well if you're on the near bottom of the wall. Then he starts just getting really wacky. Alright, so Link has used up his fire and his Ninpo, and he's in a pretty tough spot here, because like I said, low percent of this boss is just brutal. Yeah, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to do it. Back to the beginning of 7-2, but at least this time he's going in with going right into the baby, and that's not going to be a big deal. And if he has a lot of Ninpo and the fire, then he should be able to tear right through it and get into the final boss. Alright, Devil Mike working up through 7-2. We got AK Potatoes taking out the giant walkers here, and Songbirder crossing those girders, the scary girders. Actual Lee on the screen now too, and Actual Lee is in Adventure Island 4. Ooh, dare I say, Mappy Man is in the stage that the dragon appears. Were to just go down! Just go down! Yeah, we didn't get to call it out earlier because I think Gauntlet went so quickly, but when you see a dragon, there are a few different things that can happen based upon your power-up. You can actually collect a power-up in this stage. It might not be the same stage structurally. He didn't get the white block earlier, so... Oh, but there's the dragon. Okay. So now he doesn't have the power up, so it's going to take 100 shots. If he had the power up, it will take 1 shot or 50 shots. Now if he backs up all the way to the back, he can shoot the dragon without the dragon being able to get him. But you can see he's having to dodge. He's got plenty of health, so it's going to take a little bit of time here, but he's going to be able to get through it. Meanwhile, Link is on the final boss, and he should be fine here. And he is going to be GG Link. Well done. Another finisher. 518. Great work.
GG Link. Local NES celeb.
Oh yeah. Link has played many games. He likes to dabble in the homebrews. He does long plays. He does blind playthroughs. Like, he really explores games. And I believe he's a co-developer of Chicken of the Farm, right?
Yes, that is true. Link and Mitch 3A. Former Big 20 game.
Yep.
Chicken of the Frog. I mean, kind of.
Chicken of the Frog. Another completed run by our racers here today, which is great. The Devil Mike is looking great. He's got the 100 Ninpo max. He's got the fire. The only thing is his Ninpo itself is kind of low. He's at 52. He will be able to collect a little bit here, but he's probably going to use some to get the health on the final platform. So, you know, there is he's going to be going in a little bit compromised in terms of the amount of Ninpo he has, but if he's got any low percent experience at all with the final bosses, he should be okay. He's being wise and taking his time here. Oh, but that's frustrating. So he used the fire to knock down the health and then got knocked back, and that despawned to the health. So he's probably pretty annoyed by that right now. It's definitely put him in a rough position to try to finish here. It looks like he's not experienced with the wall strat here, so he should still be able to get through at least this Jackio, and his health's a little tough for the second boss, so if he does it, it's going to be amazing. But I speaking for myself, I wouldn't be too optimistic. Meanwhile, Songbirder, oh, he falls down off of the tree, but he's right there where he can get back up, and you know they say you fall off the tree, you get back on and do it again.
I think that's what they say.
Yeah, it's definitely what they say. Something I grew up with. I actually did climb a lot of trees, but I didn't fall down too much, thankfully.
Okay. I was never a tree climber, gonna be honest. But,
really? Man,
yeah.
you missed out.
Missed out.
Oh no, Songbird takes the death, but he's got 2 lives left, so that's no big deal. But then he gets strangled. Alright, so now I'm getting a little concerned for Songbirder, but it's climbing up that ladder. Oh no! Okay. AK doing some damage work here. He's doing a great job. He's going to be able to hop out and get done what needs to get done. Vestin, the man of many speed runs, did Aaron2U2 called out earlier in chat, submitted approximately 80 or so runs this month of various games. He told me behind the scenes he's not trying to be the best at every game for right now. He's just trying to get them done, which I love the concept of getting baseline runs in and then, you know, deciding what you like, deciding what you're good at, and going back and optimizing them. So it definitely has a larger variety of speedruns under his belt than most people.
It gives you some good experience too, when even if you don't have some of these games practiced much, there's probably games you've played like a little bit, so you know them a little bit better, or just like the style of games. When you play so many, you get used to some of the styles. There's some overarching themes that come across in so many S games. So,
right. Yes, Aaron saying the father of 55 and 5. I think it was 58 in the end, but when Prolifics kicked off, I wanted to I took a week off. I literally took the week off of work with the sole purpose of doing baseline runs in as many games as possible. And we ended up, I think, getting to 58 in that week. But then I spent 2 months improving all of them as much as I could. So it was really a 3-month ordeal, or a 2.5-month ordeal that looked like it was done in 5 days.
Close enough.
I wouldn't consider it false advertising. You know? I did
No,
complete
no.
a baseline in
You
5
did.
days.
You did.
Songbird are into Final Fantasy. I'll say, like, one of the biggest surprises to me was learning for myself that RPGs actually aren't so bad as speedruns. That it's not too mystical in terms of your steps and encounters and how to manipulate it. So that was really fun to experience. All right, Devil Mike going into the final boss. I think he's got the swag star, so he's not going to really be able to use that. Oh, what am I talking about? That was actually insane how quick that worked. Never mind, I'm an idiot. You learn something new every day. So, anyway, great dodging by Devil Mike. Devil Mike showing us, hey, you got swag star? You can do it all at the end here. And GG's the Devil Mike on that great kill. Closing it out. Getting it done. A 5:25 time. GG's Devil Mike.
Yep, GG's.
That was our last runner that was currently on Ninja Gaiden 2, so, you know, nice grouping there at the end. I will say Adventure Island was another one of those where I was like, oh man, like, I'm worried that this is going to be complicated for someone like me. Like the open, kind of like an open world format in a sense. But once you understand the route, it becomes linear enough, and then it just really was a nice experience. I definitely look forward to doing the full run soon of it. It was kind of the same as Clash at Demon Head. I was like, man, there's just so much going on here. Like, if I had to try and figure out Clash at Demon Head myself, I simply would not have been able to do it. But there were a lot of great runners out there, and then a few really good runs on the board that helped kind of map out the pathway. And while my run is pretty mediocre on the board, it felt like a nice accomplishment to do. And so I kind of expect the same with Adventure Island 4.
Yeah, some of those games can be pretty, it's just overwhelming because there's just so much you can do. And it's like, yeah, I could sit there and try to like figure it out, but it's like, that's an ordeal.
Yeah. That's the cool thing about speedrunning is there are so many people that have different goals or things that excite them about speedrunning, whether it's the actual speedrun execution or trying to find all the glitches, you know, or finding out the way that the RAM and the PPU work and how to manipulate it so you can get a seed. It's like, it's just cool that we have so many different people that kind of help build this comprehensive speedrunning experience. And then you got programmers, actually make games.
I had to, I made a swap quick in the bottom right here because I saw Brother Kyle was playing some King Kong. This boss is tough. I do know this boss is tough.
The way that the hitbox works in King Kong 2, I'm getting anxiety watching him because it's just I can't quite nail down how the hitbox works with King Kong.
This guy specifically too has like a really weird. It's like the left side of his face.
Oh really? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that anxiety just ramped up to like 13 now.
I like it just running around in circles, so it's sick. Oh, got a couple hits in. No.
Oh
It's
man.
actually World 7. King Kong. King Kong's a tough game to play without like knowing where to go. So the any percent run makes it look pretty simple, but
Ecolote again, GG's, and appreciate that and glad you were part of it. You did great work.
Piccolote had the sick dot done. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean it's a fun experience being on the production team and everybody who's involved. We talked about our trackers, we talked about production, but like literally what's the point without the racers, right? Like we could do this and the 4 of us could just run the games and whatever, or the 10 of us if you include the trackers, and it's like, but no, like this is what this is about. You know, dozens of people coming together and, you know, because of the competition, because of the self journey that they want to take. And then the hundreds of people that have an interest in what this community is doing. So it literally doesn't happen without the runners.
Yeah, they're cool, I guess. They're cool, I guess.
They're
no,
cool
but
like
it's
us.
fun watching, just watching them all finish all the, you know, improvements in the games, all that kind of stuff. So it's always great when like there's games that we're like, I think this is pretty good, and then people play them and they're like, oh, this is fun, and I'm like, yes, yes.
Well, like I told you, you and the other staff, like I had planned King Kong 2 for like, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 weeks, and then I just got distracted for a while. And then when we were like, all right, it's in Big 20, I'm like, yes, I'm finally going to run this game. It's going to force my hand, and I'm excited for it. And I was, and it actually is a really fun game. I don't dare go for the world record strats, though. You're just too crazy. I tried it like once in a save state, and I could not get the punches down on the bosses.
It's weird. It's weird. It's rhythm. It's rhythm, not mashing. But you know, maybe do a little Contra first, then come back, do some King Kong. It's like the rhythm, you know. Rhythm,
Yep.
spread rhythm.
Looks like Fetty's waiting for that boss. It's definitely a goofy boss. I didn't quite get it, and then I watched the run. I'm like, oh, just run into your lightning bolts. Duh. Okay, that makes sense. It's very unintuitive at first.
No, it really like it's weird. Like it doesn't seem like it fits the game. It's just like here's this like cute game, and it's like, oh, evil motorcycle.
Right. That looks like an alien. Probably by design, like purposefully. Like let's do an alien concept from the movie Aliens. Oh, there we go. Fetty's figuring it out now, seeing how the lightning works. But now at least he's oh, there we go. It's actually doing damage. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize it does damage a row above as well.
Yeah, I don't know why it happens. I noticed that like a week or so into people playing it, and I was like, oh, it's actually working.
Oop, took the death. Ah, it's a bummer. Because it's a continue, the boss can be back at full health. But at the very least, he's got it now. He understands.
I think we have another one of our friends hanging out. So I think let's let Link jump in. Hopefully he's there. Yo, Link, what's up?
Hey everyone, what's going on?
Not much. GG's.
Another big 20 in the books for me.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good work, sir.
It's pretty good.
It seemed like it went pretty good. You know.
Yeah, it was a pretty good list. There are a couple that are kind of lower on my list, but
okay, that's a nice way. That's a nice way to say it. You know?
Overall, though, I mean, the list is pretty solid. I think so. So it was pretty
Nice.
fun.
I'm gonna assume you were okay with Star Wars.
Yeah, did the tutorial for that one. My big problem with that one is I'm not actually very good at like the double jump thing. So I did a practice run throughout the week, and my run in that I stood there for like 10 minutes not getting it, and then just did stage 1.
Yeah,
But
because doing
I did
stage
get it
one,
in the race. But I did get it in the race. It wasn't
Oh, nice.
too much of a time loss in the race.
yeah, doing it stage 1 without it, it's like what, like 2 minutes extra.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But darned if
So
we're not
it's-
gonna try because we're speedrunners.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't want to just give up on it, you know. But I'm not sure it actually saved me any time today. But that's okay.
Hey, you broke even, no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple spots went a little bit sideways or were a little bit slow. But
Yeah,
nothing too
the poison darts like Baseball Stars and Gauntlet and Bomberman and such. Did you have any particular going off the rails with any of those?
Gauntlet went really well.
Oh,
Battle Kid, I had definitely a few deaths like at the end of checkpoints that cost you. A couple of the other ones like Bomberman, Adventure Island, things were maybe a little slower than I'd like. Castlevania went really well. Ninja Gaiden 2 was a little slower than I would have liked, but I had put some extra time into it, so and had backups figured out, so it wasn't actually that much slower than it could have been. But overall, I feel happy with it. It was good.
Nice.
How are things on the restream front? Looks like things are just chugging along.
Things are chugging along. There hasn't really been too many major issues. I don't know how much, if you were paying attention to it at all, but throughout the race, there's been some pretty close finishes, which is pretty cool. So
Yeah, good.
I'll
Yeah,
throw that
I'll
in, like-
definitely have to watch that back.
Yeah, we even had I think like 6th and 7th place was like a literal tie, which was pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, wow. I see that now.
So Nappy Man's got the corkscrew in the first stage, and I didn't realize you could get it there. That's amazing. Oh, you could just destroy the
Yeah, look at
grannies and
that.
everything.
Screw
Wow.
attack in the first. Dang, that is really cool.
Yeah, I skipped the screw attack because when I was practicing, it was like it's already hard to jump on these beams, and then when you get that screw attack, you kind of lose the hitbox.
Yeah.
The visual for the hitbox, and it's like, well, I'd rather just go slow than not be able to figure out where these beams are. So I'm like, nope, skipping the screw attack. Not worth it.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Like
when
I
I s-
think a
yeah,
lot of people do that.
Yeah, when I speed ran it, I was speed running and I would die quite a bit with the screw attack, and so then I watched Ryu Hayabusa's run and I noticed he didn't get it, and I was like, son of a gun, that makes so much sense, and it got much easier.
Good. Looks like we have a few of the regular no practice blind runners, so it'd be good to just continue to watch and give them some support as they continue to slog through it.
Yeah, no, we definitely have, Brother Kyle. I know Zarnax is also on King Kong, but I think I had to go watch a
Buddy.
family member's basketball game or something.
Yeah.
There's a few, so we'll have some stuff to watch, and I assume I don't want to put pressure on him because I know, he's got extra person in the household now, but Grayskull has in the past also done like a drum stream the night of the Big 20, so I'll be excited to see if that happens again too.
Actually, like a pretty good list, I think, for people that are coming in blind. There are a few that be a big problem especially later on in the race, I feel like some of those people, like if you get through, say, like Home Alone 2, like the rest of the list is, you know, not too bad, I think.
Yeah, I think like
Star Wars maybe
it's one of those things where it's
a
like
problem, but
like it's not like a lot of the games near the end are ones that you can kind of just bang your
Yeah.
head against the wall and just like
You're
brute
not-
force it.
you're not really losing tons of progress, like,
Yeah.
in these last, 4 or 5 games.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds good.
Screw attack just confuses my brain so much in terms of where you're landing.
Yeah. I feel like I would have to like bring up the task tools and like go 1 pixel at a time and like figure out where it actually is, so I get like a good visual of like
So, Link, do we have any Big 20 quality homebrews coming from you on the horizon?
Not really. I know Mitch and I have had a few discussions, but you know, with kids and families and stuff, it just is. It's hard to spend too much time on it, but we've talked about it a little bit. Played around with some of the NES Fab. I don't know if you're familiar with that. One of the guys that's done a bunch of NES dev came out with basically his own NES dev language, basically. So it's a language that was really designed for NES Pro.
Interesting.
So I played around with that a little bit. So something like that could make some things easier, you know. We'll see.
Oh, Kyle with the boss kill in King Kong had 900 health going into that fight.
That was Pubby that made NES Fab. Probably a few homebrews that you might have seen that he's done. Little Sisyphus was one.
Star Evil was a favorite of mine.
Star Evil, yeah. They made that one. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's on the to-do list somewhere, but you know, it's always a lot to do. So we'll see.
Very nice.
Alright, well, I'll let you keep on with it.
Alrighty, sir. Well, great job again today. 5:18 is an excellent finish. Great work, and I'm sure we'll catch you with your many activities that you always have going on, but hopefully in another upcoming Big 20.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be looking at the next list, looking at dates. Hopefully it works
go.
out.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Link. Appreciate it, and we will
All
see
right.
you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
See ya,
Later.
GG's. Gleepots, yeah. Gleepots in every stage there is a 100 max health upgrade. So you can get up to 999 health. I think there were a few runners that were getting the first two, or at least one of them, to get like 200 or 300 health for this run.
I'm gonna leave the stream at least temporarily in your
Okay.
entirely capable commentary hands here.
Yes, that is. Nothing can go wrong.
All right.
Speaking of nothing can go wrong, we're gonna try a leaderboard switch quick. So let's see what can go wrong.
Apollo's gonna break it immediately. As soon as Zark
I'm gonna
walks
break
away.
everything immediately. Yep, I'm gonna break everything immediately.
See, this is a rare behind-the-scenes look at what we do here at Best of Nest, so...
Interesting, and the crop doesn't like go all the way to the bottom. It's like I have to scroll.
Here, I'll make a filter too. Hold up.
I can scroll down, but I want to like just make it bigger.
I'm just reading chat. I agree, Bright Shadow.
Hmm.
I actually love, like, I think the best part of the Big 20s is having the community get together and, you know, usually you guys absolutely demolish whatever goals that we have. So when we're workshopping this a couple months in advance and we're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be like a 20-minute goal, and then somebody comes out and is like, oh, I got this done in 55 seconds.
You guys always ruin everything. You guys ruin everything.
That's like my favorite part, actually. And actually in this Big 20, so Return of the Three Kingdoms, I think we had it as like 12 minutes that got demolished in like, I think 3 days. Final Fantasy, I think that time got shaved by like 8 minutes. Like, it happens all the time. It's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, the street basketball, that was pretty funny too. Or like things that, you know, we didn't necessarily know could be manipped ahead of time. And then like, oh yeah, you can totally manip this, like the trogs and the baseballs and things like that. So, no, it's a good time. Oh, that's right, Bright Shadow, I forgot about we had a Pan Vegas. Every time, see, yeah, you guys, this is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, wizardry.
Wizardry, yeah.
I think we were kind of happy it got broken that much, though.
Did I
We're
say-
like, yes, less wizardry.
Yeah.
Who said that? Who said that?
Oh, did I say Return of the Three Kingdoms? Guys, I am exhausted. I'm sorry. Me and Chicken of the Frog. I don't know, man. Yeah, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'm excited to see if anybody actually tries to do this as a full game. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, somebody's got to take on Aaron. Romance of the Three Chickens, yeah. Or Return of the Three Chickens. Oh, thank you, Annie's Butcher. And speaking of doing great, I'm watching our, you know, brother Kyle and some of our, you know, casual slash, I know Actually's doing this casually, and some of the blind runners. Like, these guys are absolutely amazing. I tried to do King Kong blind, but it's kind of tough.
It's a tough one.
It's a little hard.
Ooh, he does have 8 keys. Kyle can get into the final boss.
I don't know if he's getting any help from chat, but I do know he's trying to do it blind, and he's got an old school just pen and paper for notes, so he might not realize. Yeah, it is a maze. Yeah, right, Shadow.
In this last stage too, it's funny, like some of the walls are just fake walls, and it's like, okay, thanks. Ooh. Just trying to farm up some health, but 4 rocks too. How many? Ooh, he's got 70 rocks right now. Heck yes. So many rocks.
We love rocks around here.
99 rocks. Let's go. This boss is going down. Here we go. Final boss fight. 99 rocks, 600 health. Wait. 4 rocks? Wait, what happened? Did it over...
Did it...
Wait.
Did it cycle over?
Oh my god. I think it went... I think it... I think the rock value overflew.
No! Oh, that's not great.
Oh no.
It overflows? Oh no!
That's really funny.
That's so
He had
mean.
99 and that last enemy he hit gave him... Obviously, Brother Kyle doesn't know, but really should just leave the boss fight and get it back. Because he's going to run out of health. These enemies do 33 damage per hit. He's only got 4 more hits left. 3 more hits. 2 more hits. 1 more hit. No. I hope that wasn't the last life. Okay, it's not. So you could re-farm. What he will lose is... rock capacity stays, speed goes away, rock power goes away. So he probably had a lot of rock power that now he can't get. But he can at least pick up 2 rock power. Yeah, it's hard to know. Like, the only reason I think people find out you can leave the boss room is because you accidentally get hit. That's why some people, I normally tell people not to throw rocks from below the bosses, because it's way easier to get knocked backwards and out of the room, and then you gotta start over the boss, and then you already used your rocks, so. Heck yeah, we just got some baseball music too.
I'm watching Mappy Mama over here on Home Alone with these beams. These awful, awful beams. He's doing alright.
Yeah, he doesn't have the screw attack,
Yeah.
which is probably good.
Yeah, the screw attack just screws it all up.
Dun, dun, dun.
I know, Smart Alec and Fright Shadow. Why did they do this with the beams? I think they just phoned it in, like they did with the sound effects, and just ripping it off from Simpsons.
Yeah, they probably found the beams from Unreal Engine 5 and just copied and pasted it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then they're all the same sounds as Simpsons too, which is funny.
Mm-hmm. You could see the PTSD, Mappy Man, jumping on those beams, like you just kind of.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Mappy Man is all of us trying to get through those beams at some point. That was his last beam, I know. It's so. Oh.
Ooh, Brother Kyle got the Konami Man pickup, which gives him max health, which is nice. I think it also gives you max rocks, which then I think made it overflow again.
No.
Because now he has 2 rocks.
Did you know about the overflow, Apollo, beforehand?
I until it happened, I like forgot about it. But then like when it happened, I was like, oh yeah, that's like a thing that can happen. I'm trying to think, I think in the 100% the all bosses run that I do, I don't think I get that many rocks, so I don't think I really ever had it happen. The HP overflowing, that would be hilarious. This is really interesting to me to watch like a blind. You don't get many blind runs of King Kong 2 on Twitch these days, so.
Travesty.
I remember when Big 20 number 6 came out, a bunch of runners did a blind race of it. I'm pretty sure Cool Kid won. I'm gonna swap out. I swap out Fede PG quick for Vestin. So we have 8 runners going so far, so only just enough to not make it to the stream. It's like Vestin's on Gauntlet.
Nice. Bright Shadow asking what to do.
Okay, what's up?
See, Bright Shadow, you can, I think we've got a few games that I think would deserve some challengers, you know, on SRC, like Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You know, somebody's got to give Aaron a run for his money. There's some talk of some Bomberman full game action, some Dig Dug full game action, like, yeah, the world's your oyster now. Yeah, you should, and yes, you should submit your runs to SRC. To anybody that played or practiced in here, please do.
That's me, Flekke. Yeah, Lack, if you could see, there was it was a really close race. It was really exciting. What? I don't know what you saw. I don't know what you saw. Flekke asked if it was me. And it was me. It was nice to have a really close finish. Actually, with the home run and baseball stars, 3-0. Happy Man's near the end here.
Yeah, good job, Mappy, getting past those beams. Those are really the final boss of this game. Like, really.
Flekke, that's like the nerdiest thing you could say, and we're all sitting here watching 1985 video games. I guess you do win. You're right.
Baseball is actually really, when you can, it is actually a pretty chill game when you're not trying to do it in a marathon setting.
Yeah, if you just like can win a game, it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And it is a good baseball game, so it actually controls well. Okay, so Brother Kyle's on the final stage again. Has 900 health. Has currently 62 rocks. Picked up at least 1 rock power. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't get too many.
He's checking now. I think he's figured that out.
He should be fine. Okay, the question is, I don't know if he has 1 or 2 health power, rock power-ups. Let's see how many rocks it takes to hit each boss. Or I mean, kill each boss.
Oh no, Mappy Man, game over. I just saw, no.
2. Okay, 2 rock. Okay, perfect. He picked a few up, so it's 2. I think Brother Kyle's got this. Even if he misses a few, it's good. Don't get knocked out, though. Don't get knocked out. That's the thing, when you throw it, it goes, oh, he's really close to the bottom of the screen. Don't get knocked out. Okay, we're still good. We got a lot of life. We got a lot of life left. Bam, bam. 50 rocks. Just gonna throw them. Just start mashing the rock button. Let's go. Oh, over his head. Nice, nice. Bam, bam.
GG, there we go, Brother Kyle. Saving Lady Kong.
Not yet, actually.
Okay,
I don't think he knows what to do.
No, it's fine. He'll figure it out. It's fine. Maybe.
There we go.
Yay! So thinking about this, just kind of looking at the rest of the list, he might struggle a little bit on Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because that can get a little weird doing it blind. But the rest aren't bad. Adventure Island might take some time, but it's not terrible. And Final Fantasy is, even though it is RPG, it's pretty linear for the... Oh, actually, it is linear, but the finding that one... So there's a griffin that you try to go kill that's in this tower that's not mandatory, so you actually have to go find them. So that'll be interesting to see if he finds that little hidden boss.
That's an interesting point. Like, hypothetically, he could just beat the whole game.
Yeah.
And never actually fight the griffin.
Yeah, we had to go find the griffin. like we had to.
Yeah,
look
no, Bright Shadow like can't. The griffin can be skipped, and you could just like finish the game. Unless there's a griffin. I wonder if there's like a. Imagine if there's like. You know how sometimes in games where you fight a boss and then later on they become like a more normal enemy when you're stronger?
Oh yeah.
It'd be really funny if like. Oh, is our goal beat 3 bosses?
It was, but we spelled out Griffin was one of them. Oh, somebody needs to...
Look at me not even knowing what our own goal is.
Well, yeah, somebody page Yogi. Yogi, is there another Griffin somewhere? He would know.
Going to our goal information sheet.
I'm looking. I'm.
So it says the goal is 3 bosses, but then it says kill the land turtle, the griffin, and the djinn. So.
Hey, I'm going with if he can kill the big rat, we should give it to him because that's farther in and harder.
On a technicality.
Yeah, I think we could. I think we should let that in. Oh, so the Zeus's Wrath killed one of your guys. Oh, yeah, they can do that. See, that's the funny part is that, so like we were talking about earlier on Final Fantasy, there's a few different routes that you can take to, beat this goal. And one of them is stripping your guys down to just Onion Knights, which means they're not upgraded at all. You don't get any weapons. You just go bare-fisted with some South Winds, which are an item that you pick up in the beginning of the game, and then a few other spots that's, just does a ton of damage to these bosses. And then the Zeus's Rage or Wrath, right? And so what some people were doing was, hey, I'll just get those powerful weapons and then I'll take on these bosses and it'll be fine. But there's RNG that can work against you, and you can wind up with having to beat like the Jinn, to death with bare fists from a bunch of little kids. And then you can have party wipes. So I'm surprised it didn't happen here. I'm glad it didn't, because that would make for a sad run. So Bright Shadow can work both ways. Where you can one-shot them, and then the other one's it's like a dud. Nappy Man, I'm so sorry. He was almost there. Hopefully he can make it through Home Alone this time. Slowly mastering those beams.
Yeah, it was a pretty pretty sick finish. I think the fun part about the finish too is that Lack was winning in Palamedes, and then Packy took over, and then in the final game it swapped the other way.
That was a very fun finish. Like it really was anybody's game there, all the way up to the end. And Lack, if I remember right, the first time he won was by like 11 seconds too, right? Like he just has a habit of doing this. Like he's great for content.
Content brain. Oh, I did it. The tech. You were right. There was still an opportunity for a tech issue.
It's okay. Had to happen. It had to happen.
Yep, had to happen. There was still an opportunity for a tech issue. Apollo Tech. I'm just trying to rearrange some scenes and stuff.
Yeah, let's take a look at we are still tracking, so let's see. Let's see, how many people we got left? So, we still have a total of 9 runners. And I think the one that is furthest ahead right now, or the two that are, or the one that's furthest ahead right now is AK Potatoes, who's just entered in to Castlevania 3. This is a fun one to do blind. I actually did. I played through the game before, but trying the different routes with the different characters is a lot of fun. So we'll see if he goes with Alucard or Sypho or Grant, or just says forgets it, just does a Trevor run. We'll see what he picks, but that's a lot of fun. Just after AK Potatoes, I think, is probably Songbirder on Bomberman. And then we've got Mappy Man, Vestin, Actually, Fed, PG, Brother Kyle, and Zarnax leading at the rear. Yeah, it was funny. So Bright Shadow went with Trevor, almost Trevor only. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting to see what routes folks took. In the Discord, you saw a lot of just strat sharing, and I think that I don't know. I think that it just kind of really depends on your style what people wound up with. When we were selecting the goal, we basically found the approximate space where the top 3 runners were capable of having a similar time across each of the different characters. So, it really was choose your own adventure, and it really seems like a lot of folks did that.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that there was a couple things where you could kind of like choose your adventure, and it kind of worked out. Could be risky at times, but I think it worked out.
Yeah. Oh, I should have checked that out. I'm kind of interested to see what our blind racers do for Battle Kid. Because Battle Kid, it's tricky. You think the easy route is the way to go. But, at least so far in the race that at least the racers I've been watching, it has been predominantly people playing Battle Kid 2 on normal mode, which means that it's one-hit kills. On easy mode, you get multiple hits, right? But you have to, so the choose your own adventure part was that you basically do an extra boss if you do it on easy. And it seems like most people went for normal because Ivan, which is the boss that comes right after it, is not a cakewalk. That section is pretty rough. So I'm kind of curious to see what our blind racers end up doing. Or if they end up switching maybe in the middle, Kind of curious. Yeah, like Bright Shadow saying, Ivan on normal is annoying. Yeah, when I did this, because I try to do all of the goals, or try to practice like the ones at least that we're not familiar with blind. And I went all the way through Ivan. I didn't think the boss was hard, but the section is really rough. And for those of you that are not familiar with Battle Kid 2, so if you've been watching it today, you've seen like you go to Vertigrime, which is like that sewer level. Once you leave the sewers, you go into this Ice Palace type stage. And that stage is pretty long, and there's a lot of curves and a lot of places to die. And then the Ivan boss, it's a gimmick really. Like you figure out where you need to stand, and you kind of learn, he telegraphs his patterns pretty easily, but you don't learn right away. Like it takes hundreds of deaths before you kind of figure it out. So trying to, if you were doing this blind, didn't know better, and thought, hey, I'll just do this on easy and figure it out, and try to do it on Ivan, I think it's gonna take folks a long time.
Yep. Ooh, we got another raid coming in. Celeb Speed Gaming.
Wow, thank you, Raiders. Welcome in.
Yep, Doc the people, we're still going. We got runners still going. We've had the top 25 finish, but we still got some more. Dun-dun-dun.
Is actually on the top of the 7th? Is that what I saw?
I think it's the 8th now.
All right.
I think it'll be really funny if actually gets 10 runs, but in the 9th inning, so it was like a mercy, but a full game anyway. Actually, he is going to have one more inning to get one more run, to get the fake mercy. Got Mappy Man dodging some bats and some rats and some enemies. AK Potatoes about to stream Help Me in this Castlevania game.
Also keeping an eye on Vestin here, up in the top left. He's going through Gauntlet. So I did this one blind, and it is not a straightforward thing. So if you all weren't aware, is like so you can manip, like the seed that you get, so you know what doors to go into, and you can kind of fast track your way to the goal. If you don't know that, it is the most random. Like, you just try to, like, go in these random doors, and you die for weird reasons. You could get trapped. Like, it's rough. It's not...
It's a Gauntlet game. There's got to be a dragon somewhere, right?
Yeah. It is a Gauntlet. It is well named.
True.
So, yeah, we'll see how Vestin kind of does this. It's not the worst blind game, because it's not... I think you're just more at risk of dying than anything. The other thing that you don't know if you've never played either Gauntlet 1 or Gauntlet 2 is what kind of character to select. And you definitely want the elf. When I did it, I did the barbarian or that slow dude, and that just makes your day sad. Ooh, AK Potatoes going the cypher route. Best music route. Oh, and it looks like Fed PG has made his way to Act 4 in Akari. So yeah, our right racers are moving right along.
Actually just finishing baseball at the end game stats. Both actually and the computer opponent both had 17 hits. But actually has 9 runs and the opponent has 0.
Oh, so close.
Bend but not break defense.
No. Speaking of Gauntlet.
Yeah, we got 2 gauntlets now.
Yeah. Good luck, actually. Hope you get a good seed and figure it out quickly. Poor Mappy Man here, about to hit the beams again here on Home Alone 2. Everybody send good energy their way. Get those, like, 6 pixels or whatever you gotta jump on.
Hey guys, I should be officially back. Hopefully I don't have to step away again.
Oh, hey.
Looks like we've had a few more people finish. Devil Mike. We saw Devil Mike when I was still here, so all right.
We've had some game finishes that we were watching. Brother Kyle finishing King Kong 2 was exciting. We had a good actually in a good baseball game. We've had some other stuff going on. It's been good. It's been good.
Yeah, I think like Link was saying earlier, like the later games you can work your way through. So it's like you just got to get through some of these crazy games, especially considering if you're running it blind.
I gotta say, the Gauntlet sound effects do bring me joy, even though they're kind of ridiculous.
They're pure madness.
Oh, come on, Mappy. He got past the beams. Let's go, Mappy. Come on, I know this, oh. Dang. The screw attack makes those jumps just so much harder.
Wait, are they saying Red Elf?
Yeah.
I thought they were saying Ritalin. I thought his name was like Ritalin or something.
It's like 20 years before Ritalin, man.
Which might explain why it might have seemed like a good name at the time.
Oh, that's it. They actually got inspiration from Gauntlet, too.
What's gonna be weird is if I play it again and all I hear is Red Elf and I no longer hear Ritalin. I'm gonna be like, what was wrong with my brain? Yeah, Smart Alec. Red Elf shot the food. It's like so sad. It's like sad dog.
Vestin found a dragon? He did? Oh, wait, let's watch. He's getting mobbed. He's getting mobbed, though.
Oh, there it is. Go kill it.
Oh boy, oh boy.
He's killing a lot of other things.
They just keep coming, Vestin. It's Okay, he's strategizing.
The stare down. Oh, then the dragon noticed. Dragon for a second was like, there's no one here.
Oh, Mappy. Oh, it came out in 81? See, I was wrong. I'm sorry about that. I'm pretty sure they're still not saying Ritalin, though. I am liking the watching Vestin kind of plot how he's gonna take this dragon out.
Yeah, he's like, this dragon seems like it has a lot of fire. Maybe he'll burn himself out.
Pull in the Jurassic Park strategy. If you don't move, it can't see you.
Feta is done with Akari 3.
Nice.
All right, Mappy Man's got the Minip. Oh, but he just moved. Okay, thankfully he didn't lose it. He must have reset it. So basically, you just have to slide to the left, and it speeds you up so fast that the game doesn't know what to do when these suitcases hit you. It looks like Feta's taking a bit of a break. Oh, Brother Kyle. Get a dig dug. Brother Kyle's going for the hold B and fill him up approach.
Throwing in some music.
Well,
There you go.
I dig it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brett Shadow.
I know Vestin finished a run of this, but maybe he did the 10 rounds. I can't remember when I approved it. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, he did the 10 levels. He hasn't done Kill a Dragon yet, so this is... Oh no, he stood still long enough that the exit doors. Maybe he did that on purpose.
Oh.
But it would...
Oh my god. Wait, what if he did?
That's big brain strats.
Oh my god, what if he did?
Somebody ask.
Holy cow. I mean, as soon as it showed up, he started shooting through him.
Right. But
I
maybe he's
mean,
just panicking now.
That was the play? I don't... That whole... If you go off screen, does it reset the dragon's HP?
I don't think off screen, no.
I guess you're right. We're gonna find out one way or the other.
Yeah. He's got plenty of health, and he's not taking hits. He's doing some artful dodging here. It takes 100 hits when you don't have a power-up. And I'll tell you, even if you're sitting still and you're staying far away enough that he's not shooting you, the 100 hits feels like a lifetime. So the fact that he's running around and doing a bunch of dodging just makes it feel that much longer. He just got off a good round of attacks there, though. Like, for staying up so close, that's he's doing pretty well. But he's starting to run low on health. I mean, he takes some serious damage from these fireballs, plus you lose health per second. That's what... Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's 50 damage per fireball. Oh, but he killed it.
Wow.
Alright, well, there you go. Alright, GG Vested. Don't do any more. Don't keep going. One dragon is the goal. AK moving along quite well in the Cypher route. Giant's favorite route.
It is. Best music too.
Keep rooting where Giants has audio thing.
I know. I'm like I thought I found a
You're running out of space.
You know what?
I could do this.
I was wondering what this is from, and now I realize I don't need to wonder.
Can I do it higher? Okay, we're gonna do this together, chat. Like we're gonna find a place that Apollo's.
Now it's just blue across the board, so then you can just put it wherever.
If I do what? If I do 4 across?
Oh no, I just meant I made the blue go all the way across the bottom.
I see.
So at least it's even-ish.
You know what I can do is I could just make this written for ants. So here, like, there you go.
Is this like the Famicom version? Or is it like a remake?
This is YY World 2. This is like kind of a remix. YY World and YY World 2 are good games. Big 21. Big 21. Have you ever played those or seen them?
No.
They basically, how the game works is like you start with, I think, Konami Man, and you have to rescue all other Konami characters, and then when you rescue them, it's sort of Metroidvania-ish because you got to get items and characters that do different things and then go back to levels. When you rescue them, you then get to play as them. So it's like Konami cool. Man, Konami Girl, it's like Belmont, it's King Kong is in it, Moai Head is in it, a few others. I think is Goemon in it. It's pretty sick. That's right, Mikey. Mikey from the Goonies. That's funny.
Mappy Man back at the beams. with the screw attack. He's making it over. We believe in you, Mappy Man. You can do it.
Screw attack is anxiety.
That's the last one. It's always the last one. That beam is kind of a lie, though. Like yeah. It is not entirely clear where it's safe to jump.
Blind runners are built a different way.
Very much.
I just could not do it myself. It's way bigger than me.
And Brother Kyle goes into the Koya game. I do think this isn't bad. I think it's just doing this blind is that it's not entirely clear when you can behead people. So for those of you that are watching, you probably know the goal is you need to defeat an army and behead their leader. I didn't know what I was doing, and I was killing these guys with my bare hands, and you can make that happen in probably 45 minutes if you don't know what you're doing the first time. So that would be the only concern is if you try to just do normal attacks and whatnot, you can kind of accidentally run into it. The concern is that you can also, so the way that this behead mechanic works is that you destroy an army, and if you have a general left over, you can kind of decide from the opposing army, like you can decide what you want to do with that general. Do you want to release him, or imprison him, or behead them? And so if you kill the generals, you're not left with anybody to behead. And so there are certain actions you can take during a battle, like charging, for example, and take out all the generals. I'm really, really hoping none of our blind racers just don't accidentally do that over and over again, because it could happen. I hope it doesn't, though.
Actually standing on a false exit. Or not a false exit, but waiting for the door to open. There we go. As soon as he stepped off, it opened.
Yeah, Hero, I think Apollo suffered watching me do this blind. And we thought when we originally did it, because we try to make sure that, nothing kind of leaks beforehand. And so we really couldn't just ask Aaron like directly some of the things we wanted to know. So we actually thought the Romance of the Three Kingdoms goal was like 4 times longer than it ended up turning out to be. Yeah, because then
AK just death.
Yeah. Aaron looked at it and he's like, "Oh, you could do this in like 4 minutes or whatever it ended up being." And I'm like, "Okay, well, whatever, it's fine."
Aaron bit his tongue for like the longest time. He was like, he knew how fast it could possibly be. And he's like, I'm gonna let everybody figure this out.
Yeah. Aaron is a master at these games.
Oh man, AK is taking some real Sypha deaths here.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat said it's Siphon Stairs. There are a few sections of this that are kind of rough. And there are some sections that are completely trivialized by if you're Alucard and just can be the bat and just fly over a lot of the nonsense. But I feel like the Sypha bosses are much, much easier, but the platforming is more difficult for sure.
I can't wait for It'll probably be tonight when Vestin submits like 8 more full runs. and I'm the mod on half of them. I actually didn't say it at all during the stream, but I highly, highly, highly encourage people to submit their full runs in any of the games that had full runs. I mean, even if it's not something you're super happy with, maybe you'll have a nice baseline that, you know, at least for now, others can compare against, and it'll encourage you to push a little further if you want to. So that's always my approach for myself, and again, I encourage everybody to do the same.
Mappy Man just had on his screen 2 hours later popped up. Yeah, man, that's last part. That's funny.
But he's out, guys. He's it's not safe yet, but he's at least past the beams, and he's just running away from Marv now.
Yeah, he's got 3 lives, so he should be okay.
Yeah, the tree can get is a little tricky. You can definitely bleed lives if you don't know, but I feel like the beams are worse.
Yeah, the beams are the worst part of this game.
Fire Broth with the raid, our podium 3rd place winner. Thank you for joining us, Fire Broth, and your viewers.
Yeah. Firebroth's the man. Oh, Mappy, no. Get the gun. Shoot Marv. Get up there. Ugh, game over. No. Press start to continue. Where does it continue, you?
I think I don't know.
I've never experienced this game over. Actually, if I did, it was just a pure reset at that point. Not a marathon, though.
You can't fire me, I quit.
No, it's back at the beginning. Oh, that hurts. More Home Alone 2. There's only so much I can handle.
Oh, did Arcus game over in Home Alone 2, ZG? Oh, it happened to you too, ZG. Dude, this game is mean. It is mean. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
See, guys, when you're like, wow, that was a nice thing, like a nice goal that the Big 20 staff came in, it's probably not from Apollo.
Yeah, Apollo was like Palamedes 2 hard mode. We were like, well, come on, we're all new to this.
Yeah.
He's like, we're gonna pull up the hidden insane mode.
Yeah, it's Battle
Like,
Kid, unfair.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny. I think it was Bright Shadow that found the insane mode or whatever in oh gosh, freaking homebrew.
Oh, Shara.
Oh, Shara.
Yeah.
Shara.
I was like, yes, another mode for me in this game.
And just to shout out, like, so Junkyard Dave has done Battle Kid Unfair, and it is unbelievably amazing to watch, and you should go check that out. It is really amazing. And to be honest, I feel like, yeah, I feel like once you do the game enough, like making it through the first couple bosses is probably pretty doable without a death or whatnot, but after that it gets completely bananas. Like, it just is, it is really insane.
Yeah, like, it's not take a death, go back. It's take a death, game over.
Yeah.
Like, one hit, take a death, game over. It's insanity.
Alright, I think Brother Kyle might be back. He's selecting his person. The nice thing about this goal for Romance of the Three Kingdoms is you can literally do this with any one of these generals. In fact, little fun fact, we actually had to change this goal. What was it, like an hour before? It wasn't even an hour before, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the original goal for this when we set it was just behead somebody. We're like, just behead somebody. And then I accidentally came across one of these generals that you can behead somebody immediately, like within 20 seconds. So we had to change the goal. So that, at least from a blind racer perspective, it is nice that you really can do this with anybody. It's just a matter of time.
Bioforce Ape, that's on my list of unlicensed games to work through. We'll see if I actually have the patience for it. It looks like an absolutely insane game.
So Bright Shadow asking if there was any good strats. I feel like there's just a bunch. I think that was the thing, is that there's probably 4 or 5 different seeds that you could pick, or generals that you could pick and kind of get the same thing. I know that there are some bad ones, just in terms of if you pick some generals, you have the battles that you're able to fight just require more training or weird movement, or so. But yeah. To be honest, I think the differences between the seeds were probably, a minute here or there, really. You just did what Lack was doing. That's a good idea, yeah. Mappy Man's looking like a pro now. He's flying. He's doing all right.
Looking like a pro.
I do love how Mappy Man is just destroying all the enemies because of the screw attack. Oh no, why didn't he get to go in there? Oh, because you gotta use up the bullets, yeah. You gotta have all your bullets used up to do it.
BRB.
Actually go on the route of destroy everything in your path.
That's the way.
In Gauntlet 2.
That's the way, man.
Kill 'em all.
On level 10? Very cool. Well, actually, what is it? I think it is does the way that this works is that the dragon is possible on level 12, or it is always on level 12?
Possible.
Possible. Okay. So hopefully
Yeah.
it's there.
Yeah, like I don't know I don't know statistically or anything behind the scenes of it, but when I came into the game, came into modding it, the notes say you have to kill a dragon, which can come anywhere between stages 9 and 14. So that suggests to me either the people that had run it had a general sense, or they knew that's where in the code the dragon was like available to be. So either way, that kind of gave us at least some sort of blueprint.
I'm very invested in Mappy's run here. I feel them. I was Mappy Man trying to learn this game the first time. I think it was you, Zark, that was helping me not, rage over the beams. So.
Oh god, the beams, yeah. Yeah, as long as you stop, let go and do a neutral fall, as long as you know where to land on the beam, you just do a neutral fall when you're over approximately where you think you should land, and that at least mitigates the risk that you're gonna miss. But if you just rush just a little too much, you may end up missing it by like pixels rather.
It definitely does help to do like a save state in front of these beams and just do it 97 times too, because the visual is not, it messes with you because it's not quite what you think it is, because it's on a diagonal.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly, Hero. Just release that D-pad. Yep. You can see Mappy just concentrating. Oh, I know that one's kind of a messed up one too.
There we go, Mappy's moving. He's got 1 health left, which is a little concerning. He needs to get a 3rd one. He's got to do it again. There we go. Okay.
Oh, so Brother Kyle, he actually found one way that you can in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, if you haven't played this game, you can get these letters from different factions or whatever, and you can imprison people, and then you can behead them and do things. And so yeah, this game is it's really a cool game, and it's amazing for what it is when it came out. But oh my goodness, our poor blind runner. You could just see Brother Kyle trying to like suss out what is going on. I really feel for them right now. Also, something I didn't know is that you can scroll. If you've never played this game, you see where he says like view army person trade at the top here. There's a little arrow to the right that indicates there's other things you can click. I don't think I snapped that was there for like hours. So, that's another, that's kind of rough too. It's not.
I don't know if I ever access those.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of hidden.
Watch, there's like a behead option, and it's like, just pick an army, behead anybody. All right. Wish we knew that was there.
I think what Aaron was saying is like you had figured out a way that you could somehow, like, become a general and then release an army. Like, there's some like complicated thing that he figured out that you can behead your own people at some point. And I'm like, yeah, but there was some risk associated with it, I think. So yeah, it's a complicated game.
AK is in the auto scroller with Sypha, so like we were saying, he's kind of in a risky spot right now. He went down a little quick, but he looks like he's still going to be okay if he jumps over to the gear, and so he did. But again, there's the ability to despawn a lot of those Medusas if you wait long enough. Uh-oh. Oh my. Oh my. AK is setting up some really scary stuff here. Is he going to leave and come back? Yeah, he's going to leave and come back.
I was going to say it had plenty of health.
But with that bat coming on. Yeah. Okay. All right. He's got something cooking. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, dear.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
Oh, Maybe.
He's cooked.
Got it.
Oh man. Veston taking the game over on the platforms. Mappy Man going through trash can caps hell right now. Whatever those are.
Seems right.
Lids was the right word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Is he pausing to, get his wits about him? Like, I will take out this Christmas tree.
Hey, whatever works. Okay, actually, just needs to sit there and continue to shoot the dragon. Don't move forward, actually. No. You were hitting. Back up, actually. Stop moving forward. Just get him on the screen and shoot him. Because he's taking damage, too. This is getting really concerning.
Yeah, I think she's got it. I think it'll be okay. Maybe. Well, kind of low on health.
Okay. Don't move, actually. Just shoot. Please.
Oh, I think they got it.
I hope Lee realizes that this is doing damage. This is productive. Okay, good. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, at a certain point, I'd be like, oh, wait, this isn't working. I gotta do something else.
Yeah, right?
GG. Nice.
Fed it in Paperboy. Cruising along. Just trying to get a sense of the game here. They're out of newspapers. So to throw any more, they're going to have to collect some. Definitely going to want to hit some doors or mailboxes so they don't get all cancellations and game over.
Actually moving on to Home Alone. Okay.
You got a lot of Home Alone on screen.
Right?
That's the real gauntlet, is Home Alone, actually.
It is a gauntlet in its own right, that's for sure.
Hilarious.
Right,
that was the demo in Paperboy.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
I was like, I don't remember those enemies.
Okay, AK's got... Oh my gosh, AK's going crazy. He's got plenty of hearts.
Yeah, you can melt this boss. You really can. Just don't get hit or fall in a pit.
Oh boy, okay. This is getting scary. He's got to get one more hit, I think. Oh my god, one more after that.
One more.
But he has to wait, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So he's going to manipulate the shots. Hopefully he can manipulate this final one. Then go up and close it out. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, AK, you're scaring me.
Stress.
Don't jump. Okay, now jump. Alright, now get away. Okay.
We got it.
Thank God. GG's, AK.
Yay. GG.
He never doubted himself, but as a concerned parent, I was concerned.
Yeah, Cats on Your Head. It's been a while. Cats on Your Head was a good runner.
She was before my time, but I looked at her week of Garfield run, and I was like, dude, bananas.
The Cats on Your Head, Cool Kid, Garfield back and forth was pretty nuts. It's probably longer than that by now. 2-3 years. It's probably like 5 years because we're all old.
Anything
Mappy
that's
Man's scaring me.
Anything that's post 2020 has been a year ago, I feel like.
Oh my gosh, Mappy Man, you're scaring me. Climb the tree.
I know. He kind of
You have plenty of bullets. Go left. Go left, Mappy Man. Please go left. Thank you. He's only got 1 health too. This is very scary. Okay, but now he's got to take out Harry. Just please keep shooting him, please. Oh, come on. Oh no, Mappy, you're running out of bullets. One more. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, thank God he did it. Don't move. Don't move, Mappy. You're one bird flap away from freedom.
Yes!
Okay.
Go, Mappy Man! Let's go!
Big family photo.
Yeah. It's totally good looking. So it looks like Fed is taking a long break here.
Well deserved.
I think both and Brother Kyle, both of them were on a break, so I don't know. I'll go back to Brother Kyle maybe. Okay, we got movement. We got movement.
All right, Brother Kyle, let's see how he figures this out. So there is a manual that I found for the first game, which is pretty much the same thing as the third game, and it is helpful. So maybe they're, I don't know if they're, you know, availing themselves of manuals or not, but that is a good idea.
Jetsons.
Do me game.
Alright, look at AK just cruising right now through Palamedes. Songbirder's cruising. Using the cancellations here, the Medusas. See, that strat I didn't even know about that Songbirder just did. To stay on the far left side and then just fall down instead of having to use the gear. Like, that's pretty slick. I'll keep that in mind for later when I actually do an Alucard run.
Okay, AK, that is an amazing emote, by the way. That's pretty funny.
Okay, there we go. Veston got the key on the second try there. That was smooth. Alright, Veston's flying now. And Songbirder's getting ready to go into Drac. Or whatever the final boss is in this one, officially. Still Dracula, right? Dracula round 3?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, when I was doing mine, I went and replenished my hearts like 8 or 9 times. I was like, I'm gonna get up to 50 or so. Like, I just want to have enough available.
That is the way.
Well, it's funny, Smart Alec. It's like, I haven't done a full CV3 run yet, but like when I do, and I get to the stages I recognize, I'm like, all right, let's roll. No need to practice these. I know what I'm doing.
Who did you run, Zark, when you were playing?
I did Alucard.
Okay. I mean, that is the fastest one.
I like the idea of flying over stuff in the stages, though then I watched the Grant run, I'm like, oh wow, that's so cool, like the grabbing onto the... Like, I knew he like climbed on walls, I didn't realize he climbed on ceilings. It was really cool to see everybody kind of take their own route and master it for the amount of time we had.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, as a kid, I could not figure out Grant. But, sci-fi was pretty natural, but it's, yeah, seeing some people that are, like, really struggling with her and rocking with Alucard, and I'm bad at Alucard. So, yeah, I don't know what makes a difference there in people's brains. Oh, we have Brother Kyle has figured out at least how to start a battle. However, he is in kind of rough shape. So I didn't see if he trained or not, but so the way that this works is that in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you see these green tiles, you see these mountain tiles, water, you know, and trees. So you need to have movement points essentially to move your armies within those different terrains. Grass needs the least, obviously, and then mountain needs a ton more. So the problem is figuring that out blind. I don't even know how long it took me. It took me a long time to figure that out. So let's see if he's figured it out or trained his army so he has just a bunch of mobility points. But because he has landed this particular battle, he's got to go over mountains, which is like the worst. So bummer.
I got an official Mappy Man DNF. He said, I got Home Alone done and I am out. So GG's Mappy Man for the effort. It was a lot of effort, a lot of work, and you know, if it's gonna take you 12 hours and you don't want to do 12 hours, I can totally understand why.
Yeah, GG.
7 hours is probably my limit.
Yeah. GG for trying, and it's, you know, anybody that joins, you know, and does what you can. That is definitely an effort. And getting through Home Alone, which is like one of the hardest goals, that's quite an accomplishment. I'm really enjoying Brother Kyle's armies here. So you can see he's got a bunch of, basically you can send out however many armies you want, and he's got like 6. So hopefully he'll be able to crush these guys, but we'll see. Yeah, it's a little dicey. And I'm seeing Songbirder has finished Castlevania. I saw Dracula looking, or Alucard looking through the looking over the cliff. So GG. Oh, Brother Kyle figured it out. He's simultaneously attacking, so he's just walloping on this guy's army. So fabulous. That's exactly what we like to see.
DK is looking good. Songbirder is kicking off here the first stage of Palamedes 2. Vestin working through Final Fantasy, or it looks like starting Final Fantasy. Actually in the Home Alone doldrums. Veta looks like they're still on break. And Brother Kyle working through Romance.
I'm a little jealous of Vestin. I kind of wish I could, you know, blank out my brain and play Final Fantasy blind again the first time. It is an amazing game. It is such a fun game. So, if you haven't played it, you should try. The manips and things are super fun too, and like figuring out how to encounter skip makes things a lot faster, but yeah, this is definitely a great game to just try blind. And for this goal, it's, with the exception of trying to find the Griffin, it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, I don't know if Vestin is going blind or not, but if they are, you know, hopefully they'll find him, no problem. Oh, is that right, Tabby Cat? Yeah, it's an amazing game, right? Like, yeah. It's got great story, a lot of different, like with the series, you can just see how it evolved over time. So it's got some cool features in this version. Yeah, it's a really great game.
So we can see in Home Alone 2, actually may not have known how to do the manip to get your speed so fast that you can just go to your knees and those suitcases will get destroyed. So he was having to dodge around a lot, and that's a little bit of time. For those that are thinking about doing a Home Alone 2 run, Scarface, Nico, and team did some walkthroughs that made it completely understandable. And it's very, very intricate, but what I did then was I took my own little notes. I boiled it down to like the bare essentials, and that helped me do it. Of course, you watch Nico's runs and others' runs, and it makes a lot more sense what you see in the tutorial.
So Brother Kyle, I think they just captured somebody else, which is great, which means he now has somebody to behead. So yes, yay. Now all he has to do is somehow kill this guy's army, and he's a little under, resourced, but we'll see how they make out.
Vestin's at the turtle, so that's a good start.
It is a good start.
Yep, his army of Vest, VV are doing very well.
VVV.
Yeah, we're playing that game now. It's the D-make.
I do enjoy me a D-make from time to time.
So the turtle in Final Fantasy III, it is the starter boss, you can just beat the crap out of it with your Onion Knights and make it through, but it's not like 100%. You can have a party wipe and die. If you do things like I did, which is run, you can also kill your guys pretty easily, because if you turn, you basically reduce your defense. But it looks like Vestin has made it through the turtle with no problem and is now onto a nice, I think it's 90-second break for the actual intro to Final Fantasy III. So GG on that. 1 down, 2 to go.
Actually taking a death on the stinking bat that catches you at the top of the light post. I found, like, to go fast in a speed run, you gotta jump off quickly. But I found if you just fall down like you just did there, you just avoid it and you're fine. It only costs like a few seconds, so marathon-wise, it's not a big deal at all. Avoids unnecessary damage or death. Actually going for the leap of faith. Alright, AK's on the final boss in Palamedes 2. actually dealing with a whole lot of birds doing bird things.
Birds are jerks. Unless you're Songbirder,
Yeah.
then you're awesome. All
And
the
you
rest
love
of the
birds, yeah. Sewer birds are probably the worst.
Oh yeah, those terrible sewer birds.
And all these people hiding in the same exact bush. It's amazing how in line the lore is with the movie. Oh no, actually took a death. No fun.
Also keeping an eye here on Brother Kyle. Him and his ragtag army battling this giant army with their bare fists. Is he gonna do it? It looks like it.
Beat him up. Beat him up.
Alright, looks like AK has finished Palamedes 2.
Yes.
He is rounding third and making his way into the final game, Ninja Gaiden 2. I know he did come into my stream and he said, "How long do you think it would take to beat Ninja Gaiden 2 blind?" I was like, I don't recommend it. So I don't know how much practice he put in. He may have put in practice since we had that conversation. I mean, you can because it's unlimited continues and all, but it's tough. Kabuki, oh man.
Great game.
That game drove me nuts until I finally broke through.
Good jams though.
The knockbacks and the freaking weird jumping and everything. Oh, it was nuts. It's a fun game though, but I'm not very skilled at it.
One of those games where I can just like pick up and beat like low percent basically. Not low percent, but just casual.
Yeah.
Oh no, Brother Kyle's in some trouble here. The opposing army has set fire. And I think
Oh my.
taken out one of his subdivisions here, so I don't know. Looking a little dicey.
Speaking of good music, some Jetman.
It does appear that Vestin is following the Yogi route, which, you know, he didn't Yogi the monk did not pick 4 monks, you know, because he's the monk, but it was legit, I think, the fastest way to do this. So it does look like he's at least knows the strats for Final Fantasy 3, so he should make quick work of that, which is nice. And if you guys do want to see some amazing Final Fantasy 3 action, please go check out Yogi's runs. They're absolutely amazing. He's got quite a few on the board for different categories. And he's just a great speedrunner anyway, but yeah, these in particular are really good. Oh, Brother Kyle, he has triumphed. Is he gonna get the option to behead? He did! Behead! Let's go!
Hope he does it.
Oh, he's got lots of heads. Oh, he
Oh, yeah.
he overachieved.
He gets extra credit.
He's beheading so many people.
Jesus, I think he's going to win the entire award. Might set a world record here.
He's going sick.
Sorry, Aaron.
Dang, dude.
Who would have thought Brother Kyle was so greedy?
Nice job, Brother Kyle. Oh, so Vestin has gotten encounters, so that's kind of a bummer, but that's okay. You can make it out okay. Just don't run. Running is bad.
Oh my god, running is a nightmare in this game.
You know, you need to teach those kids, you don't run. No, you fight. Werewolves come at you in the forest. You don't run.
Ooh, AK just took a dunk into the abyss there. Again, I don't think AK has put a lot of a lot into this, so this stage in particular, 2-2 with the wind, can be an absolute nightmare. There's actually a very specific route that you should follow. And if you don't, it becomes chaos.
Hopefully Brother Kyle realizes that he just completely dunked on that goal and can move on.
Like, wait, I thought I had to behead the entire game.
Behead them all.
Okay, I might jump into a stream. Let's let him know. You did great.
Oh god, no, he's going to war again.
He wants more blood.
It's like, no.
More heads. Yeah, somebody should go tell Brother Kyle it's okay. Your bloodlust is fulfilled. That's like the Simpsons line. Stop him, he's already dead. I think that's Simpsons.
Yep.
Hello, Lack Attack.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey, y'all. How's it going?
Going well.
Did you have any champagne with the wife? Congratulating you on your wonderful victory.
We went out to eat. Got some wings. Grayskull turned me on to some. It's like I always get wings on Big 20 Day. I said that's a great tradition. I need to start.
There you go.
That
You
does
do
sound
that.
awesome.
Yeah. I can't play the drums though, so I have to work on that.
Please show us how you would play drums.
Actually, probably better than you would think.
Yeah.
You need to just
I
whip out the
did
miracle
some good
piano.
rock band.
You know? You
Yeah, we would need the rock band. Like, as long as the rock band notes come across, then we'll be okay.
That's right. I do have the miracle piano.
I have the Miracle Piano cart. I don't have the Miracle Piano itself, so there's not much I can do with it at this point.
I mean, honestly, it's not really common to see it. I think I've seen it in the wild like one time, but never
Just
seen a
imagine.
piano. Yeah.
Imagine,
Believe-
visualize.
I believe it was he who has no life who brought the Miracle Piano to Nestfest.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
So I'm sure it sounds like he's planning on going, and I'm sure it's going to make a return visit.
I know how to beat the right-handed lessons. That's all.
There you go.
That's all I can do.
Heck yeah.
I'm looking at the finishers, and looks like there's some closeness
some close ones.
there just recently. Verts and Hero also was pretty
Mhm.
close. And Retro, Bob and Gleepot. Oh, and Call and Level Engine. Wow, 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was great. We had a whole bunch of little mini battles there.
So is Brother Kyle going in like blindish?
He is, and I let him know that he like beheaded 6 people, I think, and destroyed an army. But he's like, no, I've got bloodlust. I'm gonna take out the rest of these.
He's just gonna
guys."
keep going. Okay.
So he's
Awesome.
he's just going.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to do the game, or at least like one scenario, and try to win a scenario in Romance of Three Kingdoms.
It's fun. It's a fun. It
The
grows.
Koei
on-
games are fun.
Yeah.
The Koei games are fun. I think it just takes a lot. It's like you have to understand these 600 rules, and then once you do, the game's actually fun.
Yeah.
So
Oh, it looks like Fetty's back.
Oh, there we go.
actually is an intermission. AK's cruising, so you know, as I mentioned, he did ask me how long it would take approximately to beat this blind. So I think from what I've seen so far, he is indeed playing it blind.
Yeah, this is a tough game blind. I mean, there's just so many things that can kill. That was a really good stab by him there at the bridge at the end, because that would have been doing the entire level again. Looks like he got some retro achievements or something. It popped up on his layout.
Funny is they're popping up even when he's dying, so I wonder if there's like death-related ones.
They're in later Ninja Gaiden games. I think like on the 360 there was one for dying like 100 times. Because I definitely got that one. Yeah, it's tough, especially like going in blind and then well, he's gonna die here. He's only gonna have one life, so at least they get to scope out like what's coming up.
I will say though, for Ninja Gaiden games are ridiculously hard, but I feel like at least for a blind racer, it doesn't push you back as far. It's not bad. Like you're punished, but you're not. It's not like Home Alone where it's like, no, you just start over.
You just have to start over, yeah. Or like Paperboy.
Yeah.
Paperboy 2. I actually died twice on Monday, and I almost reset. I was like, oh, man, if I get to win, like cars came out of nowhere. Like, I didn't usually show up at like certain houses, and they showed up at a different place. So I don't know if it's just like sprite limit makes a car show up or not show up. But I was not expecting the second one because it was like by the Cannonball house, and I always thought they spawned next to the like the houses with the mailboxes, like the normal the normal residences, not the fortresses.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that I did the easy route full run, and I found like I was starting to see the patterns, like the cars would always come on the houses with the dogs, and then on the left side they'd always come with the houses with the forts, and occasionally they would throw me for a loop and have it come at a different time, but that was usually the case. But then I realized when I was watching Medium it's not the same exact thing, but there's probably a very similar pattern.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm enjoying this Brother Kyle bloodlust invading all of the territories here. So maybe we'll see a world record run here, live.
Aaron's starting to sweat.
Yeah.
What's he doing? He needs to move on to the next game.
Uh-oh, Vestin, he's got some undead. Throw potions, my friend. Oh no, actually the monks do a pretty good job. What do you know? I didn't know. Oh, well, not that good of a job. Yeah, Final Fantasy, it's all fun and games until you forget to take a potion, or you take a potion one tile too early, and you take it, and then you just get in the encounter one later. Like that. Oh! So we probably mentioned this during the stream, but in Final Fantasy, like, you can skip these encounters, right? Because apparently taking a potion ups the same, step counter as the encounters do. However, and so you can figure out ahead of time like where your encounters are supposed to be, and then just the tile before you take a potion, voila, you miss an encounter. The problem is that you need to make sure, like in this case, like you need to make sure to reset before you go into this cave. Otherwise, the location of those encounters can vary. And actually, it might be a little bit different depending on if you're an emulator or EverDrive or Cart. And I'm guessing that's what's happening here with Vestin, is that they're running into... Because you could see them trying to manipulate these encounters and failing. So, everybody
You
send...
need to hold start
Yeah.
when you come back in, yeah.
And speed gaming with the raid. And welcome, raiders.
Hello, Speed Gaming. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Catching us at the tail end of our wonderful Big 20 today. It's been a great, great day. It's gone by so quickly. maybe for some more than others, but it's been so much fun that it's been a good time. So
It's only been 8.5 hours. it's been a quick day.
We got 8 more in the tank. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Did Zarnex ever come back? I know he was doing some family stuff.
Yeah, on the stream itself, there's a little note that says like, "We'll be back." I haven't checked in a bit though.
Nice.
Yeah, we know Zarnex posted a picture of his a giant plate of deviled eggs and a Monster Energy drink, so I think he's good to go when he gets back.
That, I mean, good for him. That is a
breakfast.
That is a choice. That is a choice combo there. I don't know if I'd personally do that, but
that is one of the combos of all time, as they would say.
Yeah.
I am interested in when Zarnex comes back too, because I was excited. I enjoyed watching Brother Kyle play through King Kong, so I want to see Zarnex do the same.
Oh man, did Kyle find any warps?
Yeah. Well, so Kyle ended up getting max 999 health and 99 rocks, but in King Kong, when you have 99 max rocks and you collect more than 99 rocks, it goes back to 0. So right when he was about to fight the final boss, he killed the last enemy at the door, and it gave him rocks, and he went to 4 rocks into the boss.
Oh my gosh.
So you basically kind of had to put him back at the beginning of World 8, and he jumped into the World 1 warp, and then basically went through the game again. It was kind of sick.
It's like in the all bosses run, are you still warping around, or do you just kind of play through the game normal? Like
No, you're kind of like
normally.
you're hopping around levels. You're not doing bosses in order. So all the worlds kind of like connect in different ways.
Okay.
The lore makes complete sense to me.
Of course. You do it all for Lady Kong.
Darn straight. It's right around Valentine's Day, man. You gotta save your lady.
Good old 80s trope for NES games.
Yeah, I mean with I don't know if actually his stream is like refreshed a couple times. Let me check.
Poor Vestin. They're trying. Oh, is he gonna... Okay, so it looks like Vestin is bailing on that idea. Probably gonna go get some more potions, is my guess. Which is a good idea.
Actually, screen is blacked out, yes.
Yeah. We'll keep it on for a little bit. Or we could just do this.
Put your face in there.
A face.
A face. Do you have other faces in your profile? Okay, there you go.
Lady Kong.
It was Lady Kong.
That's kind of disturbing. Like the little winky face, a little freaky though.
She's winking. She's winking. I guess the winking looks a little spookier when it's not animated.
I was just watching Fede play Paperboy, and I don't know why in the bonus you can't run into the hay bales. Like it seems like you should be able to crash it. You have to hit the circle thing, and he went right through the hay bales, and he's obviously caught off guard because he couldn't do it.
It is weird that it's like that.
So we figured out the theme for 23 yet? What does the chat think the theme for the next one should be? I know there's a couple people still in the chat talking.
Oh, what? Next one? There's another?
Yeah, this hypothetical next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you guys think? All RPGs? Oh, heck yes.
Nah.
Hey, just throwing out there, the next one will, could potentially be in October, if that could plant any ideas in anybody's head.
There is a lot of stuff going on around that time. Maybe next week is the next Big 20.
The 24s list. Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
We have a lot of games. Smart Alec is one of the few people who's speedrun more NES games than I have. He's up to like 400 or so, maybe more now. Well, that's just 400 like prolific times. So I think there's probably more.
I didn't realize Lady Kong was still there.
Yeah, just chilling.
Just chilling.
Okay, so actually, I think actually didn't realize that his capture card was not capturing, so... Because I reached out, and then he mentioned it. So we'll see. We might have an actual Lee back soon, hopefully.
Nice.
You have a songbirder kind of slide showing his way through the...
Yeah.
4-2,
he said he was having some stream issues today.
Yeah.
Too bad.
There we go. It's a little better now.
He's popping off, though.
Yeah, and then AK Potatoes on this one screen back. Vestin making it to the Jin. This could be it.
We were talking about how with Final Fantasy, like, because the Griffin's optional, you could just like beat the whole game without ever actually fighting the Griffin. And we were like, uh-oh. What goes on with that goal?
And I'm thinking that we could make a staff decision that if you miss the Griffin but somehow beat the giant rat, we should count that because that's a lot harder.
I mean, the goal is beat 3 bosses, then in the description it has Griffin. I don't know, so let's see. Hopefully it just kills the Griffin. I actually did not pay attention if a Griffin has died from Vestin yet.
I think Vestin is actually following her out, though.
Or he just switched to all monks randomly.
Well, you could see him trying to do the encounter skips and getting potions for him, so I think they...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was going bad for them, probably because of they weren't manipulating the position correctly. That's my guess, but I wasn't really paying attention to whether or not he killed the Griffin or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Did anybody in chat catch it?
After playing these games for a month plus, I was really proud of this list. I think it's really good. But the funny thing is, I never really wanted to practice the games by themselves. I just wanted to play all of them together. It's like when I was in the menu of the EverDrive, I'm like, which game do I want to practice? And none of them ever sounded good.
So the Gestalt. was
Maybe they can be. Yeah, maybe as a group they were better.
All right, Vestin killed the Griffin, confirmed. I just checked.
Nice.
Hey, new game.
Good job, Vestin. Oh, actually, I completely forgot about Star Wars. This is actually another one that's kind of weird blind. Huh. I don't think Vestin's
Yeah,
seen
you
the
can really
blind
get lost in space in stage 1 for sure.
Yeah, because it is not super straightforward where to go. You know, they just put you on Space Yoshi and throw you in a maze, and you gotta figure it out. It's and like the lightsabers in a weird space. Like, I don't know. Hopefully they do fine.
AK with the frame perfect free fall, going to the bottom section of 4-2 here. And then unfortunate frame perfect death free fall.
Yeah, the tricks in Ninja Gaiden 2, they're all like so tough, and they save maybe 1 second.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Ninja Gaiden 2.
It's like if you fail, or if you get it, you save like 0.5 to 1.5 seconds, and then if you miss it, you die, and you have to get everything back. It's like a minute or 30 seconds to get back.
Well, Lack, you had me at risk dying for 1 second of time save. I'm all in.
In a race, not really my favorite.
Not the ultimate strategy. Yeah.
No. But in RTA, absolutely. It's just 1 game reset. Please do it. Okay, Songbird are on to 7-1.
Let's go, let's go.
Oh.
Vestin taking on what looks like the salt monsters from the original classic Star Trek series. Doing okay. I think they know kind of where they're going though, so that's good. I mean, this game is still ridiculous, even if you know like where you're going, but that's good. Oh, Feta, I've been there. The house with the cannons is the worst.
I think it's faster to not take the jumps, but I took the jumps every time. This is not worth it. It's such a jarring, like Paperboy 2 and Bomberman 2 had the most jarring deaths.
Yeah.
It was just terrible.
Did you have did you do Bomberman clean, or did you die?
No, I did do it clean.
Nice.
Yeah, I got the pattern manipulated that I wanted first try, so that was a win. And it only gets you up to like a certain point. It actually only did the first 3 stages for me. But... But that's enough. It's like once you get the detonator, it doesn't, it's obviously be faster to know where everything is, but it's pretty quick if you get the detonator. I think it just makes sense in that game to always have the detonator.
I love the detonator.
Wow,
but it's a kind of a suicide button for me.
Yeah. I was saying wow to Fede just went through the cannons like up close and personal. He's like staying on the sidewalk. Must be a rule in this neighborhood about bikes on the road.
Oh, is it?
Okay, we're getting the...
Oh,
yeah, here we go again.
Not so much.
Not that time. Not that time.
For a second, I thought he had found tech. That would have been cool to be like just riding the sidewalk, man.
We found a way to die. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that you could kill Marv with the paint can on the ground. That's what I actually did.
I think Home Alone is actually the scariest game that we have. And if you've never played before and you didn't get to practice, it's a scary game.
Yeah, I agree with that. At least like King Kong is short and you can full game over, but it's not like it's hard to get to the end.
Yeah.
Like Home Alone is hard to go through it. You're constantly dodging things. Weird jumps. We got Songbirder here, taking on the demon.
Finishing it off.
2 health left, on my view.
Yep. Yeah, 2 health.
All you need is 1.
Yep. Easy game.
GG. It's gotta feel good.
Everybody go follow Songbirder. Awesome job. He was also having like ISP problems all day, so awesome for him sticking it out 8.5 hours or 7 hours and 40 minutes rather.
Yeah, wow. If you were to take, if you were to bring back one of these games that we put in, oh my gosh, what is Vested fighting? Is that a Wampa?
Oh yeah, those things they're funny as heck. Their animations are so funny. And if you don't have the lightsaber, they take literally like 7,000 bullets.
I was gonna say, if you were to bring back like one game from this Big 20 that like was in for the first time, like which one would you want to bring back? Like Longer Goal or something?
I'm a sucker for RPGs, so I would say Final Fantasy III, but...
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I wonder if we could have just gone, in hindsight, we had a Longer Goal picked out for Final Fantasy and we backed off. I think we could have gone to it.
Yeah.
At this point. That might have been the only, regret in a goal.
I guess I'll be interested to see if, people thought the Final Fantasy goal was fun. Because I don't, the farther out goal, I don't know, maybe would have been meh, but...
I'd probably have just been more of the same, but maybe you would have had to use, I guess...
stuff.
Well, we were talking about Longer Goal, but no Griffin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess the route would have just been different, and, I don't know, maybe use that Zeus thing on a different boss.
I mean, there's always a Battle Kid boss rush or something like that.
Yeah, Battle Kid does have a lot of potential.
That would have been fun, especially because afterwards we found out that you could basically unlock all the things and then it's kind of choose your own adventure. That might have been fun.
Just a bunch of goals that are just boss rushes would be funny. Like just, you know, Giants, ROM hack and put all 48 Robot Masters or 46 Robot Masters
Oof.
back to back.
I kind of love that.
Back to back to back to back to back.
I kind of love that.
You just go from one room to the next, and it's a random one.
I think full game Adventure Island 4 could be fun.
Yeah.
Because that was, I mean, that was a really good game.
Yep.
And I don't think a lot of people had played that. There were like 5 or 6 runners on SRC.
Yes, Little Bo, we've got it was Lack and Pack, number 1 and 2 this time.
Lack and Pack.
Held him off. Is definitely a worthy champion.
You know what it would
Next
be?
one, though.
It would be great next time, Lack, if you could make it a little closer, though. If you could.
Nah. Yeah, I don't think so. That was nuts. Really was.
Packy's gonna come for blood next time, so.
Yeah. He's just a gamer. Like he's like, I honestly think of him as more of like a puzzle game player, but he steps up and just learns all these games at a high level.
Yep.
You know, like sometimes you can get unfairly typecast as a certain game's speedrunner. Like I would also say the same about Psytown, and it's just probably because they're really good at puzzle games that I'm like, oh, they're the puzzle game people. Yeah, I wonder how Psytown did in Palamedes. Did he mention it?
We could take a look.
I don't think so. I don't think it really specifically came up.
Gotcha.
Let me see.
He says he always comes for blood. That's right.
So, Psytown Palamedes was... Looks like... Was it 10 minutes? Just under?
Yeah.
9 minutes?
It's a really good time. Yeah, that's like your standard. Well, I would say with those guys, a standard like no loss run is like 10 10:30 or 9:30 if you're crazy.
Yeah.
10:55. Okay, maybe he did lose one.
Yeah, Packy's out for blood, but Kyle's out for heads, as we've discovered. Don't mess with Kyle. I think
Yeah.
that's what we've learned.
Oh, LC. Okay, I see.
Yeah, here, I'll check just to make sure. Yeah, his
Alright.
or what do you call it? Psytown's time was like 10:20 ish.
Yeah, that's a good time for not losing any matches. Potato's here. He's gonna take out this boss very slowly, but this is a tough one. The trick
low
here,
percent.
if you're like not really sure how to fight this boss, like if you get damaged by the hand, it goes away. So you can just sit on the wall, let it hit you, and then you get a free like few hits. But he looks like he's got a pretty good strat here. Yeah, 2 hits left. This is it. You can still die. There you go. It's on through. Now the game gets hard after all that. Man, I missed the fire wheel here in 5-1. I was really sad. And I got hit, and my ninja started and hit it.
The action in the second half of Ninja Gaiden 2 was pretty epic. Zark did a really good job, like walking us.
Yeah,
through.
I need it. I want to go watch it. It's so funny. Like there was that part with the 4 fireballs.
Yeah.
Like that one screen. It's just a single screen.
Oh, yeah, you
And
get
then
knocked around.
so yesterday I'm there and I don't know if I made the comment or I just thought it. I said like I don't think I've ever been down in that corner. Like how bad would it be if you ended up down there? And that is exactly what happened today.
Well, now you
with
know.
my run, and it sucks because I had no Nimbo left. And then I got out of the room finally. I'm like, I have 1 health. This isn't good. So I think had I been smart, I probably would have just died immediately because I tried to like make it to the end and die, but I could have just died and got all my health back. But...
Yeah, I figured your goal was originally to get to 7-2 and then just fall in the first pit, but
yeah.
The game had similar plans, just a little earlier.
Yeah, it did. This is Jorf's favorite stage.
It is Jor's favorite stage.
Brother Kyle is going hard in this volleyball game right now.
Wow, out of the arena. What happens if you... I wonder what happens if you play 2 players and get the bonus game. Do you play against each other?
That would be sick. Volleyball tourney.
Maybe they're both on the left side and they can just go through each other. Maybe there's 2 enemies too.
All right, Fede makes it through Paperboy.
Nice.
Actually, with the Home Alone strats. Yeah, I've never seen what the rest of the hotel looks like. I don't know if it's awful or not.
You can get the screw attack. So Mappy was getting the screw attack, Mappy Man, and just destroying everything with it.
Yeah. There you go, potatoes.
Taking them out little by little. Little by little.
The 2-cycle Ashtar, which I think 98% of people get.
Yep.
I've been told that that's like one of the hardest things to do in NES gaming, is to get the 1 cycle.
I've actually never did it. I necessarily never tried, but I have seen a few times I've been places and there's someone who like teach someone how to do it and they'll be attempting it a lot.
Maybe that or like the low percent Kraid kill.
Yep. It seems
Kraid
similar.
school.
No, like Create Arcus did. There's no way you could do. I don't think there's a way you could do a sub 10 without it.
Oh, you can. It's because Jimmy did. Because that was his PB before the 953 didn't have the quick kill.
Potato's getting bullied right now.
It happens. Like Act 6 is at least pretty short.
Yeah.
Oh, in the race, I would. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
assumed
Arcus
no
was
one
the
got it.
only person who probably could have gotten it. Maybe PJ had he raced.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know. I like see it happen on the screen, and I'm like, I have no clue what buttons you would even push to do that. You're just flying all around that, and like the fast Jackio kill.
Yeah.
It just looks so cool. Like, I just can't say it. I'm really happy that Gaiden 2 is the final game, but it's just one of my top games. It's in my top 10 NES games.
I do think I like that we put Palamedes right before it. Like, that was actually a pretty good combination. Because you end
Yeah, I think it worked out really
I
well.
like different styles.
Yeah.
Destin needs to realize the lightsaber can cut through anything. That was a fun list, Moogie. Young Indy in Jurassic Park.
Oh,
Young Indy was a fun one.
That was 18?
Mm-hmm.
That's another one I wouldn't mind. It's like Jurassic Park's. It's a bummer. It's just such a long game, but that is a great game to speedrun.
Peeking into AK stream, he's got a BRB up, so maybe catching a quick refresher while he tries to get through this final stretch.
The one, the Big 20 I look back at, I'm like, man, those were a lot of good games, was 16. It had like, we had the homebrews in that one. There were 4 homebrews, and there was like Dragon Warrior Randomizer and Warriors Woods, G.I. Joe.
Hey, you know, Zark was just saying he really wants Lawnmower back in. That was in 16.
Yeah, so much.
Again?
I just can't get enough of torturing myself.
That had the other Star Wars though. That was kind of rough.
It ended up being kind of fun though.
Oh, as in last game, it was excellent. Yeah.
I've never played Zen Intergalactic Ninja.
It's a good game. It's a fun game. It's cool. It's cool because like it's one of those games that have like different genres of levels.
I like
sort
play
of thing.
styles, yeah.
Yeah.
See, Vincent, I've been saying that it's October. Like we really should throw in a couple horror games. Just saying.
The next Big 20 is going to be in November, and it'll be Thanksgiving themed. We've already been over this.
There's gonna be at least one Castlevania game with the wall meat, right?
Yes. You said the last Starfighter, because that's what it says at the end. It's like nice shooting turkey.
So we have 2 games.
And
Okay.
Big Nose the Caveman is a Thanksgiving game. Because he's saving Thanksgiving. Which apparently existed when dinosaurs were there.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
It sounds as though we're really gonna have to stretch ourselves for that list.
Oh, Zarnix is
November.
Kind of like your pants stretch out on Thanksgiving.
Yep. It's all
It's coming together.
What is it, Panic Restaurant then? Would kind of work? So maybe you can't eat at home?
Yeah, Panic Restaurant, Burger Time. Just so we go food related, Burger Time, and
Explode, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, short order.
Pig 20.
So we have to get power pads.
Hey, I came up with a Pig 20 for Shindig Pig at some point, so there's a list out there, Twin Tail.
Because the list exists. So the work is already done.
Because I know we had a Bible Adventures in there, because it has a pig in it. It took a while
Oh,
when
no.
we found him.
Brother Kyle just flat out game overed on the final boss of Bubble Bobble.
No!
Oh no. Well, I should have it now. Because
practice run.
Yeah.
Oh, Zardex is back.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah, you're right. Zarnhex is back.
And we are going into places formerly unseen by anybody in the Big 20. Oh my, look at that screen. Like that. I'm sure this game is like super awesome without the warps. It's a lot more King Kong.
I think I've seen enough of it myself.
You got the. I think he's about to go get the Mario Invincibility Star. Oh no, he's on the wrong side.
It's so dangerous over there.
Yeah, it's not inviting.
So many tanks.
Apollo, do you have another all Famicom list? And because what was it, number 6?
Oh, there are plenty of Famicom games.
Hey, we were talking about what is it? Is Clown Kid is Famicom, right? Yes.
No. Kid Clown is not
Kid
Famicom.
Clown.
Although technically, I
It's
guess
Giant's favorite game, the Kid Clown for Famicom.
True, because it's Mario. It's Mickey Mouse 3 in Japan.
Yeah.
So,
And I love Disney games.
but if you do just Kid Clown, it's just the same. And I think Kid Clown is faster because there's a warp in the final stage that the J version doesn't have. So there you go. All Disney list.
Hey, Mario's Missing is alright. That's as close as I can get to a Disney game.
How is that a Disney game?
Because it seems like it should be a Disney game. I don't know what it is.
You mean
Even know what that
the Time
means.
Machine?
Yeah, Mario's Time Machine. That's what. Guys, I'm like out of it. Yes, Mario's Time. Yeah.
No. I don't know. I mean, maybe you liked Mario's Missing. I don't know.
I also like Mario's Missing. Or Luigi, whatever. Oh my god. I think I would really like if there's anybody out there in chat that has a great idea for a game and a goal that you think would be cool in the Big 20, that you should let us know. We do listen. That's how we end up with things like Batman Returns on lists.
Yeah.
I am trying to think if any of the Mario Time Machine levels can be Thanksgiving related.
Oh
I can't remember.
What have you started, Lag?
I didn't think that. I thought there was a Pilgrim one.
Yep, there is. 100%, right? Maybe not.
Well, I'm thinking of Lincoln's hat. It's like the stovepipe hat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a stretch. Holy moly.
Well, I never said it was Thanksgiving. I am looking through the list. I don't see too many food-related games, so it might be There may be more Christmas games than food games.
Oh, there's a lot. And actually, the Christmas list would be kind of cool because you could, throw things like Die Hard in it, which is the best Christmas movie.
See you guys in 10 months.
Die Hard and Gremlins and Batman Returns apparently and the Home
Yep.
Alone movies.
Yep.
Christmas Crisis. Oh my god.
That's 5 games. Or we could just do snowy games. So you got Snow Brothers, Ice Climber, Fire and Ice, Ice Hockey,
Blades of Steel.
Blades of all the hockey games.
Yeah, you could do the Neketsu hockey game.
Wayne Gretzky's hockey.
Yes.
Oops, all Jorf stages. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
The Jorf 20.
See, Aaron, I will pitch for Magic of Sherazad if we do Halloween theme. You just gotta convince a couple other people. Okay, MC Kids, Yo Noid. The food theme actually does seem kind of fun. The California Raisins, yeah.
He just defeated Home Alone. Let's go.
Yay, go actually.
Yeah, congratulations. That's a tough game.
Oh, does Gremlins? Is it just the first Gremlins?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mm.
Good call. Sorry, I got excited.
Oh, Patton plays. I have a list of horror games that our cup would runneth over.
Runneth.
Although doesn't like proper English.
That's true, Smart Alec. We haven't seen a Monster Party yet. Wait, Hero 82 Gremlins 2 is a President's Day movie? What? Wait, what? Is that the lore?
Could be, because it's in the winter. I don't remember seeing... I don't think I've seen Gremlins 2, but we just watched the first one over
Gremlins 2
Christmas this year.
It's a good one. It's a good, sequel.
The game's great. That's all I know.
And the music is freaking epic.
And the music, too. I wonder where we'll be when we come up for the theme for the next Big 20.
I know.
We were in my truck. We were in my truck on the way to dinner, and we came up with this one.
True. I think isn't Ghostbusters 2? It's like a New Year's movie.
Yeah, it is. It is a New
can't
Year's
remember.
movie. Hey, maybe we should just make it holiday movies.
That would give us a little more leeway.
Yeah. I don't know. Are there
How
any
about like
Easter games?
games on the NES?
Games on the
I could do the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle or a Bible Adventures game.
Yeah.
Those are your Easter's games.
Ghostbusters 2.
I'm-
Yeah. Which Ghostbusters 2? There's a couple.
Dustin just game overed on Star Wars.
No.
AK game overed on Gaiden, but I didn't see what he
I think
did.
he
unpaused.
he ran out of time. He just timed out 3 times.
I figured he would have paused it.
Alright, actually moving on to Final Fantasy 3.
That's the first one. Let create.
Yeah, that is a rough one. Yeah, New Ghostbusters 2 is the better one. That's the top-down, good game.
Yeah, it's funny. I bought the Ghostbusters 2 cart thinking it was that one. And then I put it in. I was like, what in the Lord's name is this? This side-scrolling, like, impossible
Climb.
first stage.
Yeah, but the car driving stage is kind of cool.
The car stage is kind of cool. That's where you pick up the gas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember having that as a kid and kept dying in the stairs over and over and over again.
Oh, sorry. No, it wasn't the original Ghostbusters. It was like it's Ghostbusters 2, but it's a different one than
AK
the
Potatoes. AK Potatoes does make a good point. There's no music when you pause. That's a good reason not to pause.
He's being fair to his viewers. It's totally reasonable.
Good guy at AK Potatoes.
Hey, AK, get out of chat and get back in the game, bro.
So Apollo, how's Zornex doing here in King Kong, figuring it out?
He's just destroying everything, which is what you gotta do.
Just not destroy so many things that you get so many rocks that it overflows.
I mean, it's fine for now until he gets all 8 rock upgrades. No risk. Ooh, the spider boss. And he got knocked out. We go again.
Well, the full game of King Kong 2 just seems so wacky to me. Go in a door. It's a giant spider.
Just fight a bunch of giant kaiju monsters, dude.
Oh boy. Justin's got some weird monsters to fight here. No, he's out of there. No weird monster fighting for him. He should do the Oh My Programming Engineer % while he's here.
How tough would King Kong 2 be if you weren't like invulnerable when you walked into a new screen?
Yeah, that would make it a little harder.
The game would just troll you with the opponents, like enemies right away.
Vestin just smacking that droid on its head. Seems to be working.
It takes.
Alright, going back into the spider.
Yeah, knocked out of the spider. No, almost. It's punching it. Punching the spider.
Wow, a key. They have keys in this game?
Yeah, you need 8 keys to get through the door at the end of the game.
I love Lady Kong.
You just don't see the keys because you skip the door like a bunch of cheaters.
I wouldn't have known you could skip the door if I hadn't watched your video, so.
King Cheater.
King Cheater.
Paul's like, that's got a nice ring to it. As long as I'm the king.
Yup.
Vestin, you don't need to jump back up there. Don't do it! Go right!
So I do think with our final runners here, and Zarnax punching the poop out of a spider, I think our official Big 2022 stream is coming to an end. It was a pretty sick race, and someone cool won, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
I think we're gonna, as always, we obviously still have some runners here, so we're gonna raid one of them. We might, I think Potatoes is AFK at the minute, so we might go check out Vestin, because Vestin's the next closest. Other than that, appreciate everyone watching. Giant, Slack, Zark, we did the thing again, so GG's everyone.
Yeah, GG. Thanks for doing all the work, y'all.
And yeah, we will. I don't know. See y'all next time. We'll keep the hype, like the raid train, going for everyone, and I'm also keeping an eye out for a drum stream from Grayskull tonight. So.
Oh yeah, I'll be definitely be tuning into that.
Yeah. But cheer on the rest of the runners and help them out, and see y'all later.
Thanks, chat.
There
GG's.
you go. Thanks for typing it.
Bye, guys. Nice hanging out. Go check out Vestin.
Go Vestin.